rock star, Anita Baker. Build me an audience. We're gonna do this thing slow tonight. And we're gonna work this shit out, y'all. Go, Nita. Build me an audience.
You need just trust
And
what we're feeling. Never leave, 'cause baby, I believe in this love, sweet love. Help me calling out your name. I feel no shame. I'm in love, sweet love.
not really.
Always be this way. There's no stronger love in this world. Oh, baby, no, you're my man, I'm your girl. I'll never go. Wait and see, can't be wrong. Don't you know this is where you belong? Oh, sweet dream of lonely baby. Stay right here, never fear, I will be all that you need. Never leave, 'cause baby, I believe in this love, sweet love. Help me calling out your name. I feel no shame, I'm in love, sweet love. Don't you ever go away, it'll always be this way. Sweet so sweet, so sweet, so
What's going on, y'all? That's enough, Anita. You killing them. You killing them. All right. What's going on, everybody? I know listen, I didn't go to work today, so I could have went live, but when I finally got up to actually start moving around and doing something, the pseudo killers had already hit the button and went live. Then I was thinking after they went live, I said, I know Smash is somebody about to go live or Garfield or something. So I don't just want to jump in there. Then Garfield and Sinetta went live. So I just chilled out. And I wasn't going to do a show. So I really don't have a topic. I just made that thumbnail. You dig what I'm saying? So we're going to get into something. I just made that thumbnail. Me and Ngozi talked for a minute earlier. He wanted to do something on the DNA of Km.T or whatever. He sent me a whole bunch of stuff. But since I took so long to come on, I know we probably don't actually get a chance to go into that. So I basically used this thumbnail for nothing. I basically used this thumbnail for nothing, but we can go over some stuff. Cuban Crisis, yo, I was feeling your monologue that you did today on race and in the Latin world. I was feeling that. That was dope. That was dope. You dig? Um, yeah. So, Cuban Crisis, are you Cuban, by the way? Cause that's but your monologue, it was definitely dope. Who we got in the building? We got my man Tuck My Eye. We got Mongo Slade, Desmond. We got Ray Black is in the building. Danny Wilson, you know what I mean? We got the Mob. We got our Sonic. You dig? Man, listen. We're gonna get into a whole bunch of stuff like on this show. One thing that was interesting, my man Unbiased, from Unbiased Sports, pseudo killer Unbiased. He was one of the first pseudo killers. Shout out my man Unbiased. But he was just on Sinetta the other day, and he was debating Km.T, right? And there was something about the Hebrew Israelites, other than them thinking that they are Israelites, through blood or whatever, however they, lineage. That's not even the wildest thing that some of them actually preach. One of the things that struck me, I never thought about it until the conversation with that Unbiased was having with Km.T. Some of them don't believe in the virgin birth, but they believe in Jesus as the Messiah. They read the King James Bible, but they deny the virgin birth. It's the craziest thing ever. Crazy. So my man said, so I definitely want to talk about that a little bit. So build this audience up, y'all. Let's build this audience up. Cuban Crisis said you are Cuban. Oh, that's what's up. I've been to Cuba, actually. Cuban Crisis. I actually been to Cuba. I might even go back. I did like 5 days. Like 5 days in Cuba. I did like a whole week in Cuba. It was dope as I don't know what. And I didn't stay in the built up part. I stayed actually in Little Havana in an Airbnb. So I stayed with a family. It was dope. You feel me? I stayed it was crazy. Me and my girl. So yeah, we spent like 5 days, 6 nights in Cuba. We stayed in Little Havana. I still remember the street name because of the way that they said it every time we would get a cab or something to drive us back. The street that we stayed on, you couldn't even really fit a car down. So they would have to take us like 2 blocks over, and we would have to cut back over and walk down. It was called O'Reilly Street. O'Reilly Street. But the way they say it is completely different. They say it like O'Reilly. So we like, no, it's O'Reilly Street. They like O'Reilly, like O'Reilly. O'Reilly, no, it's O'Reilly to us because of our English accent, right? But I still remember the street name. I still am in contact with the family that I stayed with. In the Airbnb, I didn't even know that it was a family that we was staying with in the Airbnb. And when we actually got there, my girl actually thought we got gypped, right? She thought we got burnt, right? Because we didn't know that the buildings was in such poor condition and everything looked like it's being worked on. So when we got to the actual building, we looking like this motherfucker closed it. Like this ain't. I'm like, baby, who did you pay? This don't even seem like this motherfucker look abandoned, right? So the whole building was getting worked on. So it was the top floor is where everybody lived at, right? It was the top floor, so we had to go through construction, like the dilapidated building. It was like construction, and we had to walk all the way up the steps. And I'm looking like, baby, I think it ain't nobody in here. Like, I don't even think we belong in here. You know, when you go in the building and there's rubble everywhere and it's plastic up, and you know what I mean? It's just a full work zone, right? So eventually we made it up to the top floor. It was the fifth floor, right? And then that looked it way better. And then the dude came out, he like, oh yeah, boom, boom, boom. So he showed us our room was real nice. And then on the roof, well, which was dope, he was actually the dude who we rented the room from. He actually was a chef, right? And his kitchen was on the roof outside. Dope as I don't know what. So he would make us breakfast and stuff every morning. You dig what I'm saying? Anything that we wanted to eat, you know what I mean? Like, yo, he took care of us. It was so I'm still in contact with him. And what y'all probably don't know about me, I'm actually a photographer, right? I can show y'all some of my work. But this dude was actually a budding photographer. So me and him hit it off real good, because once he seen my equipment and stuff, he like, oh damn. So I got to go around town showing him how to actually use his camera and stuff. So me and him got real cool. You dig what I'm saying? So yeah, Cuba was dope. The food, that was the issue for me. I never been in a place where the supermarkets be empty by like 11 o'clock and there's no more food to the next day. You dig what I'm saying? So that was kind of different for me. You dig? But other than that, you know what I mean? The you know, I don't eat from everybody. I'm a very finicky eater. So when I go out of town, eating is always the biggest issue for me. You dig? It's always the biggest issue for me. You will go to restaurants there, and a lot of stuff, they would have a menu, but a lot of the stuff wouldn't be available on their menus, right? But other than that, the culture was fire, right? The people was very hospitable, right? And I didn't know it was that much African culture in Cuba. Like, they're very Afrocentric. I can show some of the pictures, man. Like, you know, murals or, you know, showing their black pride, man. It was, yeah. You know what I mean? That was dope. So when you was talking earlier on Pseudo Killer's Cuban Crisis, I appreciate, you know, that, because I've been to a couple of Latin countries, and you dig, yeah, the racial dynamic is like the United States, but you know, you put it by being by those islands and stuff being smaller, right? I guess the people gotta really get along a little bit better, but you still could see the racism. You can still see the racism, but yeah, like uh what was that? The let me look at my pictures. Go to my Cuban pictures. My Cuban pictures. Let's see, Cuba. Boom. Fire. Yeah, they you know, and then I found out that uh what's the goddamn the Black Panther lady lived down there. and they was trying to get her to come back, get the Cubans to bring her back to the United States or some shit. One of them Black Panther ladies, Angela Davis, somebody, one of them lived down there, in Cuba. But to think of the to think of the to think of when you think of Cuba, you think of that shit is only like 120 or 90 miles outside of Florida. Very close. You dig what I'm saying? So Asada Shakur, there you go, my man. Asada Shakur, yep. They was talking about her real heavy. Once, I mentioned we was from the United States. Um, so yeah, and then they was mentioning certain celebrities that been there. But just the culture, the old cars and everything, Cuba dope. You know what I mean? Cuba dope. You know what I mean? That's messed up that the trade embargoes and everything has made that island so poor because it's actually dope. Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy. You ain't late per Black Sosa. What's up in the building? So yeah, y'all. This is a light conversation. I'm gonna throw up a Zoom in a minute. But what messed me up about Captain Tazoriak and them is the fact that they believe or they study and they think that the King James version of the Bible is the word of God and all of that. But they don't believe in the miraculous birth or the virgin birth. So at this point, they're more pseudo than Jabari and them. And they actually Bible believers. You feel me? And I'm sitting there looking like, wow, how did y'all miss that? Like, so if y'all getting that wrong, imagine what else y'all getting wrong. Imagine what else you're gonna get wrong if y'all don't even understand that the virgin birth is actually in the Bible. They reading the same verses that everybody else is reading, but they're saying that's not a virgin birth. Like, that's just crazy as hell. So it just showed me that how we all could read the same thing, but get something different out of it. But the comprehension is really the issue. It's the comprehension, right? And it's what you call indoctrination. Because most of the people who are Hebrew Israelites now, they might have been Christians or whatever growing up. So they understood the Bible one way when they was a Christian. Then when they became Hebrew Israelites, now those same verses that they read got a completely different meaning. That's crazy. That is crazy. So that's like saying if the virgin birth is not true and the miraculous birth is not true, how then do you explain why Muslims and Christians been arguing for the last 1,600 years? How do you explain the Jews and the Christians having two different viewpoints if the virgin birth isn't real? Like, I'm so confused. No, I'm talking about B Money for the people who they read the Christian Bible. See, the Hebrew Israelites, the Captain Zoriak and them, they claim that they Israelites or they Jews, but they read the Christian Bible. Y'all understand that? How you gonna claim to be a Jew, but you read the Christian scripture? You read the Christian Bible, you know? So I mean, but yeah, I'm still confused at how it literally speaks of Mary being a virgin. It literally, that's the miracle. That's the miracle of Jesus' birth. That's why we say he had a miraculous birth. It's because it was without intercourse. When Joseph found her, she was already with child. And the angel had to come to Joseph and tell Joseph that Mary, you know, that it ain't what you think it is. I ain't been to church in years, but that's pretty much how it go. The goddamn what's his name? The angel had to come to Mary and to come to Joseph and tell Joseph, don't even trip, bro. Yeah, I mean, she pregnant, right? But she wasn't fucking around. You know what I mean? This child is of the Holy Spirit. It literally says it. Mary, even when the angel came to her to tell her that she was having a baby, the first thing she asked the angel was, how is this possible? Because I've never known a man. Known a man in that language or the way that they was speaking meant she never had intercourse. She never, you know what I mean, broke her virginity. She never known a man. That's why every time somebody will have sex in the Bible, it always talked about and such knew her, right? And Abraham knew her, right? And they conceived a child. They always would say they knew him. Knew him mean that it was a fancy way of saying that they got it on. So Mary said, how is this possible? For I never known a man. And the angel told us something about, you know, all things is possible with the Lord. And, you know what I mean? Boom, boom, boom. Right? So I never really thought about the I ain't talking to Garfield right now. Garfield showed a wild ass degree. You feel me? Like, you know, Garfield got some shit he gotta clean up. That was crazy. So Garfield showed the degree tonight. Like he showed it, but he didn't show it. It was some online college in Texas or yeah, it was crazy. He claimed, but he didn't show the name of the college. He didn't show his name on it. He had a hoodie on and he was smiling. The whole thing was weird. Whole thing was weird. It took him 2 hours to produce the degree. But he had already showed me a degree before. So I don't know why he just did all of that. He could have just showed it how he showed me, like in, you know, but every time he showed it is why, even when he showed me, it was fast and the camera was moving. I don't know what I was looking at. I just say, yeah, that's a college, it say college degree on that motherfucker. You dig what I'm saying? So, I don't know. Maybe he don't want it cleared up. I don't know. What else? But yeah, back to the whole virgin birth that the Hebrew Israelites don't believe in, right? They have a funny way of looking at the Bible. They got a funny way of looking at the Bible. It's almost like saying that all of the Christians before them then read the Bible wrong. My grandmother then read it wrong. Pastor Bennett and them then read it wrong. The Pope don't even know what he talking about. You feel me? Like the balls on these Hebrew Israelites is amazing. They will go stand in front of real Jews and tell them that they are not Jews, and the balls on these people, right? It's like the balls of a pseudo is humongous, right? The balls of a pseudo is humongous. A goddamn black Hebrew Israelite will tell real Jews in Israel that's getting bombed that they are not the real Jews. Scream it in their face. The abos that tell real Native Americans, right, that they not the real Native Americans, right? These Kemetic dudes over here, these pseudos, right, will tell real Egyptians that they're not the real Egyptians. It's crazy. The Moorish Americans, right, or the Moorish Science Temple will look at the North Africans and tell them that they're not the true Moors, it's us, right? So the African American is everything that everybody is and never what he is himself. He can go around the world telling all these groups of people that they're not who they are, and because we really those people. The wildest shit ever. The wildest shit ever, right? It's an identity crisis, right? What we see here in the United States is African Americans, the former slaves of the United States of America, is having a major identity crisis, right? I think Rabon in Truth Story and broke down a while ago about this identity crisis that the African American is having. Um, I think W.E.B. Du Bois gave one of the best synopses in The Souls of Black Folk about this dilemma that African Americans are going through in America. I'm going to try to pull that up. See, we got a so-called Abo Chief Sun Warrior. Welcome to the show. Subscribe to the show, Chief Sun Warrior. It's just told another down another discriminated on group that they are not the original people, right? It's like we don't even have a heart no more, right? We claim that our history was taken away from us, right? And we believe that that was a great injustice. So now we going around trying to take other people's history from them. You know, poor people and discriminated people, the only thing they got is their history. It ain't like they are rich, right? The Egyptian people are not rich. The only thing they got is their history and who they was, right? You just call the Native Americans Filipinos. It's crazy. So, the identity crisis, right? Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois, he talked so eloquently about the color crisis. I'm gonna try to pull that up real quick for y'all. That would be, it's in the Souls of Black Folks, the twos. Uh, Let's see. Boom. No, I don't want that on there. He called it the 2. Let's see. Can't get it from right there. Double consciousness. Yeah, he called it double consciousness. The two-ness, the double consciousness. And I always loved reading that, right? Because he talked about how we search for our history, right? And how when we would read through history, we was looking for our identity. I think I got it on my computer. It's in my books. Let me see if I got it. If I don't got it on this computer, more than likely it's on my iPad. All my W.E.B. Du Bois. Ness. Let me see. Give me a second. But I definitely want to read this to y'all. Yo, anybody ever read The Animal Farm? That is a great book. Yo, that's crazy. I don't have it. Give me a second, y'all. Fuck. Oh, my daughter didn't change my damn passcode. Um, oh, I know I got that on here. So that would be. There we go. I know I had it. I knew I had it. It's crazy. So All right, I got it, y'all. Boom, y'all still with me? I appreciate that. No, I'm not gonna block you, brother. That's crazy. Um, I'm not gonna block you. But if you are serious about engaging um in a healthy dialogue, then I'm all for it. Most of the I don't know what y'all like to be called. I don't just want to call y'all abos. That might be derogatory. What do y'all prefer to be called? Cause I never really engage with y'all. I just see y'all engaging on other platforms. So I never really engage with y'all. So what what is it that y'all that you prefer to be called other than, you know, names like generic names like Indian or abos? You can let me know. But no, definitely wouldn't block you. And I will welcome the um the conversation, actually, and see where it go at. Hell, you might convince me. Um okay. Okay, American Indian. Okay. All right. American Indian. It's an American Indian. All right. Boom. So let me go here. I pulled up my Souls of Black folk. Let's see. Let me do this. And go to boom. All right. Gonna do a little readership today. W.E.B. Du Bois was a serious dude. It's crazy he was more Pan African than the Pan Africans. That was always amazing to me. It was like a kind of, well, let me just read. we'll start here. All right, I will. All right, so we'll start here. He says, after the Egyptian and Indian, the Greek and Roman, the Teuton and Mongolian, the Negro is a sort of seventh son, born with a veil and gifted with second sight in this American world, a world which yields him no true self-consciousness, but only lets him see himself through the revelation of the other world. It is a peculiar sensation, this double consciousness, the sense of always looking at oneself through the eyes of others, of measuring one's soul by the tape of a world that looks on in amused contempt and pity. One ever feels his two-ness, an American, a Negro, two souls, two thoughts, two unreconciled strivings, two warring ideas in one dark body, whose dogged strength alone keeps it from being torn asunder. Damn. Every time I read that, that shit give you chills. It give you chills, right? Now, this is a educated man, traveled the world, right? Studied in Europe, degreed in Europe, and, did it all, right? He did it all. But this was the issue for him. He said, after the Egyptian and the Indian, the Greek and Roman, the Teuton and Mongolian, the Negro is a sort of seventh son, right? Dr. John Henry Clark used to say, we was taken out of the respectful commentary of history. Y'all remember when Dr. John Henry Clark used to say that? He used to say that over and over. He used to say that we was taken out of the respectful commentary of history. Now look what W.E.B. Du Bois was saying before that. He said after the Egyptian and Indian, meaning these are all of the peoples that we read about in history, right? All of these great peoples, when you pick up a history book, they lord over these people. And we never see ourselves when we read the history books, right? We're never talked about with glory and grandeur, right? And accomplishments like these other peoples, right? So he says, after the Egyptian and the Indian, the Greek and Roman, the Teuton and Mongolian, the Negro is a sort of seventh son, born with a veil and gifted with second sight in this American world, a world which yields him no true self-consciousness, but only lets him see himself through the revelation of the other world. It is a peculiar sensation, this double consciousness, this sense of always looking at oneself through the eyes of others, of measuring one's soul by the tape of a world that looks on in amused contempt and pity. One ever feels his two-ness, an American, a Negro, two souls, two thoughts, two unreconciled strivings, two worn ideals in one dark body, whose dogged strength alone keeps it from being torn asunder. See? It's saying basically that we are American in everything that we do. But our Africanness, our blackness is looked down upon. Every time I read a history book, it's always talking about other people and not talking about myself or not talking about us, right? It's crazy. It's a conflict in the mind, right? But he goes on. right? And this is for the American Indian brother. If you're here, if you're still here, he says the history of the American Negro is the history of this strife, this longing to attain self-consciousness, manhood, to merge his double self into a better and truer self, right? It says, in this merging, he wishes neither of the older selves to be lost. Meaning he don't wish to throw off his Africanness, right? He want to be who he is and still be accepted, right? To get the same accolades and everything that every other people get, right? He says, in this merging, he wishes neither of the older selves to be lost. He would not Africanize America, for America has too much to teach the world and Africa. He would not bleach his Negro soul in a flood of white Americanism, for he knows that Negro blood has a message for the world. He simply wishes to make it possible for a man to be both a Negro and an American without being cursed and spit upon by his fellows, without having the doors of opportunity closed roughly in his face. Damn. Do y'all get that? Now, this is right after slavery, right? W.E.B. Du Bois is not denying his Africanness at all. He heard nothing about us being no goddamn Aborigines or no damn Indians. He knew where his people came from. He knew where his people came from. He didn't say we was Native Americans. He didn't say that we was some Hebrew Israelites. He didn't say we was Moors or whatever else y'all get twisted up, right? He ain't saying none of that, right? But the same issues that plagued him in those times, right? That double consciousness, right? Has metastasized in our current population of so-called Negroes or African Americans, right? These things was never reconciled. So now you see African Americans claiming everything but what they actually are. Looking for every other people for the pride of who they are instead of looking at their own people. Right? He's seen this. He's seen this. 120 years ago, he wrote this book. 120 years ago, he wrote this book. And I see that same problem just metastasized. This is something that he was dealing with. This was something that he was dealing with. So 120 years ago, African Americans was dealing with the same issue that we're dealing with today. He's seen it coming. We wanted to be American. We wanted to be accepted, right? True Historian talks about this a lot. How the first thing you would do was to add some type of suffix to your name, right? A L or a bay, right? You would try to wear a turban or anything to say you came from anything other than from this slave, Negro degraded population. So we started to say that we was Moors, Asiatics, Israelites, right? Native Americans. We wanted to be everything but what we was because how the country or the larger world viewed us. We're still going through that to this day. For some reason, we won't be whole unless the ancient Egyptians was black. Somehow, if you take black away from ancient Egyptian, somehow we lost. And that is so sad that people feel like we would be less than what we are if we ever acknowledge that Egyptians wasn't black. I'm gonna tell y'all something. You, whether the Egyptians are black, whether the Native Americans are black, whether the Moors are black, right? You are still a human being. You are still a human being. And you have one of the greatest histories in the modern world. So it is amazing to me. It is amazing to me, right? That we want to be everything but what we are. It's amazing. I never seen the people who have this much history, right? We are the glue that holds the most powerful nation together. I'm gonna say that again. African Americans are the glue that holds the most powerful nation together. The land of the free. Why is America the land of the free? It's because African Americans made it that way. Y'all get that? Right? America wouldn't be as great as it is if African Americans didn't put that flavor on it. How do we know that America is the land of the free now? It's because of the African Americans. That slave group that fought and got its freedom, right? And then for 100 years fought to be all-inclusive American citizens, right? So every opportunity that's afforded to every American, right? Whether you a man or a woman, right? Everything, whether you come from another country and you come here, if you become a citizen, you get all the rights that every other citizen got. Why? Because the African American made sure that. We didn't sit down and take second-class citizenship. We fought for freedom, and then we fought for our rights. We fought for full citizenship, and those things are granted to everybody now. Why not look at that history? Why not be proud of that? Damn, I get proud of it every time I think about it. I can hold my head up around white people because I know that their country wouldn't be as good as it is if it wasn't for my people. It would be a lie like every other government, right? It would be nothing but another another despot, right? It would be despotism. It's the word, right? It would be tyranny. It would be oppression. But it's not tyranny. It's not oppression. That African American, right, fought to make America better. So that Constitution, right, they had to live by it. They had to honor it. I keep talking about it. Thurgood Marshall and them made them honor the Constitution. The Constitution is a beautiful document, but they wasn't living by it. African Americans had to make them live by the Constitution that they drafted. So that's why the Constitution is great. That's why we can say that's our document. Y'all keep running back to goddamn the Moors in 700 AD, and you run into the Native Americans, and you running all the way down to Egypt somewhere, and you got one of the greatest histories laid out before you. One of the greatest histories laid out before you. And y'all don't care two shits about it. Y'all don't care two shits about it. Y'all want to be Native American. Y'all want to take another people who had everything stripped away from them. Y'all want to take their history away from them. And y'all don't think that shit is disgusting. What do the Native American have that you don't have? I don't understand. What do the Native American have? And this is nothing against my Native Americans, right? They don't have the history that we have. They don't. We fought for our freedom. We broke them chains. And then we fought for citizenship, full citizenship, against the greatest modern military. This country is the greatest military, and we actually went up against it. We demanded full citizenship, and we got it. And we got it. And y'all are willing to throw that history away to say that y'all are Aborigines. No, just think of that. Just think of how strong history is telling you your people are. Just think of this, right? Most of us come from, how do I want to say? I want to say this without offending anybody. They had caste systems in Africa, right? They had expendable people. They had slave territories where they got slaves from. So it was people that they didn't even think was worth anything. But all human beings are the same. So these Africans gathered up 12 million other Africans that they didn't even want anymore or felt that Africa didn't need them no more. You are those people, right? They brutalized us. They brutalized us. We was brutalized by Africans, sold to Europeans. Brutalized by Europeans, stuffed in the bottom of ships, shipped all the way to a new continent, raped, beat, maligned, starved. Fought for our freedom, won, then fought for full citizenship. We are an amazing people. And y'all would throw that away to say that y'all are what? To say that y'all are what? Listen, can't nobody look down on African Americans. Nobody. Your people then accomplished and overcame so much with the deck and the odds stacked against us. At every turn, we haven't had no friends. None. And at every turn, the deck was stacked against us. It's an amazing people. It's an amazing people. So when the world talk about freedom, and they're looking at freedom, right? And they're discussing ideals of freedom, do you know you're at the front of everybody's mind who actually want freedom in this world? Your story tells the story of freedom and overcoming oppression. Your forefathers did that. That's your legacy. That's a legacy that y'all saying, nah, we ain't need come from Africa. And that stuff never, we was never treated like that in Africa and sold by Africans to Europeans and then treated like that by Europeans and shipped across the ocean on ships. No, that ain't happened to us. Y'all saying that we aren't as bad as history say we are. We some bad motherfuckers. Was counted out. The first people that counted us out was our fellow Africans. That's why they sold us. All right? The European counted us out because the only thing we was brought here for is to be laborers. So look at you. Denying your history. Denying your history. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Denying your history. Denying the pain and suffering of your forefathers is a sin. It's a sin. And that's my monologue for the night. Let me throw up a Zoom. Somebody can come in here and beat me up if they don't like what I said, but I said what I said. And again, the brother is in here talking about we not African. All right, you don't have to be African. Not gonna fuss with you on that. If a person deny a fact, does it hurt you or does it hurt them? Before you argue with somebody, you just got to think, right? Is what they are denying, is it hurting you or is it hurting them? You saying you not African, I didn't feel no pain nowhere on my body. All right. Meant nothing. Can you prove you not African? That's the question. See, the funny thing, my father always told me, he said, a man can make his mouth say anything. I haven't seen one of you prove that y'all wasn't African or that your forefathers didn't come from Africa. I'll say that because you don't have to be, you don't have to, you have self determination. You can say whatever you want to say you are, right? But you can't prove that you're not African. Ain't nobody even trying to hear that multiple. Boom. Copy invite. Boom. All right, y'all. Let me see. Boom. But yeah, y'all, this was a light show. I really didn't have a topic, but we can all disagree, but y'all will have to actually prove that. And get my man Ngozi up in the building. Get my man Ngozi up in the building. What's up?
What's up, Chef, man? You're doing an excellent job, bro. I'm glad you're able to teach, man. They need to hear that message. It's really important. African Americans have brought the flavor to the West or to the diaspora and this portion of America. African North American Creole people, as I call us, but
Mm-hmm.
African North Americans has put in a lot of work to become who we are. And this country got pros to it. I mean, there are cons, but there's a bunch of pros to it. That's why a lot of people are able to sit here and talk shit on the internet and say they everything else outside of what they are because they live in the country they in. You got countries that you where you can't do that at. So
Mm-hmm.
I think that we should definitely embrace America and definitely embrace the backbone that built it, which is the Africans, the Western Central Africans that was brought here. And we have a whole new ethnic group that developed in this hybrid cultural society. And we were a combination of multiple ethnic groups bridged together through the struggle that united us to become something distinct and new,
Mm.
and that is the African North American Creole. This is the only part of the world where you can find a Yoruba mixed with a Fulani, mixed with a Mandinka, and people that was from far distant ranges all combined to become this unique thing here in North America. Even with the some layers or some integration that comes from Northwestern Europeans that was slapped amongst us through some and through larger cases in the past through force, it's still
Mm-hmm.
part of our story and struggle, and it's still part of who we are. And no attribute or no aspect of us should ever be denied, because this is what makes us.
Right.
So even our vernacular English, what they call African American vernacular Ebonics, it belongs to us. You know, and
Mm-hmm.
we should appreciate it, and we should appreciate who we are. So we are no longer the Yoruba. We are no longer the Igbo. We are no longer the Bimileke. We are no longer the Fula. We're a combination of all that was bridged together right here. We are a new ethnic group, 14 million strong. And I think that with that being said, we are the teachers of the world because we do represent freedom.
Yep.
The African American is the most influential set of Africans from an exterior African culture because it was Africans going through it that shaped this culture in the new world. So it's an exterior African culture, creolized, merged together in hybridization or whatever you want to call it, from a hybrid cultural society that we live in, all bridged together down south before we became these middle passage Americans, drifting all through the different states going north. And I think that we should embrace that part of us and what makes us who we are, and stop looking for other people to be, and stop trying to kiss other people's ass to become part of, when we got our own unique history, because we're not less than nobody.
Facts. Facts. Damn.
And that's just what it is.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm
Talk,
talking about.
Rosie. Talk.
Talk. What's up, DQ?
What's up,
Man,
DQ?
man, chilling goes and chilling, Chef. Man, I like this tonight, Chef. You ain't here dropping bombs, baby.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir.
You know, it was, everybody, was a little bit too hot. You dig what I'm saying? We didn't manage to piss each other off again. You feel me? And I just want, cool it off. Gozy be hitting me all day because I'm like, they done got my man hot, You feel
Oh
me?
yeah. Oh yeah.
So I'm like, we need to cool off a little bit. You feel me?
But you know what though, Chef? It's coming from, our people, it's hard to let go what was wrong and what was being taught to us for a very long time. So some people feel like they're really fighting for their life.
Facts.
And they feel like without that information, they're irrelevant, because it makes it seem like all of our forefathers, or some of our forefathers, in a sense of teaching intellectually, was wrong. But they don't understand that, in order to figure out what's right, you got to go through what's wrong. Pressure builds privilege. Pressure is a privilege. So with that being said, when you go through wrong, how you gonna know what's wrong? How you gonna know what's right if you never go through what's wrong?
Facts.
It's not saying that we should deny our teachers, but we should be able to correct the errors and add on and still venerate them. That's like Charles Darwin didn't understand the human genome.
Right.
He didn't. But they still add on, and they still pay homage to him. So what I'm saying is that if a lot of our forefathers, or some of our forefathers, spoke in error, and someone's trying to upgrade you or give something a facelift within our community to make us better, you shouldn't get angry about that. Correcting errors is part of life. Like literally, who wants to be around somebody that know it all? If you knew it all, you might as well commit suicide, because I feel that anybody that feels that they know it all, or anybody that feels that they can't be corrected, is a miserable human being. Because nobody want to be around a person that think they know it all. Every time you got something to say, or every time you got something to offer, it's already there. It's already presented. That's a miserable human being. So I think that, like, a lot of these people is fighting for their identity, not accepting that you already got identity. The shit is over with. You know what I'm saying? But they're still fighting for it because that's how they feel important. So this is why they get personal. This is why they go out their way to try to assassinate each other's character. It's a very gloomy place when you start to strip things from its base place, and we taking it. You know what I'm saying? So in the end, it's a gift. Like I said, pressure is a privilege. So we're gonna put pressure on misinformation until we keep hitting your head, until you damn near want to kill one of us. But at the end of the day, errors will be corrected.
Yeah. Gotta
By any
be.
means.
Gotta be. Gotta be.
Nature keeps no one away from nothing. Even with us in Western Central Africa, who never came in contact with other groups of people from Southern Europe or the Middle East. The only people that had ties with these people is the people in North Africa had ties with people in the Mediterranean, which it was part of. The people in Egypt had ties with people in the Near East and Middle East. But all human beings find their way back, whether it's through being, peaceful, or whether it's through war. So not even a tropical sub-Saharan African can hide from the differences that exist out there, because it's part of life. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
It's seasons for everything. So that Northwestern European that went through multiple mutations outside of Africa, that he left from 60,000 years ago, found his way back down in that motherfucker, somewhere down the line. Whether it was through colonization or force. And I'm not saying it's right, but this is life. And we have to accept the good and the bad and the ugly that comes with life. That's just part of existence.
Right.
You
and
feel me?
It's a part of your story.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a part of the story. Like everybody got a story. Cuban Crisis, what's up, big homie?
So that's all I wanted to say, man.
Nah, man, we needed to hear that.
Peace.
Peace. What's up? What's up with you?
Not chilling.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Good with y'all. Peace, DQ. Peace, Ngozi.
What up, Malik?
Was good.
Yeah, I was just saying, I was feeling your monologue that you did. You dig what I'm saying? It's good to hear, a person explain race and stuff from another culture, right? Because a lot we only understand it from the American, point of view, and we don't understand like they were saying asking, a ignorant person was asking, was that a white man? You dig what I'm saying? Like couldn't even look at you and tell that you ain't a white man. You feel me? Like just complete retardation. You dig what I'm saying? But it's just crazy. But like I was saying before you came on, that I've been to Cuba and the diversity of Cuba, you dig what I'm saying, is I seen every range of skin color in Cuba. You dig what I'm saying? Down a lot of them look like they can look. My girl got a reading from I think it's called it was a black lady. She was doing some type of readings or something. What the hell you call that? Y'all know what it
Well,
is?
yeah, she was um
Talo?
she was either a palera or santera,
Yeah,
or
she had like a glass of water. You dig what I'm saying? She had on this white gown and she had on it.
she could have been a spiritista. She could have been a spiritista as well.
Yeah, and she, man, she, was looked like she came straight out of goddamn Nigeria. You dig what I'm saying? But
Mhm.
spoke Spanish, like, always been there. You dig what I'm saying? But she looked like she come straight out of Nigeria. And she gave my girl this spiritual reading or something they did, and we paid for it. It was fun. You dig what I'm saying? And you just see the African culture. You dig what I'm saying? Still in Cuba. You see it. You dig what I'm saying? Even it was a lady that we kept.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was a lady that we kept buying coconuts from because we ain't want. They told us don't drink the water. And it's crazy though, Cuban. When we was leaving from Miami, getting on the plane to go to Cuba, everybody that was going was taking their own beverages with them. We was like, why is everybody getting on the plane with all these waters and sodas? You know what I mean? We didn't know. You feel me? So when we got over there, they tell us, man, look, don't drink the water, this, that, and the third, because you might get sick or whatever. We like, damn. You know what I mean? Like even their sodas and stuff is made from their water. They were saying, no, so we actually found this lady who was doing the coconuts. So that's basically all we was drinking was coconuts and then Coca-Cola. Um, I think they was getting their Coca-Cola from like Mexico. Like, so it was crazy. Like they would give it to us in a glass because they ain't want nobody to see the can or whatever. It was crazy. But yeah, it was a lot of African culture down there in Cuba. Matter of fact, when we went, it was some type of African festival. It was some type of my girl sleep right now. But we had went to this, like, it was like a parade or what y'all call it down there.
Carnival, but
Yeah, it was like a carnival. Yeah.
but it was people on stilts.
It was people on stilts. It was little marching bands. You dig what
I mean, that's every day.
Yeah,
To be
man, look.
honest,
It
in
was
Havana, it's every day.
Yeah, like man, them little black girls, they was dancing. It was very African. You feel me? Like, so when dude called you white, I'm like, yo, that's crazy. He don't know nothing about Cuba. You feel me? Like, yeah, but go ahead though, Cuban.
Hey, peace, Cuban. My bad. I didn't say what's up to you earlier. I was doing something. Peace, brother.
Oh, peace, DQ is good, bro.
Yeah.
No, I didn't have anything to say. I mean, at this point, I mean, if you had anything you want to ask me about Cuba or Cuban culture, something I know, I could tell you.
Oh yeah, like the how you was explaining um like race in Cuba because once they found out I was American, like one of the dudes, told me and my girl that we wasn't black. And I was kind of offended. You dig what I'm saying? Like that offends African, you know what I mean? Like what you mean? But he looking at my complexion and my hair texture, he like, and my girl is lighter than me. And he looking like y'all not and was kind of offended. But
I'm gonna be honest. It for somebody to say that in Cuba that someone's not black,
Mhm.
I'm sure it happens, but that hasn't been um, my observation. That hasn't been my experience. They do. I mean, they definitely make a distinction um, in the sense of culture
Mm.
is different. That there's black people in different places, people of African descent, and culturally there may be differences. Like um, Puerto Rico and Cuba are, you look at the flags, the colors are reversed,
Mm.
um, but there are differences in the
Culturally,
culture,
right, facts.
But when you talk about Ifa and you talk about Lucami and Palo, that came to Cuba. And that then at some point in time goes to Puerto Rico. You had people that might have been going to Cuba that were initiated, but that did not come there like that. They have Espiritismo. Espiritismo just means spiritualism. That's all throughout the Caribbean.
Mhm.
So you have different forms of Espiritismo, and the different forms of Espiritismo also depends on lineage and ethnicity and the mixture of ethnicities in that system. So lineage is very important in Cuba. It's very important,
Mm.
very, very. So if people in Cuba, not just Havana, all through, they practice. There are either going to be people who are devout practitioners of Lucami, what people call Santeria, but it's really not called Santeria. That's a generic term.
Right.
So Lucami Regla de Ocha, which just means rule of Ocha derives from Orisha, so rule of the Orisha.
Mm.
So if they're not devotees in the sense that they're into it, it's a part of the culture. So you can meet somebody and you go in the house and they have eshu, they have they have their quadro or their agun or morto, but they may not be really into it. Some people have it because their family may have passed away, and it was at the request of the mother or somebody to say, take care of my orishas. So they keep the orishas in the house.
Wow.
But it's very intricate. It's a very intricate thing, a part of the culture. Um, when you're talking about Lucami and Ifa and Palo, it's very, I'm not. I used to be a big fan of Fidel Castro at one point, but even Fidel was initiated. A
Oh,
lot of a lot
really?
of yeah, yeah, a lot of people in Cuba that are intellectuals and educators or doctors, a lot of them are initiated. It's a natural, it's just a part of the culture.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you saying that Fidel Castro was practicing some African spirituality?
To my
Damn.
to my knowledge, I think he was an Omo Obata. He was a child of Obatala, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow. Damn, that's dope.
It's
That's dope.
it's just, I mean, but Cuba has a large. When I was last there, they have a large Muslim population now. And in old Havana is the section of Havana that's very nice and well kept. Then you have Havana, old Havana. You have an eastern part of Havana where Italians used to live at one point in time. There's a Chinatown in Havana. To my knowledge, I saw a few Asians, but it's not. It's most of the Chinese have moved out. A lot of us have Asian lineage. We have an admixture of various ethnicities in us.
Mm.
Some people may be more of a certain thing, some people may be less of a certain thing, and other people are just mixed with all these different things.
Right.
And as you saw when you went there, you saw people who had all different types of complexions and phenotypes. But the root of the culture is Africa,
Yeah,
is West Central Africa. If there was no African slave, I would not exist.
exactly. Yeah, that's
So
dope.
it's yeah.
Yeah, man, that's crazy for them. Yeah, but it's almost like even with it's crazy that African Americans, right, who have a wide phenotypic range, actually
Mm-hmm.
say some of the dumbest shit. You feel me? It's like
Yeah.
we have the one of the widest ranges of phenotypes. You dig what I'm saying? All the way.
Mm-hmm.
And for us to sit there and we'll hear an accent, right? Or anything, and we'll just say that person ain't black. You dig what I'm saying? Because of an accent. Like I've
Yeah.
just being ignorant. A dude can, a Dominican start talking in a African American and turn around and say, oh, they not black. Like, bro, before you opened your mouth, you dig what I'm saying? You thought that was another nigga standing next to you. Like you ain't even question it. But the moment he opened his mouth and started speaking Spanish, now he not. We crazy as hell. Crazy. You know what I mean? Racism, and I think that's more of a cultural thing. So I don't think that they're actually saying that they're not black, but when you have a limited vocabulary, I think that's what you know what I mean. I think they mean that they not African American. I don't think they don't mean that they not black. The more and more I think about it, because that would just be crazy. But they're saying that they not African American because I know people who say Africans are not black. You dig what I'm saying? And I be like, bro, that don't even make sense. Because like here in Baltimore, right, the Africans that's here, for the most part, most people in Baltimore or males in Baltimore, the first time they come in contact with Africans is in prison. Because the Africans are like they got like all of the correctional officer jobs, right? So most black men don't like Africans because of bad experiences that they had with them in correctional facilities, right? So that's why they say, yo, they not black because they be doing fuck shit to us all the time. You dig what I'm saying? Like so, because before it was, white people was the COs. But then, when we got an influx of Africans in the Maryland area, a lot of them took jobs up as being COs and different things. So the native population of blacks don't even look at them the same as, you know what I mean, because of that issue that we have in the correctional facilities. Yep.
It's a lot of xenophobia that goes on online amongst, you know, African Americans and recent continental Africans. I mean, like if you get on Clubhouse and you hear it, it's really disgusting. You do have some Black Americans, like you said, who experience bad things with some continental Africans that have high positions over here. But you
Mhm.
also have the experience from uh, continental Africans who've experienced real hard things from African
African
Native Americans.
Americans. Hmm.
Yeah, and and it creates this xenophobia, um, towards one another. They go backwards and forward. They talk shit. You got some recent continental Africans who go out their way to say they're not black. They say that they're
Hmm.
their ethnicity. They say, "Oh no, I'm not black. I'm Nigerian." I heard it. They say I'm
Yes.
Nigerian. I'm not black.
Hmm.
You know, just to delineate themselves away from you.
Exactly.
It's just it's really crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's funny. It's
Yeah,
really
we
funny.
we we do it to ourselves. I know growing up, you'll have Africans and the African Americans will always, we rag on each other. But kids
Yeah,
gonna do that. But I think we scar each other, right? You know, if you Jamaican, if you Puerto Rican, if you dig what I'm
yeah,
saying, we all and if you go to school with us, we'll talk about you being Puerto Rican, right? We'll make jokes about you being a Puerto Rican. If you Jamaican, we gonna make jokes about you being Jamaican. If you
yeah.
African, we gonna make jokes about you being African. But
Yeah.
the crazy part about it is when the women start growing up, that's when it changed, right?
Yep,
That's when
yep,
you
yep,
realize,
yep.
man, that Dominican girl kind of fine. You feel me?
Yeah,
The
yeah,
joke stop. You
yeah,
be like, damn, that African girl, like she thick as a mother. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Everything
yeah,
start, or that Jamaican girl. That's when it
yeah,
start changing. When that sexual hormone shit start to go on it, that's when it changed. You dig what I'm
But
saying?
I tell some continents where Africans online, you're not the only one to get persecuted, in schools. If you sometimes you can have a real dark African American, and they get
They
called
gonna
African
get it.
booty scratchers. You know what I'm saying?
Listen,
Like,
I'm a little older than y'all, right? So
yeah,
a man Cuban probably around saying, hey, how old is you, Cuban? You in your 40s?
Yeah, I'll be 46 in March.
Yeah, we're around same age. So I remember, growing up Muslim, right? Now, that was a joke.
Thought you were.
Yeah, that was a joke to everybody. You dig what I'm saying?
Well,
Like
let me ask you this: when you were a Muslim,
hmm,
were you Orthodox Muslim?
Orthodox. Yep. Yep.
Were you Salafi or just regular?
Just regular Sunni. We go to El Haq. Actually, my parents come out of the Moorish Science Temple, but like before I was born, they had converted to.
Mhm.
You dig what I'm saying? So it
Yeah,
was like a mixture.
yeah.
Um, I know they used to always go to the Moorish Science Temple and make them come. You know what I mean? To our masjid. You dig what I'm saying? To try to. So it was like you would always get their teachings, and you dig what I'm saying. So it was a nice and we had a lot of Nation of Islam people around us because the part of town that I live in, we got a big Muslim community, right? And like all of the Muslims or all of the people who claim that they Muslims actually do workshops together here. You dig what I'm
Mhm.
saying? So you'll have the Moorish Science Temple, you'll have the Nation of Islam, you'll have the Sunnis. It was these other Muslims, I, Ahmadi or
Oh,
yeah,
Ahmadiyya.
yeah,
that's the
yeah, yeah.
Ahmadiyya,
They
Ahmadiyya.
used to be there, you feel me? And we used to throw these cookouts and picnics together. You dig what I'm saying? So it was you would get a lot of it. But the point is, growing up Muslim back in the 80s, everybody would crack on you. You dig what I'm saying? Like, oh, y'all Muslim, y'all don't eat pork. So kids just do stuff like that to each other. I don't even think it's nothing, you know what I mean? It's not even nothing malicious really about it, but it can scar you. You dig what I'm
Hey,
saying?
you know something though, brother, Chef.
Yeah.
I know, I know white people, they go through the same thing within their own communities. Like the Polacks will fight against the
Mm-hmm.
Irish will fight against the Italians,
Mm-hmm.
but one thing about them, none of them ever deny their whiteness. They come
Right.
over here knowing they white. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like Italians at one point wasn't classified as white, but at the end of the day, they still identified as a banner. A lot of them,
Mm-hmm.
Irish too, but they never said it's not like how us. With us, you got the African American that's been here for 400 years. Some layers of our ancestors don't even ever here for 200 years. Because America, if I'm not mistaken, is 247 years old. So it's like then you got the recent African immigrants, people that came in the 60s and the 50s. Um, my OG family come from one layer of her family comes from um, Guinea and Mauritania. But at the end of the day, they came early. But they don't go. They white people when they come here, they don't do that. What we do. They might make fun of each
Mm-hmm.
other and say you damn Polak, you damn smuck, you damn whatever. But they all know that they white. But with us, people want to be vanguards of what's black and what's not. You're not black or this. It's just weird the way we
Mm-hmm.
function. But they still go through the same thing. They do the same they have xenophobia amongst themselves and all that. Some people that's Irish don't date nothing but Irish. You got some
Mm-hmm.
people that's Italian who only want to date Italians. And then, I think the people that's really British descent is more loose in America. Like when you go down south, Mississippi, Alabama, those old rednecks that's partly British and partly Irish and Scottish, they kind of more looser, but they still stay amongst one another themselves. So I
Mm-hmm.
think it's just semi a human territory. It's kind of paradoxical because they go through it, but they don't go through it. They go through it, but they don't deny their whiteness. We go through it, and some of us also deny our blackness, which is weird.
Yeah, that's crazy. I think the main reason why, you would like I said, we thought it was an advantage, right? In most places, it's probably an advantage to not be black. That's the way these Western systems was set up because of colonialism and and slavery, and it was more advantageous for you not to be considered black than to be considered black. So most people, if they had a chance for upward mobility, black wouldn't be the thing that would grant you access to that upward mobility. So it would be easier to say, you dig what I'm saying, or more of a reason for you to deny blackness in these colonial systems in the Western world than to acknowledge it, or you know what I mean, or to fight for it, right? The inclusive group that you wanted to fight for and be in was the white group, or to be closer to that group. You dig what I'm saying? The further you was away from that white, you know what I mean, was making you lower on the totem pole. You feel me? So if immigrants know anything about history of America or these Western colonial states, then them coming here they definitely wouldn't want to be considered black. You dig what I'm saying? Why would you want to come to another place for opportunity, but then be grouped amongst the lowest people, you know what I mean, in that community? That defeats the purpose.
So that creates the narrative. You basically saying when you have the dark skinned Dominican who's very dark and have
Say he ain't black. Yeah,
and
don't
call me black.
exactly.
He Dominican. No, because black to a degree is looked at as a disgust.
Exactly.
So wow, that makes sense.
Yeah. Why would I want to connect with that? Then I say, just think about it. They know, bro, we got off the same ships as y'all. You feel me? They know that. You know what I mean? Can't nobody deny that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if I come here, do I want to be the ones getting sprayed with water holes and, you think what I'm saying, treated like shit and uneducated? No. I don't come here for that.
But you know what I don't like though, bro? Some of our Caribbean brothers and sisters, and Caribbean means cannibal. I don't like calling my brothers and sisters that, but just look at the origin of the word. But I hate when some of them try to delineate themselves and say, or any immigrant that come here and say things like, recent immigrant, and say things like, you don't know where you come from, you just black. And it's like, when I don't know where I come from, but you want to come to the place I'm at. You feel me? Like, you want to be American. Again, there's pros and cons to it. Whoever you are, you ran away from where you was from because you wanted better opportunity. So you come here trying to insult the foundation of the New World that was built on the back of people for free labor for nothing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you come here to insult the line that put you on the map, the ones who got slapped in the face, tortured, and beat to allow everybody to have a sense of equality.
Yep.
And you come in and say stupid shit like, you don't know where you come, you're just black. Well, Jamaican to say, I'm black and I'm Jamaican. But those were slave ports.
Mm-hmm.
So, they come in and try to make it seem like they're, and I don't have nothing against no African from the Caribbean or the continent. But I'm saying when you have this pompous attitude and try to belittle the African North American Creole as if you're better, but you're coming to the African North American Creole home to have opportunity to sit in the seat and also watch the same sports that we watch, even if you play soccer. But a lot of niggas play soccer and still love, American basketball, American football.
Mm-hmm.
The flavor. Niggas is listening to Dirk everywhere. This nigga got Chief Keef and Lil Durk got drill music pumping all the way in the UK. So what I'm saying is that you still are influenced by the African Americans or the Africans of the New World, but you try to insult us in certain times and brackets to say, "Oh, nigga, you just black," as if that's an insult. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of weird, bro, but it's crazy.
Is we got, well, even with Cuba, for instance, a little bit older than you and Goldie, so this would be a conversation for me and Cuban Crisis. Like, some of my favorite baseball players growing up, right, in the 80s was Cuban. You dig what I'm saying?
It's funny, I was never a baseball fan.
Yeah, see,
in Cuba, I like boxing is big in Cuba, but
right.
I never.
But see, that's the crazy thing. The Negro Leagues, right, was very, Cuban, right? Their off season, the Negro Leagues used to fly down to Cuba to actually play baseball in the Cuban leagues. You know what I mean? They drafted a lot of the Cuban players up into the Negro Leagues and vice versa. So, you know what I mean? A lot of African Americans honed their skills in Cuba because they wasn't allowed to play baseball in America, you know what I mean, and Major League. So that's always a dynamic that, you know, that connection that we have, you know what I mean, with Cuba post like before Castro and all of
I,
that communism.
I think that that's I don't want to. I'm not a I'm not an individual that's real big into conspiracies. I
Mm.
acknowledge this, but I don't go like gung ho, like 8 foot, 10 foot aliens downtown Miami type thing. But um, there's definitely an agenda where when I was mentioning the Lacoste system and how the influence of the English colonizers here were influenced with the Lacoste system, there's definitely a thing of um, there was an intentional divide. There was an intentional divide amongst individuals in all various regions. They did it in Cuba. They had if you had Hausa, a lot of houses in Fulani came to Cuba. Hence is why in Palo, when a Tata or a male priest or somebody initiating Palo, when they greet, their greeting is Salam Alaikum. Not Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi barakatuh. It's Assalamu alaikum. And the greeting is Wa alaikum salam. So there was an influence of like Africans that came to Cuba that were Muslim.
Mm.
Definitely was a heavy Islamic presence. Um, so that is the synchronization. When people say a synchronization in Lukami or Santeria with Catholicism, there is no synchronism. There isn't. The synchronism comes when you talk about espiritismo. That's something different. The synchronization may come when you talk about Palo. You have three branches of Palo. So when people always tend to mention Mayombe. Mayombe is very pure, versus the other one. There's aspects of Christianity. There's aspects of Islam, and even in Mayombe, the greeting Salam alaikum wa alaikum salam. That's definitely Arabic in origin. So there's an admixture there. So these different Africans that came to Cuba, there was houses that were established, and the Spaniards knew individuals were particular ethnic groups. Even in Cuba in Spanish, if somebody says Dio or Dios, and they say with an S, that S is due to particular Africans that would pronounce it like that. So there's key things if you know about the culture that in your very you're studious, trying to be studious of the culture. There's things that you understand and why they came into existence. So that's just Cuba. But think about here in the States, the division that took place, the
Mm-hmm.
division that took place amongst the Africans, all various places, the division that took place amongst the indigenous people, the division that took place with the indigenous towards Africa, um, the division amongst lower economic white people, Europeans, versus rich Europeans, white people, and that social interaction with lower economic white people with Africans, indigenous people, all throughout the New World. So there have been people dealing with each other because they wanted to, not always because it was a thing of force. Force definitely was a big factor, but there was people that was consensual, even if it was just a friendship. So this division that takes place and it grows. It's just something that's grown. It's grown to the point of the conversation I'm listening to talk about. It's a fact. The conversation of, well, I'm not black like you guys over there. Which what should be said is, yes, we're black. Yes, we're of African descent. Yes, we have African in us.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're saying in the sense of your culture, our culture is different. So sometimes I think there's people who don't articulate it correctly. And then there are those individuals that don't want to hear it. Because in the so-called Latino community, I'm not liked in the quote unquote conscious community by a lot of people. I'm not I'm kind of in the middle.
Right.
There's certain Black Americans that fuck with me, or excuse me, deal with me.
Mhm.
Certain Latinos that deal with me. But for the overall, they don't like because I'm not I'm not gonna conform to what sounds good. I'm gonna conform to what it is. And so it's like there's the division of people who are just ignorant, people who are aware of it but don't care, they just want to live their life. And then there's people um that don't know. So, you know, when you made the example earlier where somebody said something about me, I used to irk me, you know what I'm saying? But it's just like it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the person don't know. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the situation, maybe the person just is an asshole. Don't get and don't care. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like my life still goes on. Like it's like the sun's still gonna shine the next day. So um just the vision is there, man. And so I think that it just looking at it for what it is and why it is politically, socially, economically, um, religiously, like think about um indigenous people that encounter Europeans, Africans that encounter Europeans for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
They're seeing ships, they're seeing swords, they're seeing guns. They didn't have that.
Yeah,
And
but let me,
it's so but the person then is indoctrinating with white is at the top.
right.
We're superior, you're inferior. Our God is white. Your language, what is this language? Why do you dress the way you dress? My way is the way. It had to be a justification for the exploitation of the people. That's why I say race. That's one of the reasons. It's not just because of social construct, it's just ideology that it was a hustle. It was a big hustle. It's still a big hustle, but it has nothing to do with that. It's economics and there's racism, but there's no race. But falling victim to the racism and not trying to look at why it is the way it is, I think that's where a problem comes in, especially, when people are intelligent. There's some bright people here, man. And when I hear the conversations, I'm like, man, you know a lot of stuff. There's this right here. Look into this. It could give you a different perspective. And I think politics, or because that's what it boils down to, I think politics, these political ideologies, their origins, um, how they've been abused. Like capitalism isn't all the way bad, but if you're talking about predatory capitalism, because there's different forms of capitalism.
I now let me ask y'all this. For
Communism is great on paper, but communism cannot be. It's romanticism. It's utopic.
yeah, definitely, and we seen it not work, right?
Mhm.
So and we seen big economies tried, you know what I mean, and it just was disastrous. Um, so I agree. But let me back to the race.
Mhm.
Um, for me, from listening to you talk earlier, I realized something. I said, "Damn, you know." So for me, it's like in Latin America, it would be. Is it fair to say that everything that was in you was important versus the
Say
only
that because
thing?
you went out.
My bad. In Latin America, is it fair to say that uh it is looked at more like everything that's in you is important, and in America the only thing that's important is the black part that's in you?
It's
Is that fair to say?
let me say this. I can't speak of all of so-called Latin America. You know what I mean? I can tell you what I think, and I can tell you other people who I know that are Cuban.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Puerto Rican. I can tell you our conversations, and I can tell you there's people who think like that in the sense of it's about what's in. It's your heart, it's your mind. You know, the external is, I guess you could say, this is where it goes to lineage. We would say meferefun, meferefun egun. you know, all praises to our ancestors in the sense of this is our lineage, this is who we come from, what they had to go through. So we being and the other thing too is something like Ifa. I mean, I'm sure you probably heard the Yoruba term called Iwepele, good character. So when you're talking Ifa, you're talking that Iwepele, there is no thing of race superiority in Ifa. It's your character.
So, all right, so that's easy to say that there's no race superiority in
Yeah.
E5.
But the practitioners is a different story. Yeah, then that's a different story, and I agree with that. So
No,
then you
no,
have the
no, no,
people who
no.
do that.
I'm saying far as wise the practice, right? Now,
Yeah.
when you thinking about systems that are racist,
Mm.
it was they had they encountered more diversity, so to say, right?
At
So
a certain point.
yeah. So when you look at Christianity, the
Mm.
Christian empire was so huge, right? And they traveled so far, right? That they could make observations or class different phenotypic groups, right?
Mm.
um the Islamic world, the empire was so vast, right? Their missionaries went so far and wide, so they encountered a lot of different phenotypes that that the ruling class could actually, you know, uh become prejudiced, right? Or show prejudice. Now, E5, how far did that stretch, right? So when you look at African religions, right,
Mm.
you don't see them stretching as far as those. So it will be more of, well, how will we say it? It will be more of tribal, right? I,
Mm.
no,
No, I don't say this to be like, oh, Ifa has all these. I don't. To me, I don't care about that. But if Ifa and Orisha is practiced worldwide, and it's practiced worldwide by different ethnic groups.
no. I'm saying from where, where stuff. These people got moved around,
So
right?
it,
So
yeah,
so
so it comes to a particular location,
right.
and then as it's evolving there, other groups become it can be initiated.
Yeah.
It's
So it's no single seat of power for EFI. But when you look through
and
history,
if you're talking Ifa regular day Ifa from Cuba,
mhm,
there is no. It's not like in traditional they have somebody who's who is ahead, right?
right?
Now you have people who are the elites, they're in houses, and you have people who have seniority. Like if you went to, it was an Ocha party. It's the birthday person who becomes a priest or priestess has a birthday every year for that day that they became a priest or priestess, right? So
Hmm.
you go. So when you go there, you'll peep things. You'll be like, yo, you'll see the serving, right? So the eldest in tradition is served. So you could meet somebody who's 5 years old, bro, and they'll eat before you. So this it, it's there's differences in it, traditional versus Cuban, but it's not as drastic as people make it that I've seen from both sides. So there's a different one, the
Yeah.
traditional.
What I'm hold on. Damn it. What I'm trying to say is, all right, so you see how you see how when you look at the history of Christianity, right?
Mm.
You had uh you had the Catholic Church, right? Rome. Um and then it stretched out, right? All over the world, right? Then when you look at Islam, you had Egypt and you had Baghdad, right? and their power was stretched out, all across the world. So they encountered so many different people. You dig what I'm saying? That they could start. When did Ephi or those West African religions? I don't see them doing that where they could actually
No,
be in China and start to say that. You dig what I'm saying?
no, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah, so it moves different because
It was
it's
more. It
not
was
a
local.
yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. I apologize.
Yeah.
I see what
Yeah, it was local. So, but I think if it wasn't local, we human, it would have developed the same things that the other evangelizing religions did. You feel me? The original people who would have always felt as though it was their religion to teach everybody. You feel me? And you wouldn't have wanted to get those Ephi priests who started it wouldn't have wanted to give up that power, right? So the seat of power in that religion would have always been kind of held by black people, right? I think for the most part, the same way you see the Arabs never relinquished, you dig what I'm saying, ownership of Islam to no group of people. White people never relinquished Christianity over to no other group of people. Now you can have people in it. They could move up. You can have high ranking uh Catholic, what you call them, Pope. Not even a Pope. You would have a, what you call it, a bishop or something, a cardinal. You know what I mean? But for the most part, that's going to remain. They didn't held that for Europeans. You dig what I'm saying? They didn't held that. And in Islam, you see the same thing. You dig what I'm saying? It's almost like you're not even, you can't even make certain prayers and everything unless you do it in Arabic. You dig what I'm saying? It's almost like, yo, no, we're gonna control this. You dig what I'm saying? Like, we're gonna make sure it remains, like, even with the Catholic Church. I think up into the 16th century, the Bible was still in what language was that? Until they started yo, come on, bro.
come on, the Bible,
Yeah, the Bible, it was
Latin.
Latin. You dig what I'm saying? And you had to know Latin to actually read the Bible. So
Yeah,
it was a concerted effort for them to, keep that nepotism.
it's. I mean, like me, I think it's a good thing. I'll tell you why. Like,
Mhm.
it's keeping lineage. It's keeping it as it was presented. So, like, say a Quran, right?
Mhm.
That's Fusha Arabic. That's not modern Arabic. And then you
Facts.
say modern Arabic, then what modern Arabic? Because somebody in Morocco speaks differently to somebody in Egypt.
Mhm.
Certain things might be similar. Sudanese speak very great Arabic. Yemenis speak very great Arabic. Saudis speak very great Arabic. Like that, it's a linguistic thing. You know what I'm saying? But that's how the book came. You know what I'm saying? I think it should stay like that. Now, as far as it getting to something theological, saying like, you know, uh, different schools, different schools of thought may have said something like you have to. I think it's Imam Shafi. You had to say Bismillah before reading ayats, right?
Right.
You had some others that said you didn't have to. But like all those intricate things, I think are important in
Hold
precedent.
on. So have you ever seen the Quran without Bismillah in front of each ayat?
Mm-mm,
Okay. All
no, but as far as I mean, it gets into fiqh, it gets into hadith, it gets into tafsir of ayats and hadiths and writings of scholars. They do their consensus.
right.
So,
But the main thing is, for me, I feel as though Christianity and Islam, they definitely keep a cultural lock on the religion. You dig what I'm
Mhm.
saying? And it makes other people feel like, you have to be a Arab in order to be Muslim. You feel me?
So
Like
that
I've seen, hold on, I've seen in my community, even family members actually try to sound like Arabs. You dig what I'm saying? Like it gets almost sickening. You dig what I'm
they
saying?
do,
It
they
it,
do,
it
they
it's
do proper. They do very, proper pronunciation.
better than the Arabs. You be looking like, bro. Like, are you saying that you're walking around talking like this in regular conversations? That's crazy to me. You feel me? Like that means that this thing has got a hold on you where you feel as though, like, I don't feel like Christianity and Islam respects um other people cultures. I think is a destructor of other cultures. You dig what I'm saying? Because you're going to give up so much in order to be a Christian or a Muslim. You have to give up so much of your people's culture in order to be a Christian or a Muslim. For me.
Hey, you know what though, brother? Chef, I think it depends on the individual because all my homies is recently from the continent, and African Muslims, maybe the OGs, but a lot of African Muslims, and even me, I'm African American, and I don't try to be nothing else but a African American.
Mhm.
And a lot of my homies, like my boy from Mali, they still practice their customs and tradition. Yes, we try to follow the 5 pillars like we supposed to, but they don't go out their way to be an Arab. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, like I just said the proper way of saying, the word, but it
You
depends
just
on the individual. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like nobody's trying to, like, a lot of the Arabs here. A lot of them try to mimic us in Chicago. You know what I'm saying? Like you can be yourself as long as you respect the 5 pillars of Islam. You know what I'm saying? And I get what you're saying. I think a lot of people that just convert into any religion, they try to overly do.
Mhm.
Make sure the family act like this properly and this and that. I ain't never went for that. You know what I'm saying? I never went for it. Um, I'm always be an African American, even if I went to Mecca. When I go to West Africa, I'm gonna always be what I am. And a lot of my people back home, a lot of the people back here from the continent, the younger generation, they ain't trying to be no Arab. You know what I'm saying? They act like how they act. They still practice the customs of their ethnic clan or ethnic group. They're not trying to be nothing outside of that. But I get what you're saying, though. I think a lot of people that just convert to it, they overly do their part and they try to, like, you know what I'm saying? They become zealots. And I think that they think that, the best way to get in contact with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is to become a zealot. You know what I'm saying? Or to get in
Mhm.
contact with the idea of Jesus, you got to function a certain way. You become very robotic as you engulf into the systems. You get what I'm trying to say? They become very robotic.
Yeah, I definitely um by Islam being so herb focused, right? I don't see what y'all see. I just see it being heavily herb focused. Like it's not, you know what I mean? Outside the Nation of Islam is probably, when you look at them, you can say, okay, these niggas doing their own thing. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, nah, for me, it'd be like, yo, this is very, you dig what I'm saying, intrusive on other people's culture. You dig what I'm saying? And everything. Even down to, even down Christians and Muslims, you change your name, right? You um even Muslims even got you down to what you do during the day, right? It's very predicated on you having to make salat during the day. So even no matter, it's so intrusive. Y'all don't see that?
Yeah, I definitely see, those things. When it comes to that and people ask the questions, I leave that to the scholars of Islam. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't go out my way. I do my part. That's why I don't really get involved with, religion. But I understand what you said, what you're saying. I understand what a lot of people say. It's somebody in the chat, they said that they love Islam more than facts. And I believe Afrocentricity is a disease because it creates nutcases and cultish people who don't really want to deal with facts. Niggas don't even want to learn what basic STRs is. They don't want to understand how PCRs work within PCA. They don't want to understand shit. They want to read about DNA only to find black in it instead of not knowing what the fuck DNA is. But if you ask what a nucleotide is, they can't tell you. Afrocentricity is a fucking disease as well.
Yeah,
I would like to
definitely.
get on that. I think Afrocentricity is just as nutty as the extremists in any religion. Actually, I could say in some cases it's worse. I mean, think about it. Well, for us in the West, but Afrocentricity has did a lot of damage and created zealots as well. How many pedophiles come out of some of these systems? Rapists, con men, liars, cultish mindsets and cultish leaders, child molesters. You know what I'm saying? All types of weird stuff come out of that background. Um, People that believe that they got to be so organic and don't understand proper medicine, and they literally die of cancer thinking if they become vegan, they can just get rid of cancer. Weird shit. Weird shit that people didn't even practice in a lot of these ancient customs because we know, people believe that, it's just weird. So I believe that human beings we naturally create these boxes. We naturally try to create patterns for ourselves to be consistent, to mimic certain patterns. But I get what you're saying, but extremity is extremity. And being a zealot is being a zealot. And I definitely seen the damage that Afrocentricity can do. I seen Afrocentricity create people that want to just study metal netta all goddamn day and can barely speak proper English. You know, a language that doesn't even that's dead. You know, it's good languages out there that benefit you over that. So it's like, it is what it is. So Afrocentricity definitely blocks you from dealing with science. Afrocentricity definitely does not allow you to expand your mind to be acceptable to the differences that exist in life. Them niggas live in a box. You know what I'm saying? And if it ain't melanated or super blue black, it ain't original. That's how they mind work, which is pathetic. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
it's a problem. It's definitely a problem. You want to add on, Cuban?
Nah, because I don't want to.
No,
I
go ahead
don't.
and speak your mind.
Nah,
Listen.
good, good. I mean, if we exchange info and stuff like that, we can talk behind the scenes on that Islamic topic. It's not a favorite
Okay. All right. Cool. You know,
topic. A lot of people. I don't know.
yeah.
I'll just say that I agree with you, but I also disagree.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll push a hard line, right? I'll push a hard line because I've seen a lot. So I'll push a hard line. One of the hardest things that I did was to, you know, um, say I'm done with that. You feel me? Because a lot of my family and friends is Muslim. You dig what I'm saying? So one of the biggest things that I did, and they always knew how I felt. You dig what I'm saying? But I never, fully broke away. I would still show up for everything, right? My uncle and them, like, we doing Eid or whatever, you bad come, I'm going. You feel me? Um,
Mhm.
I would still do everything. Like whenever I was called to do something, I was showing up. You dig what I'm saying? Just because it was so normal for me, right? Um, but when I would go, they always fuss with me because I always had these same type of contentions. You know what I mean? Um, they would stay, after for hours talking to me because I always had these same contentions, right? So when I fully, said I was atheist, they looked at me like I was crazy, but my father seen it coming. Like, bro, I already, you know what I mean? The way that you talk, I already knew it was, you questioned everything. Like, I already knew you ain't believe. You feel me? Like, uh, You're
Hey, Chef, you said that's funny. Hey, you got some good people in your chat. The brother Class of Shabazz is back. I haven't seen this brother in years.
oh yeah, he
That dude,
always come over here and
yeah,
holler at
yeah,
us.
yo, that dude right there is powerful. But I'll say this: he said something important. He say people don't even know who their fathers are, but they talk about Egyptians, and that's another thing. Niggas be living in like these major urban cities, these hotep niggas, and they don't own no farmland. They don't deal with agriculture like the ancient Egyptians did. They don't practice incest like the ancient Egyptians did. It's like so much fucked up shit that the Egyptians did that they believe that they did. They had this fake narrative that they created themselves. Like the ancient Egyptians practiced incest. Ancient Egyptians practiced a custom that was based off of agricultural industry. The Insut or the Pharaoh was the gateway or the powerhouse of the whole place. These niggas don't own no land. They drive cars. They not doing nothing Egyptian like. It's but they got this whole elusive mindset that they're ancient Egyptians. So I definitely agree with him on that. You don't know your dad. You're not in tune with your ancestors. You barely got life insurance, so ain't no telling how the fuck you gonna get buried when you die. So it's like, how you gonna play this Egyptian game in a new world? I think it's weird. I agree with my brother on that one.
That's crazy. Sonic, what's up, bro?
Yo, peace, Shefran, peace, Cuban, and assalamu alaikum to Ngozi. Can you hear me?
Wa alaikum salam, Aki. How you doing?
Alaikum salam, bro. I'm doing good. I only clicked because I want to let Shefran know. On some parts, you might be right because people will gravitate towards what they believe in now. But let's say my ancestors, we've been Muslim, like we're like almost like 99% Muslim. My country is 99% Muslim for a very long time. We still have our language and culture. So that's all I want to share with you, bro. We speak our own language. We not Arabic. Some people might speak Arabic, but we fully speak our own language. We have our own culture.
What do y'all read the Quran in?
Okay. It's like asking me, what language do you read Shakespeare in? It was written in English.
Yeah, but
So why wouldn't I read the Quran in Arabic so I can fully understand the language?
But so you telling me that American English speaking person, right, can understand the Quran in Arabic if he learn how to just read Quranic Arabic, or do he just memorize how to make the sounds? Which one is it?
I think he should. I think if you practice the deen, you should properly learn Arabic and the meaning of what Arabic or what it means, and not just learn the sounds. Like when you say the prayer, the Fatiha or the Dan, you shouldn't just go there for the sounds. You should know the meaning of it, because Arabic is a very poetic, beautiful language, especially Quranic Arabic when you understand it. So I think that if you deal with Islam, I feel what you're saying. It's strange, when you're like, okay, you speak English, but you're trying to mimic Arabic. In a religious sense, you have to learn the meaning of the words in Arabic and understand how it works. If you really want to understand the Quran properly,
See,
the Quran means to recite. So I definitely get what you're saying.
No, but that's what you're proving the point.
Yeah. But it goes back to what my brother Cuban Crisis said. The books came in that language, whether it's
so
Bible,
it is not a universal religion. How can it be a universal religion if the only hold on, Amir, listen. If the only way I could ever properly understand it or fully get it is if I have to know Arabic. That's
yeah, and I get where you're coming from. I mean, according to us, we would like the whole world to become Muslim and to learn and to learn. But that's a tight niche right here. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of tough. I don't want to get too close in, but according to us, Islam is universal because it belongs to everyone if they choose to. But to some people that choose not to believe, Islam will be looked at as not being universal. They don't want to be part and parcel. And it is better to understand the deen in Arabic. But you don't have to be an Arab, but you should understand it when you follow those, follow the 5 pillars, you follow the 5 prayers. You should understand what you're saying. You should understand the time patterns. You should follow Ramadan. You should understand, what you're getting yourself involved with. But you can still be who you are. You can be Russian. You can be Chinese. You can be
You
whoever.
taking it away from them. This is Arab nationalism.
No,
I mean,
Shefflin,
I'm gonna let you handle that. But you know what I'm saying. So
can
That
I
is Arab
go?
nationalism.
Can I just ask something?
Go ahead.
go ahead, Akeem. Go ahead, Akeem.
One thing I'm gonna say is this: certain places in Africa, they are multilingual, trilingual. Why do African Americans have an issue when their first language is English, that other people are trilingual, multilingual, and they're willing to understand the nuances on how to use certain languages where they fit? This is why I asked you about Shakespeare. If I'm from Africa and I speak two languages that are not English, and I
Mhm.
want to read about Romeo and Juliet, I need to learn English. I shouldn't be demanding it to be translated to my language and still comprehend what it fully means.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. What I'm talking about is something that comes from God.
Can I can I say can I?
Hold on. See. The whole
Can I
thing
say
is
something?
it's supposed to come from God. You dig what I'm
Hey,
saying? So we ain't talking about Shakespeare here. We're talking about
right.
something that's supposed to be given to
So
humanity.
Chef, can I just say something because your chat is very interesting. I'm not trying
Mhm.
to move the goalposts, but here's the thing. You know, you got Brother James, Sub-Saharan James, who says Islam is the enemy to Africa, right? But because John Henry Clark said it. Okay, whatever. But Yoruba can be the enemy to Africa. Because how many niggas was taken and kidnapped by Yoruba people and sold?
Facts. Speak on it.
You know what I'm saying? Like I hate when people do that. Like, don't you can't that don't make sense. He without sin can cast the first stone, as the Christians say, according to their version of Prophet Isa, peace be upon him. So my whole thing is like, if you're gonna say that, it's traditional African systems that was enemies to other groups of people that live in the region. Like that, like people need to stop. It's not the religion fault. It's the people that use the religion as a tool to do what they do with it. It's not the religion fault. That's crazy.
Yeah, I know. Man, James, he going go ahead, Cuban.
So I wasn't gonna say nothing, but
Go ahead, go for it.
I love the topic of Islam. I like a lot.
All right.
So some people might call me an Islamic apologist. Okay, if that makes you happy, it's
Okay.
not a problem. Um, there's things that I disagree with Islam. I just want to say that from the beginning.
Mhm.
So it's not a thing of being. It's just for me. It's looking at what the religion teaches. It's like, for example, atheism is a very popular topic. Do you judge atheism based off of an individual or what atheism teaches? And so it goes back to the information. Are you just looking at an individual, personality worship, or uh, concentrating on a person or people, or versus what that thing is? So Islamically, um, the religion doesn't make it haram for a person to indulge in their culture. So there's evidence of it in the Quran. There's evidence in the Hadiths. So there's the verse in the Quran that it says Allah has made man into nations and tribes so they may know amongst each other.
Mhm.
So that's what that's promoting is uniqueness, the uniqueness of humanity. So in the Hadiths, what the sunnah is of the dress, to follow the example of Prophet Muhammad, it's not to wear clothes. First of all, what you see a lot of people wearing today is not what Prophet Muhammad wore. That's number one. Number two, getting into the hadiths, it talks about the clothes being clean, the hour or the private area not being revealed, meaning really not to tuck your shirt in Islamically, have your shirt out. Not to be sloppy. You can't have images of people or images of animals on your clothes. You cannot wear all black. Why? Because there's a hadith that talks about this where it was prohibited from being done so they would not be confused with the Jew, so they would not be emulating the Jew, because the Muslim wants to do opposite of a non-Muslim. So as far as cultures go, if in Black American culture, Cuban culture, pig, pork is a part of the culture of eating the food. So Islamically, you can't eat khanzir. So that would be omitted if that was a part of your culture, as long as it's something that's not going against the religion. So a problem in the Islamic world, and it's been going on since the 80s, really, is the neo-Salafis. So this neo-Salafi, they don't call themselves neo-Salafi, but these individuals who say they're Salafi or the Salafisori, they follow the pious predecessors, talking about the Sahaba. It's not so much, it's not, the issue with that is there is an agenda push with that. There is an agenda to Arabanize with that. There are things that are very rigid. And so this is why it's important to understand, tafsir of hadiths and tafsir of Quran. Like I've heard on channels that we know of where people will take a verse from the Quran to prove that Elijah Muhammad was a messenger or that Noble Ali was a messenger. So they take the famous verse that there will be a messenger sent unto every nation, tribe speaking their own language. So you look at that, and because you don't know Arabic, because you don't follow a particular scholar and have an understanding of tafsir of a particular scholar, the meaning of the verse, and have a broader view of the different interpretations of what that verse or verses in the Quran could mean, or the hadith could mean, to just be well grounded. It's definitely not talking about what they're talking about. So why? Because in the Arabic, that word language that's used is kitab, which means book. So the verse is talking about a messenger will come with a book. So every nation of people, Islamically, they believe every group of people that's ever existed has had a prophet or a messenger. They've had a scripture. So the Quran is like Ngozi said, it means recite, but the Quran tells you it's a confirmation of the previous prophets, messengers, and scriptures prior. And it mentions that which it mentions and that which it doesn't mention. Muslims would adhere to is they just say Allah knows best, but that it does make mention of certain things. So I think that there is like Ngozi said, there's people who take the Shahada, become Muslim, they become very zealous. And they typically, you'll see this in the Salafi community, is where you see this. This is where you're going to see primarily in Black communities, unfortunately. This is where you're going to see most Salafi masjids. And they have a big Latino following, and then they have other ethnic groups that adhere to it as well. But it's very popular in the Black community in this country. And that's where you'll get people who think they're Arab, but the religion doesn't teach that. So where are you getting this from? Why are you doing this? Oh, because my sheikh said so and so. My sheikh did it. So okay, your sheikh, the scholar Sheikh Rabi. This is a guy known for bad character. So he's looked down by. There's some scholars who don't deal with him because of his character. He's too rigid. So there's things. A lot of the scholars. There's a lot of scholars that's locked up. A lot of scholars have been killed, and these are the ones that have spoken out because they see the hypocrisy in Saudi. They see this. There is a political thing there. There is a political thing that they do where they control the khutbah, what can be said on Jummah. Where in this country, every masjid since 9/11 has a Muslim in the masjid that cooperates with the FBI. Every masjid. Newark, New Jersey had an issue. New York had an issue. They were watching the Muslims because, you know, the unfortunate, the fanaticism, the zealousy with some people, but the religion doesn't teach that. But it just, this is, but that's in that realm of that discussion, that's why I would disagree. But I totally agree that there is Arabization by a particular group and particular scholars who push this to students of knowledge who then are, imams of masjids, and they make YouTube videos and they have books written and they do audios, and they do lectures, and people see it, and they're because they're sticking so much to what a Muslim's supposed to adhere to, the Quran and the Sunnah. This is what they're emphasizing. It's the thing of, it's fiqh, it's understanding of what you're saying. Is that correct Islamically? Is that a little too extreme? Like a Muslim can't, a Muslim is not supposed to even commit takfir. to say someone is kafir or mushrik or munafiq. That's for the ulama, that's for the scholars. But there's people who come out of pocket and they do what they do, and there's division, and but it's an unfortunate thing, man. It's a reality. And there's Muslim communities that you take Dar es Salaam in Elizabeth, New Jersey. Um, 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 uh, Imam Jabba Ali, his father was Hashim Ali, brother Hashim. Hashim was the one that buried Malcolm. So that matters. I link with Malcolm. They don't think like those Salafi communities. There's other masters too. Fourth Ave Master, East Orange, New Jersey. The Imam, he's from Burkina Faso. He's a Hafiz. He's very much for the continental Africans here being united. Definitely much for a lot of things that some would be kind of shocked about. But he's not fanatical. He's not fanatical with it. So there's communities that are about that, but there's Muslims who give it a bad name, and then there's people who take Islam and concoct things with it and come up with ideologies that the religion by no way teaches what they're talking about. By no means. Doesn't even. Somebody's like, you'll hear people say we don't believe in a hell. Quran is talks about hell, and it's not in the allegory, it's literal. You have a chapter called the Calamity that's talking about the day of judgment, what happens. The
that's all they do here is run around and tell you you gonna get that hellfire. They're scared the fuck out of you. You know what I mean?
They believe in that. They believe in that. That's they believe that's literal.
They'll tell you in the heartbeat you're gonna get that hellfire.
Chef, I'm gonna have to agree with you, Chef.
Oh, what's going on, Chief?
What's happening to the entire panel? So when you first posed your question, you were talking about how it kind of imposes on our Black American culture when we take on Islam. So I came about my flashpoint was the Nation of Islam. So the Nation of Islam culture as a Black American culture, which really it is started in Black America, is different when they switch over to Orthodox Islam. And you are correct, and I see it here in Los Angeles all the time. They try to be more Arab than the Arab. I understand what you're trying to say. The way they talk, the way they move. They even dye their beards, the red.
That red shit. Oh my God.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if that has any meaning, but I'm just trying to tell you what it is. They dye their beard that reddish color. They even right. They even cut their beard in a fashion as the Arabs do to make it like they're not their own style. You get what I'm saying? So like even if for an example, I hope Street Sufi hear me. Street Sufi does it when he says Arab. He says Arab.
Arab.
So he's trying to he takes on that accent in the way they say it. And so we just say Arab. Right? So like in the Nation of Islam, they still maintain their Black American culture for say, Farrakhan, Khalid Muhammad. We was all into rapping. They was on records. You know what I mean? So Nation of Islam still with the rap game and Black American culture, but when you switch over to Orthodox Islam, it's a different vibe and it's a different attitude because I think it does impose on the culture. So like even sometimes when I used to go to the masjid after I left the mosque, they would even it was like it wasn't said, but it was like low key, well, you ain't really down and about it because you can't quote this whole prayer in Arabic, as if you was a little less than because you wasn't, you know what I mean. So I understand what you're saying, though. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, it would be the same as I guess, if you converting to Catholicism or whatever, or you dig what I'm saying? I think that will lay heavy on your culture that you have because the religion has so many cultural defining elements in it that you would have to give up certain things of your culture. Like I don't know how people don't see it but
Shafin, can I say something for?
Go ahead.
Okay. For street Sufi, when he pronounces the word Arab, my and people have a complaint about it. I've seen it in chat. My thing is this: the way he pronounces Arab doesn't always mean that he's trying to be an Arab.
Did I miss something?
Yeah, somebody said the way you pronounce Arab is saying that you're trying to be an Arab. I'm gonna say this: I speak my
That
language,
person's stupid.
so I speak my language fully,
Mhm.
and when I say Arab, so sure, Arabic is Arabic, but the word Arab can have multiple meanings. In my language, the word Arab means tongue, and when I pronounce it, it's Arab. So therefore, as an African man with an Cushitic language, that he still has his language, and I hear Ngozi speak it, he's being multicultural and trying to make sure that he pronounces things correctly. So therefore, it shouldn't be a European pronunciation all the time. And to say you have to pronounce it European wise and then try to insult him kind of shows your level of intellect, to
I
be
mean,
honest.
whoever that person is ignorant and stupid. They could barely
Street Sufi. This
they
is
can barely
Chief
speak
X.
English.
This is Chief X. It was me.
What? Oh, well, what up? Hold up, bro.
And
What up? What up?
he related to you wrong. But I don't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, so I don't want
Repeat
to
what
get
you
in.
said.
Hold on. I don't want to get into it tonight. I just come in peace. Let's just move.
Repeat what
Let's
you
move on.
said. No, repeat what you
I would
said.
like to move on. I'm asking. Let's move on in peace.
No, repeat what you said in
As soon as I
peace.
came on, you're coming from me.
So
I'm not
We're
coming
having
for you,
Oh,
Chief X.
we're having a great discussion tonight. We're having a
it's
great
all
discussion.
good.
Right. We're
It's
having a
all
great
good.
discussion.
But yeah. Go ahead, Chef.
So the way, the way I see it is, when when people took on these religions, right? For some reason, we think just because we had it for a long time, or we had it for a short time, um, like yes, there would be differences. Like African Americans still speak English, Asonic. You dig what I'm saying? And when they become Muslim, they still have to take on. When you take on, it's crazy to say that when you I don't know. I don't know how y'all don't see it. When you take on Islam, you definitely take on
I mean,
Arab
I think
culture
like
with
it.
it. Like y'all saying that's not what happens. Like, how am I so
No,
lost?
I
no,
still
no,
have
no.
my language and culture. That's all I'm trying to point out. Cuban Crisis, you did an amazing job tonight. Chef, and all I'm trying to say is this.
No,
As
I'm
a
not
country,
saying you don't
yeah,
have your I'm saying you. So you're saying Islam don't come with Arab features already built into it? Like,
There's
it's a,
certain. I mean, to say there's certain things because those things would be following the sunnah. So there's certain things like you taking your right shoe off or taking your shoe off and your right foot
mm-hmm,
in the house first, and then
mm-hmm.
your left foot out the door when you leave, or there's certain things. There's certain to say
Look.
there's not,
What Chef
but
is saying is 100%. Look. I agree. Islam teaches us that Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is the best example of manhood. So we strive, especially men in character, to venerate that example.
Right.
Um, and Arabic is it's taught in Arabic. You should learn Arabic. If you trying to be a imam or a sheikh, you definitely should learn Arabic properly and understand the grammar and understand the language and understand the meaning of what's being said if you want to get a full understanding. Now I do agree. One thing that I admire about the Somali is that they do have their culture and their identity. They don't speak Arabic. Their language is Somali, which is Cushitic. But they also, because they are in close proxy with the people, they also understand, that portion or that partly. But Somalis usually have their own identity. Like if you really study like a lot of African ethnic groups, they have their own identity while practicing other customs. Now you do have extremists. Don't get it twisted. But when the truth is, when you get extreme in the system, you do have to learn Arabic properly if you really want to have the full understanding of Islam. I mean, that's just what it is. The message came in Arabic. When Jibril gave Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, the Quran, which means to recite, he had it came in that language, so you have to learn it properly. I couldn't speak Pula and say, Geno Bokono Seke, you can say certain things that's venerated in Pula or in your own language when it's already set from the dialect that's been, protected from the prophet. I mean, but from Jebedel when they gave the Quran to him, regardless if people believe it or not. So I definitely agree with you, Chef. It creates that mindset when you're part of that world, and that's just a reality. Um, I like to pronunciate it properly because, like the brother was saying, Arab or Arab has another meaning of the proper term, Arab. So, you know, and to you, brother Chiefs, I thought that was one of the Afrocentrics doing that,
No, no.
saying
Like
that.
brother Reggie say Islam.
Oh, he hate when
Well,
Ngozi talk. He go
right, but just
crazy.
No,
just
it's
so
actually it
just so
is
the
actually
audience, real quick, Cuban, just so the audience knows, me and Street Soupy and Gozy are friends. We just
Absolutely.
we just got off the
Absolutely.
phone earlier, game planning. Me and
Yes.
Gozy talking on the phone. I was joking with Gozy, but he wasn't on. I guess he didn't
Yeah.
hear it.
No,
Just
yeah, yeah,
clarity.
That's my boy, bro. I thought that was one of the the centrics, because a lot of
Yeah,
them are very
you was I
anti-Islamic.
guess you was on mute or whatever. You didn't hear my
Yeah.
joke. I
No,
was
I just
messing
came
with
on. But no, Reggie hit me with that too, and I like Reggie. Reggie will say that ain't goes, and you saying it's Arab, it's not Arab. It say Arab. You know what I'm
Hey
saying?
y'all, hold
It's
on,
funny.
hold on, hold on. Dr. Bono just hit
Oh
the panel.
shit. Oh
What is
shit, Doc.
going on?
I
Oh my
know what in
God.
the
Let me
world is coming to us. He's been drinking tonight.
Oh, he on here?
Yeah, he just clicked the link. Let me see if it connected.
Oh shit, they got a Coptic brother. Go ahead,
Oh
brother
my
Dr. Bernard.
God. Okay. Hey,
Lord
Dr.
have
Bono.
Hello,
mercy.
everyone.
Jesus is real.
What's up, brother?
Hello.
Hey,
What's
we
up?
can hear you. We
This
can
is
hear
new
you.
to me. I'm sorry. How's everyone going?
All right,
Good,
we can
good.
hear
What's
you.
up?
All right. I just want to tell Mr. Mohammed from Somalia something, because he thinks I'm not real.
Tell him.
What was the last question you asked me? Because I can't see on this. This is new to me.
oh.
Sorry.
I saw it.
Is he still there?
Well,
His name is
what
Mohammed.
question would have I asked you?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead, doctor.
No. What was your question?
You
He's
came on
asking
here.
what was
You
your
tell
question?
me.
Okay. I wish I could see. Wait, let me see. Maybe I can go to the
Chat. Go to the
You know,
chat.
this is all new to me. Sorry, I'm 60 years old and I've never used this.
Okay, do this. You gotta turn your YouTube off.
Turn YouTube off?
Or down, all the way down or off.
Okay, let me go to YouTube. So then what do I do? Done?
Just,
Okay,
just click off your YouTube.
oh, okay, there I see it.
Not the
All
Zoom
right,
meeting.
cool. All right. Okay. All right, I just want to let him know that the word Arab is from the original words al-Ghurab, which means the Westerners. The Westerners refer to the people from west of Mesopotamia,
Yes.
which came to live in their lands, Assyria,
Yes.
the lands of
Yes.
Assyria at the time. So al-Ghurab, you get the word Arabs from al-Ghurab.
Okay, doctor.
And yes, I'm Coptic Egyptian, yes.
Okay, doctor. Why did you come on to say that? Because I also try to show that the word Arab has a different meaning in different languages. It means the
It
tongue.
does. It's okay. The original meaning is from Aramaic, which is older than Arabic.
Okay. So then
Okay.
what does it mean, tongue? Literally tongue, the word tongue.
No, it doesn't. It means the Western. Ghurab is the West, because in Assyria is east, east of where the settlers that came to live in their lands.
Okay, since you're teaching, let me ask you one more thing then. What does the word Ka means, K-A?
Ka is ancient Egyptian or Coptic. It means either the energy, or it's the same thing. Energy or the life force.
Soul.
Of the soul. Yes, life force.
Okay.
That's where the word Copt is the life force of Ptah.
Okay. Then
Hold
want
on,
you to...
I didn't know that. What the hell? Did you know that, Ngozi?
I have a few
because
questions for
Go
Banu.
ahead.
I have a
Yeah,
few
no,
yeah,
no.
questions for him.
It's hard
yeah,
to type all
yeah.
this stuff up.
Egypt was not Het Kapata is where you get the term the
Ukapta,
transliteration of
exactly.
Egypt. That's true. Yes, that's
Exactly.
absolutely
Brother, I
true.
know
Yes,
that, but I didn't know that was connected to cop. That the
yes,
word
Yes, that's
Coptic
how the
comes
word
out of it.
cop comes from. From
yes.
Oh
the part
shucks.
from the
Okay.
part of the enclosure of the spirit of Ptah. So instead
Yeah.
of they just dropped off the part with the enclosure, which also means the temple. So they just left spirit of Ptah.
Yep.
Mm.
So you get
Let
Yep.
me know
cop.
when I can speak.
Wow. Go
Yes.
ahead. I
So
saw it.
okay, go ahead, Isan.
Okay. Languages are diverse. So what I'm going to say is this. When it comes to feminine, in my language, we use T. When it comes to masculine, we use ka. So then when you assume that your language is superior, instead of understanding that there is a connection at times and that it came from the same root at times, and they can have a different meaning today, and you become subjective and not understand this objective meaning, I start to wonder what kind of doctor comes in just to push one narrative. I'm going to say this. When I say the word ninka, it means the man. When I say nakti, it means the woman. So then when you come in to explain to me that that doesn't mean what it means, I start to scratch my head knowing that, hey, Afro-Asiatic at one point came from a common place. You come into chat and you want to argue with me. And I'm going to say this. It came from East Africa. It did not come from the freaking Levant. So do you want to go on?
Yes, of course. It actually came from the Levant,
It came
and
from the
I've posted
source.
on several lives my reference from where I got that from. So you can have your opinion. I have my
This is not
facts
a, this is not
also.
subjective.
So
It's not subjective.
it's
What's
okay to
consensus? What's consensus, doctor? You are biased towards the Levant. What I try to do is be objective. You are very biased towards the Levant. You have an issue with the word Africa, Egypt being in
yes,
Africa, and say that Egypt came
yes,
before Africa. So therefore, Egypt was
yes.
not in Africa. Not understanding the continent of Africa is a land region that even the name is, even though it's recent, the land has never moved or changed. You come in with some of that, what do you call it?
Can we ask Dr. Banu a question and keep it
Sure, of
peaceful?
course.
Yo, Chief
Okay.
X, this is
Sure.
your viewer. So if you want to go ahead and
That's fine.
argue
I just
for
want to
him,
ask
go
no, no,
ahead,
no. I
enjoy.
want to ask
If you
him
want to
other
back up your
questions.
own viewer, you enjoy it. Chef P.
I want to I
I,
just want to ask him another question.
of course,
And it's okay. Okay. So Dr. Banu, I have to ask you one question, then Chef Ron can
of
continue
course,
the show. I want to
of
know,
course.
I always wanted to ask you,
Yes.
do you enjoy our Black Americans conversations when we live stream, and what makes you interested every night and on the different platforms? So
Okay.
what makes you interested, and do you enjoy it? And how did you come about listening and whatever, just engaging with us overall?
Okay. Sure. Fair question. Several years ago, I had a link. A Moroccan. I was on another chat, not a chat, but on a subject regarding Moroccans are not, from sub-Saharan Africa, and I was telling him the same thing. Yes, Copts are not from from sub-Saharan Africa as well. And he said, "Hey, check out Chief X's channel." And then I started your channel, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, maybe.
Really?
And you're totally 100% correct about what you are talking about. And I've experienced anti-Coptic, anti-Egyptian crap from African American hoteps since 1983, when I was a freshman at the University of Southern California, when I wrote a rebuttal to an editorial by someone in that year. It was actually February, which was Black History Month, claiming that King Tut was black, and I wrote that you need please give credit where credit is due. Egyptians are not black. King Tut was not black.
So what do you consider black? And what kind of doctor are you?
I'm a pharmacist.
Okay. All right. So what do you consider black?
I consider black anyone from from sub-Saharan Africa. So south of the Sahara. So Ethiopia, Mali, and further down, etc. From one end of Africa to the other. And their culture are different. Their culture has been different from ours. We pride ourselves in not being a tribal culture for 5,000 years. We have not, that's why we formed a nation, because we were not tribalistic. We didn't have tribalism. We didn't attack each other, and we didn't have a nomadic lifestyle.
So North Africans don't have no nomadic lifestyle?
The Egyptians.
Oh, the Egyptian. Okay.
The Berbers, yes.
Oh, okay.
The Egyptians, the Copts. So the Berbers, yes, they have tribalism, etc. And nothing against them. It's just that we are unique. I like to always point that out, that we are so unique. We're very proud of our heritage. And I'm sorry for saying that, but that's what we're very proud of it. And we've been discriminated against for over 2,000 years, since the Byzantines. The Romans and the Byzantines, of course, they attacked Christians, and then Islam came in, and we've been under suppression by Islam since, what was it, 700 AD or so?
Okay. So you said you wrote an editorial arguing that King Tut wasn't black. Who was saying he was black?
It was a Pride History Month submission to the Daily Trojan at the University of Southern California.
Mm-hmm.
Black history is great, of course, but they were falsely claiming that my people, that I'm not the Egyptian, that the black sub-Saharans are the original Egyptians. And we resent that, because we've been under suppression for 2,000 years. We've been discriminated. And now in the modern United States, we have people calling us also putting us down. Like we're mixed, we're mutts, we're whatever, all the BS that comes up.
Y'all invaders. They say y'all invaders.
Exactly. Invaders, Arabs, Turks, Greeks. What else? What was before the Greeks? The
Syrians,
the Asiatics.
Yeah.
We're all that.
The Persians.
Yeah, we're all mixed with that.
You're Christian,
exactly.
Banu, right?
Persians, all that.
You're Christian,
yes,
right?
I am. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
so that explains the Muslim persecution angle.
Very much so. Yes. My grandfather, from what my mom tells me, and I don't believe she's telling me a lie, told me a lie. My grandfather was wealthy. Her dad was very wealthy, and he bought land in Upper Egypt, which is the Saida.
Yeah, the Saidi.
And he was Christian, of course. So he bought land there, and then within a few days of buying the land, the farmland there, he was shot at, and they called it a hunting accident. He was shot. He was slightly injured, according to my mom. He was slightly injured by a gunshot. And then he died within a couple of days. And within a few days of his death, his land was turned over to the Muslims in the area.
Hey, listen, man, you speak good English. We can perfect. So, would you ever consider having a conversation with African American who believes that the ancient Egyptians was black? Would you engage in that conversation for one of our panels?
But I'm very emotional about that.
No, listen, they just as emotional as you. Trust
so
me.
You said you're 60?
I am 60. I turned 60 December 26th. Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Chef.
Oh yeah. So listen. We could actually even work out something where you could be compensated for it if you're up for it.
Oh, it's okay. I'm blessed. I'm sort of retired.
Okay.
I've been dying for you to come on one day.
Yeah. I've been shy because people think I'm racist, of course. And
you sound racist as shit in the chat.
Yeah, I know that. Yes. I just want to clear the view. I'm just very passionate about my history and my culture. I'm very passionate.
Hey, Doctor, could you let them know that when they heard you in the comment section, that you didn't mean anything racist? Could you explain what you meant that day so the audience can hear it? Because they don't understand.
I just want to point out that Egyptians, we as a point of cultural pride, the way we've been raised is that we have never been a tribal culture. We never had tribes, as far as we can remember. And everyone around us, the Hebrews, the Berbers, the Black Sub-Saharan Africans, they're all a tribal culture, and we're unique. That's why we became a united nation, because we didn't have fighting between us. We didn't have a tribe against a tribe, etc. Before there was Egypt, there was Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt, and they were still kingdoms. They weren't tribes. So as far as our recorded history, we've never had tribes, and this is a point of pride for us. We're just unique. That's all I can say.
Chef, I never thought about that deep, but I'm like, trying to figure out something wrong he's saying, but I
I
really
don't
can't.
believe it. I don't believe it.
Street Sufi, what do you got to say about
I
that?
don't believe it.
About which one? About tribalism?
What he just said about they didn't have tribes.
Oh,
Since,
in the inception of Egypt, there were different clans and people there. Because when you start studying like the Helfing culture, and you start studying like the what they call it, the Kubanyan groups that was up there, you start to see you find a first major issue in war. They call it the first race war in Jebel Sahaba. You find flint tools
Right.
next to the fossils in Km.T around 15,000 years ago. And amongst the
Okay.
Nakata people,
All right.
let me just say
I'm
this.
talking about recorded history.
Yeah.
Of
I
course,
get what you're
everyone's been tribe, but our recorded history goes back 5,000 years.
Yes. So that's what I want to get to. So that's what I'm trying to get to. So when you deal with the Nakata period, the Nakata had an issue before the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt, or Tawi, as you guys called it.
Right. The two lands.
Yeah. Before the unification of Tawi, and Narmer unified it. In the Nakata period, in the second half, you had an influx of Mesolithic Iranians come in the area.
Right. Yes.
And
I'm familiar with that.
There's a battle palette and there's the Narmer palette, which shows these funny Mesopotamian symbols. So when Narmer unified Upper and Lower Egypt, or Tawi, the two lands, there was war going on. But when he unified it, they were one nation, one group, one land, and Egypt stood on that from Upper Egypt to Lower. So that's why, and you're right about the unification, because the world revolved around the Insut, or the Pharaoh, meaning like he controlled the two lands.
It's called Per-Ah.
Yeah, the Parah, which means Pharaoh.
Per-Ah, it's sort of like saying the White House.
Yeah.
It's in Egyptian,
the House of Ra.
The great house
of Ra, right?
Which is so as just like the White House means the leader of the United States, the Great House means the leader of Egypt.
Yeah. So when you have the Per-Ah, and then some people that study the glyphs, that they in suit or to Per-Ah, as you say, he was the right. Everything revolved around him, and if the Pharaoh didn't do anything right, the world ends to the citizens there. So that's how you know that what he's saying, in a sense of the unification, is very much real. That's very important.
Yes. Thank you. You're right. You're correct. Yes.
Say Dr. how you pronounce your name?
Banub.
What
Banub,
that means,
it's Coptic. It means hold on, let me gather my thoughts. It means belonging to Anubis.
Wow.
Which means, if you know what Anubis was, the god of embalming.
My dog named Anubis.
That means my family. My family was in the embalming business.
Wow.
Which was very lucrative in ancient Egypt, because we did not just embalm humans, we embalmed everything.
So my question to you is, go ahead, Keith. Go ahead, Chief.
I got one quick question. Dr. Badoub, is anybody in the Coptic church, or even in the Egyptian Muslim world, do anyone call themselves a priest? Or no, they don't use that term?
Yes, we have the Coptic, the leader of the church is a priest. Yes.
Oh, he's considered a priest? Okay.
Islam is different. They have, I don't know what they call mullahs or imams, sorry.
Hold on.
They're different.
So your name is, it means what again?
Banub means belonging, the ba part, and Anub is
Anubis.
Anubis.
Belonging
Right,
to
right.
Anubis. Okay.
Belonging to Anubis, which means embalmers.
Okay. So you a Christian, sir?
I am, yes, yes.
Okay. My first question to you is how you feel your ancestors in ancient time would feel that you were adopting this system called Christianity.
Christianity was easy for us because we already believed in the duat, life after death. So it was nothing new to us when Christianity came and, spread in Egypt that there's life after death. It was very easy for us.
Christian believe in life after death?
Yes.
The concept, he's saying the concept.
The concept,
the
yes.
concept
You're
of
right.
life after
Yes.
death.
Yeah.
Yes, we always have. We always believed in life.
The upper room.
Say that again, Chief.
The upper room, heaven and hell.
Heaven
you
and
die,
hell.
the rapture come, you move on to
Yeah, but I thought the Egypt. Hold on, time out. I thought the Egyptian heaven and was below. It wasn't up. It wasn't about the celestial shit.
It was just an afterlife. I don't know what you mean by above or below, but there was.
No, I mean to go see a SAR, or
yes,
yeah, you had to go underground, right?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. What do you mean? What
You don't
underground?
understand?
I think you may be associating some Egyptian mythology with just
okay.
talking about basic understanding.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the Egyptian mythology is different than what?
Well, it is different from Christian belief.
So yeah.
I'm
So
not
why don't you adopt? Why don't you go back to that mythology? Why you messing with this new?
Oh, you want to know why? Because we progress.
You progress?
We don't regress. We progress.
Oh,
we
so you
progress.
forgot
That's
the
why
old shit.
we went into yes. We believe Christianity.
You forgot the old shit.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm glad an Egyptian can say that to the audience, because people try to pick up dead books and dead languages, but that makes sense.
No.
But you know what? Saint Mark.
We always progress.
Progression.
Saint
Mark. You forgot the old shit that built the pyramid.
Yeah,
now you got this new
no,
shit.
we didn't forget anything. We didn't forget about the old shit that built the pyramids.
Jay, we're trying to learn something tonight, Jay. You got to calm down, Jay. We're trying to learn something tonight.
I'm cheap. I'm calm.
Of many
okay, I don't want you to argue and run him off.
But you know what?
Okay, come on, man.
Yes, sir.
People don't study Egypt, right? But when Saint Mark brought Christianity to Egypt, the Egyptians wasn't Saint Mark. When Saint Mark,
the apostle.
Yeah. Mark the apostle. When he brought Christianity to Egypt, the Egyptians were not forced into Christianity. They abandoned it because they already seen some similarity. They just let it go, and they liked the new idea of Christ in the sense of his teachings. They was acceptable to it because it had a concept of heaven and hell. They had a Trinitarian like structure to it, so it was easy for them to relate to what Mark was going compared to the old customs.
So Street Sophie, aka so you saying that the Egyptian believe in a hell system? That's what you saying?
Well, the concept of afterlife or punishment. It doesn't have to be. It don't have to be specifically hell.
Yeah.
We're just talking about basic concepts, not specifics.
No, you know what, Chief X, what's going on is I'm not talking about you, brother, but the community has a cultic mindset to try to say that the Egyptians, but no, they didn't have a hell in that sense. They had an afterlife, a hereafter.
Right.
Like you walk through the hall of Ma'at or the hall of death, and Anpu or Anubis guide you to Ma'at. He judge your heart on scales, and if you make it to the gate, you can see Wasir or Osar.
Yeah.
That idea of
Egypt,
and we got the gospel song "Stairway to Heaven."
Right.
Okay, I got you.
Ancient Egyptians believed heaven was Egypt.
Correct.
Okay,
so when you die, you go into
doctor. So doctor, let me ask you. So let me ask you.
You can just call me.
Now,
you can just let me tell you. My first name is Nader. Nader. So if you'd like, you can call me Nader. Yeah. Okay. Because it's an Arabic name, it means unique. But I don't use it.
Hold on, time out. You said Nader me. It's an
Nader. Nader. Yeah, it's an Arabic word. It's just
Nader.
It's a generic name. A lot of people in the Middle East have that name Nader.
So you were
Nader.
Coptic.
Say Nader.
Hold on. So you were Coptic, Mr.
Yes.
Nader, right?
Yes,
So
you just call me Nader.
the Coptic deity or Christ is who? Is Jesus?
Of course, yes.
So
Right.
where is this Jesus from?
Jesus
And
from
you're in a
Levant.
Coptic.
Of course.
Okay, so this Jesus is
Yes,
in the
we believe
Levant.
Jesus is from
Okay,
Jewish,
okay.
originally
So
Jewish.
he's
Yes.
so God damn. So your deity, your God, your savior is outside
Mm-hmm.
of Egypt, right?
So,
It's God
uh,
Yeah,
damn.
but
what's the?
also in the Bible, Isaiah
That's
Chef,
messed up.
19:25, it says,
speak,
I'm
Chef.
done.
"Blessed be Egypt,
Speak, Chef.
blessed be Egypt, my people."
Like,
If you look up Isaiah 19:25,
go ahead.
blessed be
What you
Egypt, my
confused, Chef?
people.
Chef, what you confused about? You about to jump on me? Go ahead. Come
Yeah,
on.
I'm kind of like, if so you saying because he Egyptian, he can't be a Christian? I'm lost.
No,
Yeah, I
I'm
know,
No,
right?
saying
no. What I'm saying is how you saying it like with a smirk, like it's
Right.
so.
it's confusing to
How
me.
No,
is that?
you don't
Oh
have to.
my
You're
god,
trying to
yo.
debate the man about what his
I'm
belief
not
is.
debating. How come
But
when if I don't
But
agree with something, yes, I'm debating. I'm just
That's
but
trying to
that's
that's
like
figure out.
saying
It's
that's
kind of
hold
confusing
hey,
on.
to
just
me.
So
just let's tell
hold
the
on.
elders.
So
Let's listen to the
so
elders.
Okay, yes,
Just
sir.
trust me.
so hold
Chef,
on.
You've been a little too aggressive with him for no reason.
Hold on.
I apologize if I am. I apologize.
No,
I'm not
this is
trying to be,
what.
doctor.
But why is
I
this?
really ain't.
Hold
I
on,
really ain't.
Ag
Yes,
Lacan.
sir. Yes,
Why
sir.
is that confusing to you? Like it.
Cause the reason why it's confusing to me, right? Cause the
I ain't never kicked
because
nobody off my
culture
panel.
have hold on because culture have right to be to have a culture you got to have those elements like religion and all that stuff, right? So the founder of
Oh my
these
god.
belief
You got to do it,
system.
chef. You got to do it. We can't ruin this good show.
What you saying, Chief?
What is you saying? Like the man is
No,
an Egyptian born
I
in
never said he
in the
was not.
1900s. Who in Egypt still practice? What? Like the religion
Uh,
It's dead.
is dead. What are you saying? Like
I know, but
right.
I have no. I have no. Listen,
You have to
I
worry
have
about
no
it.
issue with it.
You're not gonna get an understanding tonight. Just trust me. You're not gonna totally understand. So just
No,
let's
I
keep
do
moving.
no.
understand,
So
Chief.
so just because he
Don't
Egyptian,
patronize me, Chief.
so
I'm
so
just saying I'm trying to get
You're
you
telling us you don't
can't be.
understand. That's
You
why I'm
can't be.
agreeing
You
no,
with
I'm
you.
not telling.
this is
Yeah, I'm
not hard
showing
to
you I don't
understand.
how chef. So you can understand that?
Bro,
If you
everybody in the
can't, just let
world
us move
hold
on.
on,
We
Chief
get
X.
it.
Hold on, Chief
Okay, I'm
X.
sorry.
Hold on.
Cuban crisis.
Hold
What's
on.
up, fam?
Hold
How
on.
you doing?
G Lacan. Everybody in the world practice
Uh,
Christianity and Islam.
yes, that's true.
Right?
I
So
agree.
if the Chinese can be Christian, why
We
is
should
you
not.
having an
We should
issue?
not.
What?
They are some.
Listen,
So right, we're right
Go
next
go
door to
show me.
Israel. We've always
Hey,
been there.
chef,
nah, yo, you
show
We're part
fucking
and
up. You
parcel of
doing
the
this on
Bible.
purpose, yo. Like they don't
The
need.
who?
Egyptians are part
Hey,
and parcel
G-Con,
of the
I'm a
Bible.
G-Con, what do you practice if you don't mind me asking?
chef.
Are
I'm
you
gonna just say
No,
now.
I don't have
You gotta cut it now, chef.
Gozy, I don't have a belief system or anything like that. No, I don't practice none of that stuff. My father and mother are were are Christians though. They
okay?
are Christian. Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
So
Yep.
how did
Okay.
they become?
So
Is
we
they
share
black?
something in
Is they
common.
black?
No, remember G Lacon, I'm from Liberia.
So y'all Liberian Christians, but this man can't
No,
be an
no, no. Hold on.
Egyptian Christian. Man,
Yeah,
I'm
because we have
done.
to follow polytheism, right?
Man, you gotta follow what again, sir?
His people change just like
Polytheism,
our
many
people
gods.
change. It's no
Uh,
difference.
say that again, Chief.
His
We
people
don't.
change just like our people
We're
change. We change too.
right.
Okay, I mean,
Okay, so it
We
yeah, I'm
depends.
just
progress.
but I'm just saying.
It's
I
no
hear you,
difference.
man.
I'm
I'm
just
not.
giving.
Hey,
Right.
Yeah,
G-Lacan,
go.
you're Mandinka, right? What clan
Yeah,
are you?
yeah.
What?
I
So,
got crew blood in me, and I got my dingo blood in
so
me.
do your family venerate Mangala?
My father, mother, on that side, because they from Mali. and
So
stuff like that.
what do you feel about your? I'm just asking. I'm not. Wallahi, I'm not being disrespectful to my family.
Yes,
To your
yes,
mother,
sir.
your mother. But I'm
Yeah,
asking
yeah.
you. I'm asking you. What do you feel about your mother and father abandoning their traditional systems like venerating Mangala Ma and going into Jesus? What do you feel about that?
Yeah, you know what you just said.
Hmm.
I don't have any problem with it, but I just see it.
But you got a
You
problem
got
with the Egyptian being the man. Go ahead,
nah,
Jeff.
I don't.
You
I'm
a
just
nut
saying.
ass. You a
I,
nut.
nah,
They humans just like you. We all humans here. It's like
nah.
I think
But
you're
what
still
you
human.
saying?
I agree with
Hey,
that.
Street Sophie, and you know, and Gozy, what you saying? You make sense. I'm not saying none of your brothers are not making sense. I'm just saying, you know, that let me pause before I say something that people be offended. I'm not here to offend anybody.
You
okay,
offended
can we
me
And if I
already.
No,
did, I
you
apologize.
don't.
can
Let
we
me
move
say,
it? Can
if
we
I
move it?
did,
Just let us
I
move
You
on.
don't
apologize.
appreciate.
Dr.
We
You don't
didn't
Ben,
dumb.
offend us.
I apologize. Don't hit me. I'm
We don't
No,
just
want
no,
to
you
saying,
dumb.
don't
We
need
don't
to
want to.
apologize.
We
yeah, I
don't
You
want to
don't
dumb
need
the
to
apologize.
show down.
apologize.
We
Yeah, I
don't want to dumb
apologize.
this. We don't want to dumb the show down.
Hi, on. Oh,
Let's talk
No,
to
no,
Dr.
but Chief,
Benusmo.
quit
No, hold
chewing
on,
that
Julie. We
damn shit.
got you.
Don't say dumb it
Julie.
down, man.
No. I don't want it to get out of hand. Let's slow
I,
down, G-Lo. I just want to get back to asking Dr. Benusman questions. I want to move on. We're
go
of
ahead.
course.
okay. Okay.
Go ahead.
I forgot my dang question, but it
See,
was a
you messed up.
no,
You
So
no.
let
sound
me
like me.
It was a, no,
You're
G-Lo.
not
You just been
60
talking
yet.
to him.
You're
Let
not
us
60
talk.
yet, X. You don't need to forget like I do.
Man, I'm 54. I'll be forgetting everything. All right? I'm gonna forget about this stream in an
You
hour.
don't need to have senior moments. I'm the one supposed to.
So
It was a
Dr. Ben, since
Yes.
Chief Ass can't think right now. So um why are the Nubian
Mm,
southern, the
yes.
southern part,
Right.
why are they calling themselves Nubian?
It's just a cultural name. They're very proud of being Nubian, which I don't blame them. They have their own language, their own culture, and at one time they used to all be Christian, just like the Copts. They all they abandoned Christianity and became
So
Muslim.
so
They're
what are
one
they
hundred
now?
percent Muslim.
Oh, they're Muslim now? Okay.
They're all 100%
Okay.
Muslim. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
So the Nubians was Coptic too?
look.
Well, yeah, they follow the religion, but technically, Coptic is an ethnicity.
It's just
Because we have our own language
look,
and
G,
but they were under our yes they were what's the word I can't think of it right now,
look,
but they were welcomed in our church.
here's a good
Okay.
analogy. G-Line is fine with the Nubians being Christian and Muslim, but just not the Egyptians.
See, you throwing shots at me. I
No,
never
no,
say
no.
that. I ask
It
a
was just a joke.
question.
Just a joke, man.
Nah, but what you doing?
The Nubians were
So
Christians
so
before
so
they were
doctor,
Muslims.
so
Yes, yes, of
now
course.
you study ancient do
Yes.
you study ancient language like the metanatter or can you read it?
No, I wish I
You don't
did.
read it?
You know,
Okay.
Metanetter comes from Coptic anyway.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Right.
I remember my
There would be
question.
no Metanetter if there weren't any Copts.
I know my question now.
Go
I got
ahead.
my.
Okay,
You
sure.
said your earlier you said your grandfather bought land in Upper Egypt
Yes,
around the Sahidi people, right?
correct.
Do you consider yourself of Sahidi stock or
I'm
no?
at well, I don't think he was from there.
No, I'm
We're
talking yourself. Do you consider
as far
yourself?
as I know, we're from Alexandria, Egypt, so Lower
Okay,
Egypt.
okay. So you're
But
okay.
because he was
Got
an
you. So
outsider, yeah. Go ahead.
okay, so what is the relationship? Do do Sahidis have any bad relationships with Northern Egyptians?
No, they're Egyptian. No. It was a religious issue, not a regional. Uh, well, it could have been both. Come to think about it, maybe.
So so
Let me all right.
But
up.
we don't consider societies different from Lower Egyptians. No, not at all.
So
They're
are
just
the
we're all
Nubian
Egyptian.
so okay, so you consider the Nubian as Egyptian also, right?
No.
No.
So you consider them different than
A
you
Nubian's
guys.
Yes.
a Nubian's a Nubian and an Egyptian is an Egyptian.
Hold on. Let me
Right.
talk to him, Keith.
Go ahead.
So okay. cause I had a friend
Mhm.
who agree with what you just said, because they said when they asked the Nubians down the southern part, they said
Mhm.
nah we're not Egyptian, we
Right.
Nubian.
They're very proud people, and
Yeah, they're proud to
rightfully
be
so.
Nubians.
Yeah, they're
You know what
rightfully
I'm
so
saying?
to be proud to be Nubians, of course.
But
They've got
who
their
you think
culture.
who
Mm.
okay, so who you think built those pyramids? Was it the Nubians or was it you
Not at all.
guys?
No. Egyptians.
So Egyptian built it.
Nubians.
So
Egyptians Egyptianized the Nubians. Nubians
so
didn't have a written language. They didn't have. They weren't.
how do you
They
know
weren't
that?
a
How you know
regional
that?
power. This is
How do
history. You could. It's known history.
Pick up
You
an
can look it up.
encyclopedia,
Unless
Gilacan.
you look up Afrocentric. The
Yeah,
Afrocentric.
hey, he's telling the
Oh,
truth
you're
though.
not
They're
The
gonna tell
new
you what you want to
Jay
believe.
Lacan, everybody wants to ask him a question. I mean, I was
yeah,
trying to go around.
we
I
all
finished my
flowing.
question.
He
I
answered
just
Right.
my
want
question. We
to,
flowing right now.
okay.
Relax, Chief.
Okay.
It's okay.
Sure, of course.
Yeah, you relax.
Chevron, you had something you wanted to ask him, didn't you?
Nah, y'all go ahead
Oh, okay.
and beat him up.
Yeah, we're gonna
Yeah,
beat
beat me
Doctor
up.
right
I'm
now.
ready for it. Give me a right and
So
a left.
so go ahead, Chief. You got something to say?
No,
No,
go ahead.
Isonic has something.
Go ahead, Sonic.
Yeah, my brother Isonic from Somalia. Go ahead, Muhammad.
Yeah,
Right?
Dr. Banu.
Yeah, how you do? Call me
Netta.
Nader, please.
Netta.
I'm not Nat. Yeah, Nader or Nader. Nader's
Nader.
easier to say.
Nader.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go
I
ahead.
ain't gonna call you that.
Go ahead, brother. And I'm sorry to beat you up several times on the chat, but go ahead.
You beat me up by being
Thank you.
racist?
Well, the
Get
way
him.
I put things into the YouTube
Get him,
chat.
my Somalian brother. Let's go, babe. Get him.
Hold on. You beat me up by being racist?
No,
Thank
I'm
you.
not racist.
No,
I'm just proud of being Egyptian.
this is
That's
all I'm
all.
gonna say. I do find a little bit of a
Yes.
shame that
Mm.
you want to call me your brother by being racist towards me, and then Chief X, who's black like me, is cheering you on. Do you know what I mean?
No, right.
Yeah, it's like, good for
Okay.
you guys.
I'm not.
No,
I don't
honestly,
share.
good
I
for you
don't
guys.
share
Chief X,
racism
don't
on.
respond right now.
I don't
I don't
share
want you, I'm
racism
not
on.
talking to you right now. Okay?
Go ahead, Muhammad.
And
Go ahead.
Banu, I'm not talking to you, bro. I'm only here to say, Sheffin,
Go
peace,
ahead.
my brother. Cuban, peace, my brother. Gila Khan, peace, my brother.
All right,
Rest,
peace,
y'all,
Yes, sir.
Isonic.
and then Ngozi. The rest are just, yo, you guys do you. You want to be racist and be proud of it? Great for you.
Love you too.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can be as nice as you can and say I love you too while you have
Shukran, ya
racists to
habibi.
cheer for.
Anta
Peace.
habibi. Shukran.
Listen to the words he's saying.
Allahu
Hey,
Akbar.
so what my
Act like
Somalian brother.
act like a Muslim.
Now hold
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
So my
As a black
Somalian
man,
brother.
come from our
Allahu
religion.
Akbar. Allahu
Yeah,
Akbar.
come
Yeah,
from
my
our religion.
Somali brother.
As a black man
You
who's
know, if
coming
you
on
hear the
here,
phrase Allahu Akbar, you better
God is
run.
great.
no,
God is
listen,
So
I
great.
don't get
so
Peace
what's
offended.
and love.
I do not
what
get
Peace and love.
offended.
hold on,
I'm not
Chief,
talking to you
let's go.
guys.
Sorry.
I'm not
Chief.
talking to you guys right now.
Hey,
Gila
y'all,
Khan,
come
I
on,
want to talk to
y'all.
you.
What's
Come on, Chief.
Peace
Hey,
and
the show
love. I'm
good.
just saying peace
Way
and
to keep it
love.
smooth.
What's wrong? I can't. Peace and love.
No, but I want to
Yeah,
know
no.
I want to know his point of
Who?
view.
No, I can't.
my
Sonic said he's going. I'm just saying peace and love. So I saw it.
Asan, can you please explain what's your grift with the doctor, man? I mean, why you say he's racist? What did he
Let's
say?
not start now. He said he was saying bye to us. I don't want to get.
Oh, he's saying bye.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
wow.
telling you. I'm
Masalama.
saying peace and bye.
I take care of
Gila
I'm
Khan,
a
can I
I'm a
please respond
caregiver.
to
I
you?
take care
Do
of
you
someone
notice
who
they're
needs me
talking?
right now, so I'm just letting you know.
Sheffrin, I do not want you to delete this show, so I'm going to start responding to them.
No, go ahead and answer G Lacan question.
Gila Khan, the only issue I have is sometimes he'll say stuff in chat that comes out very racist.
Okay.
I
So
agree. It
therefore,
does sound very racist.
so
Yeah,
then
you're right. It does
I-
sound racist.
I respond to that because for me, I'm anti-racist. So therefore,
Got you.
when something like that happens, whether it be on YouTube or in real life, I'm against systemic racism when it comes to it, understanding the nuances of things.
Got you.
So I can't be quiet.
Right.
When
Good
it
for
comes
you
to
too,
voice
bro.
chat,
But
like
we're
doctor, I'm
not
not talking to you right
still
now, bro. I'm
still
not
different
talking to you right
people.
now. All due
Say
respect, I'm not
doctor,
talking.
let him land
I'm
his
very
plane,
proud of being
doctor.
Coptic.
Like, I am not
Doctor,
talking.
let him land his plane, please. So yeah, go ahead,
Yes.
land your plane.
Gila Khan, that's all, bro. I just want to tell you that I'm anti-racist, whether it comes to real life or it comes to chat. My goal is to kind of respond to that being a black man.
Thank you.
That's it.
I appreciate that. I dated two of your people in your community in Columbus, Ohio.
Okay, bro.
You guys are very nice people. I really respect your culture. You know what I'm
I
saying?
agree. They are very,
You know
in
what I'm
general,
saying?
they're very nice people. Yes, they are.
They're
Why you
very
jumping
nice
on?
people. Very, very
Yes.
unlike
Unlike
Doctor, can you
us
please mute yourself?
cops.
what?
Unlike myself.
All right, so
Yeah, I mean, I
Hey,
heard, yeah, I be hearing
Sheffrin, I came up for a reason,
Right.
and this is just interruption, bro. I do not want you to delete the show because I want to make sure that we move on from this consistent people coming on and being aggressive and being so belligerent that you have to delete a show or you have to edit it.
I agree. You know what I mean?
Uh,
I definitely agree. So
And
yeah.
I
So
came on to speak to Ngozi for a sec.
go ahead. Ngozi, you still there?
Yeah, I'm right here, Key. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ngozi, I want to know from your research, first of all, where does the Afro-Asiatic consensus, even though there's diverse opinions, where does the consensus that the Afro-Asiatic language start?
According to Christopher Ehret and James P. Allen or Roger Blench, it falls more in line of Northeast Africa near the Red Sea. And if you put the genetics in there, there's a trail. Christopher Ehret talked about the flint tool that was used because Proto-Afro-Asiatic starts an estimated time postulated 16,000 years ago. And you start to find these old flint tools. Omatic is the closest thing to Proto-Afro-Asiatic, but they don't have pastoral terms or terms that deal with, if I'm not mistaken, I got to go back in my memory lane, honey. But it's more of the older frame of it. And then you start to find the other layers that came. So Proto-Omatic is closest to Proto-Afro-Asiatic, not to mention the paternal trail that stretches from the Red Sea all the way up towards Upper Egypt, Lower Egypt, all the way into the Levant. Because the populations that made up, as we talked about, Natufians was a combination between something called the Cambrian culture
Brother Sufi,
and
I have a
the
question.
and the Mushabians. Go ahead, brother.
I'm sorry, Isonic. No, not Isonic. You're Brother Sufi. Anyway, so what era are you talking about? What, is it Pleistocene or
It's the upper
Holocene?
around the upper Paleolithic, late phase of the Pleistocene. So if we follow Christopher
Okay,
Ehret,
Pleistocene. So before there was such a thing as Asseler Man, for example, right?
no, no. We're gonna go past it. We're gonna go to the upper Paleolithic. So we're gonna go around according. It was way before Silliman. The Silliman was found in Mali. So yeah, it was way before Silliman. Yeah, a
Oh,
Silliman is
okay.
like
All
a
right.
Silliman.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that.
a Silliman is 10,000 to 7,000 years old,
Mm,
and you find similar skulls that was close to a Silliman
mm,
in Jebel Sahaba. Remember,
mhm,
the oldest tropical adapted African that was similar to pre-Dinka like was found in Wadi Hafla and the
mm,
Halfling culture, and that's around 15,000 years ago. But a
mm,
Sillerman, because his mandibular was more wider and he had protruding prognathism in the front of his face. This is when you
mm,
start to find a later derived trait that's adapted in Congoid morphological and in sense of Congoid populations and later
mhm.
derived human adaptations. Even though you find it semi-intermediate protruding mandibulars in populations in Jebel Sahaba. So yes, this is way before you have a Suleiman that was found in Mali.
Okay.
Hey, so Street Sophie, what's the percentage of Egyptian, right, that have Arab blood in them?
Well, even the Egyptian Arabs
Oh, brother, air
classify.
blood. That's so.
So
That's
even the
Arab
Egyptians,
blood. Oh my
even
God.
so there's no such thing because Arabs are
Okay, no
also
such thing.
no. I'm gonna
No.
explain. Arabs are not homogenous, and when you deal with Egyptians, even Egyptian Arabic is distinct from Saudi Arabic. So even in Egypt, so when the Arabs came in 641 AD, it was more of the elite takeover. So even the Egyptianized Arabs, they're just like the Amazigh
We
Egyptian.
resent. I resent the fact they you keep You Afrocentric keep trying to lump us in with Arabs.
Yeah, they
We
not
have
Arabs.
nothing to do with their
First,
culture.
Yeah,
first of
We have
all,
nothing to do with their people.
So
Our
G
language and culture is older than theirs.
That's right. That's right. And G Lacan, listen, let me just say this before
you said,
Doctor
well,
go
who's
in.
older than the Arabs?
No,
The
Egyptians are
Egyptians,
yes,
Copts.
Oh,
they're
okay.
older than Arabs. And here's the thing too, G Lacan, even
Uh,
the Muslim Egyptians, they're not Arabic. They're not Arabs.
Exactly.
They're not Arabs.
You're right.
So you have the Fellahin, you have the Saadi, you have the people of
Yes.
Gurner. You have different. You have the Fellahin is mainly, when you look at the Fellahin, the Saadi, the people of Ghana, the Baladi,
Yes.
these different groups, you can understand what's going on. So even the Egyptian Muslims are not Arabic. They're not Arab.
Exactly. They don't like to be called Arabs either.
okay,
They're not Arab.
so do we have any traces of classic Rome, or ancient Greece?
No,
Any
because Copts are
DNA in there?
endogamous. Have you looked up the word endogamous?
Yeah, they are
Endogamous means we
endogamous.
don't mix with
They
foreigners.
don't mix with nobody.
No,
Oh.
we never did.
That's right.
Just
Okay,
like our
so
ancient Egypt-
hold on, stop,
ancient
doctor, hold
Egyptians
on.
did not.
So
Let
doctor,
me finish. Ancient Egyptians did not mix with foreigners. Go
okay,
ahead.
so
Sorry.
so when Rome came and they
Mm.
when Rome conquered Egypt, right?
Yeah, they
They were
changed the
like,
government, not the people. Go ahead.
huh? Say that again.
It was a change in the government, not the people, not the ethnicity of the people. Go ahead.
Okay, so the men was there, the Roman men was there, and so you
Mm.
saying they brought their women with them, right?
I didn't say anything of that kind. We did
No, I'm
not
just
mix with
asking. Did
foreigners.
you
It's
think
just a change of government and a very small, minimal percentage, maybe mixed. You
maybe
know,
mix,
maybe
just
I don't know, but
oh,
still,
okay.
our
So
we're,
so
we
so the
pr-
so
we
so the
our
men,
culture,
huh?
let me finish. Our culture was superior to the Romans. Our culture was superior to the Greeks. Our culture was
What
superior
the
to
fuck?
the Persians. Our culture was superior to the Assyrians. We did not want to mix with anyone because we had a superiority complex, not an inferiority. We don't mix with foreigners.
Nigga,
We didn't mix with the Nubians either, or nor the Hyksos.
hold on. So y'all didn't mix with none of these people, and your
No,
leaders
none
got
of these people.
hold
Yes,
on.
you can ask.
Then your
You
hold
could
on,
ask Sufi
hold
about
on.
it.
But your leader got murdered and killed, and these men who
Change of
came, these
government, right?
barbaric
Yes.
hold on, these barbaric men who came, you
Mhm.
trying to say they wasn't smelling those pretty Egyptian women? Like, yo, these are some bad female. You trying to say they didn't want none of those women? That's what you
We
trying to
don't
tell me?
mix. Yeah, like I said, we
Man,
don't
get the
mix.
I don't believe
Mixing
that
is
shit.
taboo.
G Lacan,
Always been taboo. We don't mix. We don't
Yeah,
mix with
whatever, nigga.
Nubians. We don't mix
can I
with
please ask one more question?
Hyksos. We don't mix with
Yes,
Persians.
sir. Go ahead.
We
I
don't mix with
apologize, sir.
Somalis.
Nigga, so y'all was racist back then too?
G
In
We
ancient
Lacan,
were.
Rome?
Well,
Just
not
told you they had a
racist.
superiority
We felt
complex.
we
I'm
had a
trying to be real with
superiority
you. What did you?
G
complex.
Lacan, one more question,
We
bro.
felt our culture
Yeah,
was
go ahead,
superior
boss.
to anybody else. We're
Okay.
more
Keep
ancient,
X,
and
keep X
we're more
against.
ancient and superior to everyone else that
Oh,
came in.
okay. God damn. Go ahead, boss.
Okay.
But why y'all ain't creating nothing now?
We're not creating nothing now. The
Yeah,
first
why
open
you
heart
engineer?
surgery was done by
It's a
Copt.
Nigerian, right? The heart surgeon was
No,
Nigerian.
a Coptic Christian in
Now I'm talking about now.
England.
I'm
Okay,
talking about now.
and the person is no, let me finish. Hold on. The
Go
person
ahead.
the person in charge of the moon landing was an Egyptian. He was a Muslim Egyptian, but he's still an
What was his
Egyptian.
name?
So
What
there
was
would
his
not
name?
have been a moon landing.
Yo, are you
G
serious?
Lacan, G Lacan, one more, bro.
G Lacan,
What was his name?
G Lacan, are you serious?
I'm
You
being
check
educated.
yourself.
The man
Nah,
don't
bro,
say.
you being racist, man.
Yeah,
How
he
am I?
is very.
Yo, you
What
gonna
are we
sit
doing
here?
now?
You gonna
What are-
sit? Yo, you're gonna sit here and ask why y'all ain't doing nothing now. You know what I mean?
Because
And
he
then when he
just
tell
say
you,
a
hold
racist
on,
point. He
and
said
then when
he's
he tell you,
superior to
listen,
all of us.
listen,
You didn't hear the nigga just say that shit?
G Lee, be quiet for a second.
listen.
Listen.
He said he's telling you the greatness of his people, and y'all
Now.
agree that the Egyptians was great. But when he
And we're
tell
still
you,
great.
listen, when he
He
tell
said
you,
he's still great. We greater than
bro,
all of y'all.
listen. When he's telling you how great his people is and was, you can't even handle it.
Nigga,
Gila Khan,
they
Gila
were
Khan,
great
No,
in the
Gila
back.
Khan.
Gila Khan,
They
Gila
were
Khan,
great in ancient time. They were
Gila
great.
Khan, Gila
I
Khan,
agree with him.
Gila Khan, as a human being,
He's
he's
saying
supposed.
modern
No,
time.
Gila Khan, listen, Gila Khan, let me just say this.
Yes, sir.
He's supposed to have pride in his people and feel like they're superior. Everybody should have it. Hold on, listen. Let me just say this:
Yes,
the
it's called
Hold
nationalism.
on. Let me just say this: the African American the African North American should have pride in who they are without trying. And I'm not saying you without trying, even though you are part African American, because we know the history of Liberia. Even though you're part Mandinka, but you're also African American. I can say. What I'm saying is that African Americans also should have that type of pride. You see how he came in and said,
Exactly. They should have the pride.
you
Yes,
should have that pride.
absolutely.
You see how he came in and said we were superior over everybody and we still are?
Absolutely.
That's how you supposed to think without trying to be his ancient ancestors. Not saying you, without us trying to be his ancient ancestors. We have our own unique.
I love African American culture in the United States.
Well, what do you
I
love
wouldn't be
about him?
me
Tell
without
him.
African American culture. I
It's
love the
powerful.
music. I love the
Okay,
food.
there
There's
we go.
so much.
Look,
I love. You know, I was raised here in the United States, so of
Where
course
at?
I love the
Where at
African
in
American
America?
culture.
Sheila Khan, can I go, bro?
Go ahead,
Yes,
go ahead,
sir. Go
Hassan.
ahead. I apologize.
Okay. I'm gonna ask Sheffrin one thing, and then I'm gonna ask Ngozi if that's okay, guys. Yo, Sheffrin, anytime you ever seen me speak, have I said that the ancient Egyptians were black, or did I say that the ancient and the modern are the same people?
You said that.
You did say that. I agree.
Okay.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
I've always fought for the modern to be the ancient, right?
Yes, he did.
Yes,
Yep.
sir.
Yes,
you
he
did. Absolutely.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
Our Sonic never said the Egyptians over there now are not Egyptians. He always said that the modern
He
population.
did.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yes, he did.
Okay. Next thing is I'm gonna ask Ngozi. Ngozi, when I ask this, please be honest, okay? Like you always give amazing detail, and I want you to just go in on this one.
Oh shit.
The Somalis are mixed just like everyone else on the planet.
Yes.
Where does their paternal line come from? And when that paternal line got created, what would have been their skin tone, if you can answer that part, bro?
So EM35 gave rise to EV68, and EV68 mutated in Upper Egypt and Northern Sudan into EV12 under EM78. So EM78 or EV12 migrated. One group diverged, went north, and became the independent EV22. Some peeled off and left out of Africa as EV13 and went all the way to the Balkans. That's why you find like
Ngozi,
people. Mhm.
Why are you
I
cutting the
just
man off?
Ngozi, you're extremely well versed in genetics. I just want to ask, what do you do for a living?
Dude, you
Oh
cut
well,
him off for that.
no.
Why would you even ask that?
No. I don't. I work federal, but I also do other things, to get money. I don't. I do other things, but I work federal. I don't really want to talk about it here, but also.
Let me tell you. I got a degree in biology at USC. I don't know half the shit you do.
I just keep it up, brother. I just keep it up. But one thing I don't
You
try to
do.
pretend to be, but one thing I don't want to ever pretend to be, I am not a geneticist and I am not a biologist.
No, but I'm impressed.
Yeah, but I just want to say the field of science is something that I enjoy studying, and I do because I'm still kind of young. Plan on going back to school to finish my education from where I left off. But and that's just it.
Right.
And I just want to say this: regardless to the marker, your marker, brother, EV32 is under the cover of EV12, which is under part of larger EM78. So the pastoralists that developed in between the Dakhla Oasis, in between Upper Egypt, who mingled with the Neolithic Libertines at a specific time, drifted down towards the Red Sea. As they go down towards the Red Sea, they mingle and mix with the Omatic people and Dinka-like people, and created what we classify as Cushitic. You got lowland Cushitics and south and upper and southern Cushitics. So the ancient Egyptians, or the Paleo phase of Egyptians, or Paleo-Egyptian populations, did drip down to give the populations there that EV32 and the EV12 that y'all have. So the Somali is a replica of Neolithic Libertine, which is commonly bridged in all of North Africa and in Arab populations, and the motor-like signals and pre-Dinka-like signals that merge together to form you. That's it. That's why you're part of the Afro-Asiatic family.
Ngozi, how far the Mandingo haplogroup go back?
The Mandinka are mainly E1B1A under, and that's under EM2.
EM2.
Yeah. So but you have a unique clade. So the Mandinka, like the Yoruba, they all have unique clades under EM2, but we're all E1B1A. The Fulani has the unique clade of E1B1A at like shit 60%, and then some Fulani have ER1BVA8, and the ones in Cameroon have E1A, which is EM33, right?
And the the E1B1A is it's not that frequently in North Africa, right? It's
No,
the
no, it's on. No,
E1B1B, right? It's the
yeah, it's main.
E1B1E.
Yeah, all of North Africa, half of the Horn of Africa is all mainly E1B1B. In North
Right.
Africa, they're either EM81, like the Amazic or my Berber brothers have. The Egyptians is mainly EM78 and the EV12. The Horners, who are Somali, Afar, Oromo, some Omatic people, and some Nilos that picked it up, the Masalits and stuff, they are all under EV12 and the EM78. All of us
Gotcha.
who are Western
Uh-huh.
Central African, we're mainly
Yes, sir. We the best.
E1B1A, and
We the
outside of
best.
E1B1A
You are the best.
is EM33.
Western Central Africa are the best.
Hey, let me tell you about West. Let me tell you
Lift
about
up Western
what
Central
came out of
Africa
West.
all the
See,
time.
hold on, doctor. Listen. See, Black American, right?
Mm.
They give the world culture, breakdance,
Right now, yes, absolutely. I agree.
jazz, all that.
Yes.
But we ain't selfish with it. Some of us will even nominate Eminem as being the greatest rapper of all time.
No, I
We
bullshit.
ain't selfish. They ain't selfish with that shit. You know what I'm saying? We'd leave them king. But you guys,
Don't
said
touch it
we
like
be
con. I mean,
praising- listen, we be praising ancient Egypt, and all of a sudden you want to throw shots at we ain't shit, we ain't that.
No, I'm just telling you, you're not us. You've never been us. You don't really. You're not related to us.
And my brother's right. We are not Egyptians. We are not ancient Egyptians. And even the ancient
Nah,
Egyptians.
but they're African. How you gonna
No,
say
no,
you
no,
ain't
yeah,
No,
African?
we're not
yes,
African.
So
We
what are
resent
you?
the word African.
What a doctor
African
don't
is a European term.
the
Oh,
doctor, the doctor
oh,
don't
So it's Nubia.
oh,
Nubia's a
G
Nubia
Lacan, stop,
and
stop.
Egypt.
G Lacan,
Egypt and
G
Nubia
Lacan,
are
G Lacan,
what?
stop. Just stop.
Stop what?
Stop
Come
talking.
You
back
have to
off.
stop for a while. Don't talk for the
Right.
next 10 minutes
Listen,
on this time right now,
You heard
please.
that man.
Just do
Dr.
me for a
Beno,
favor. It's something we've been thinking about.
yeah,
Just be quiet for 10
Dr.
minutes.
Go ahead,
Beno,
sir.
Let Chef Ron do this and
right.
nobody else talk.
Go ahead, Chef Ron. I respect you. Go ahead.
You just said that y'all are not African. Explain.
Exactly. Explain.
No,
Our
no, hold
culture is
on.
not African.
No, hold on. Before you
Our
answer.
culture.
No,
Our culture.
no, hold on. Before
Our
you,
culture.
Dr. Beno, give me a second. I want to frame it right?
Do
For
it.
you.
Do it,
Right.
Chef.
All right.
G Lacan, be quiet.
Hold on,
Be
Chief.
quiet, nigga.
No,
Let
stop.
Chef Ron
Both
do
of y'all,
this.
I got
Don't be
this.
quiet.
Listen.
Let
Okay.
Chef Ron
Both of y'all,
explain.
I got this. All right. Now, do you
Yes, sir.
think Nigerians are Africans?
If they identify as African, good for them. We
Okay.
don't.
I'm
No, we
okay.
saying you. Do you
No.
think that?
See, Chef?
Yes, they are. If they consider themselves African, if they consider themselves African, I respect that. They're
Okay.
African.
Okay. So
Chef,
now you said that Egyptians, y'all are not Africans. Now go ahead and explain.
Culturally, we have no ties to Africa in terms of the sub-Saharan African. Our
Mhm.
language is unique. We have our own independent Afro-Asiatic language. That means our language is just as related as English is to Russian, which is separate. We have our separate language. We have our separate culture. We don't have the same culture.
Mm.
No,
We've never had the
Hey,
same
Doctor, can
culture.
I ask you a question? Do you agree with being, because your country is on the continent of Africa, do you agree with that term North African or Northeast African? Not
No,
sub-Saharan?
we're Egyptian. No.
Okay.
But some
We predate
Egyptians will
all
say
those
they're
terms.
North Africans.
We're not Mediterranean. We're not Northeast Africans. We're not Africans. We're Egyptians. We
Okay.
predate
Okay.
all those terms. We're very proud of being Egyptian. We're unique.
So I get where he's coming from, but let me ask you this, Doc. Do you
Yes.
accept it? Do you accept the differences? Like, for example, I see where you're coming from. Like, you just, like Zawi Hawass said something like that, like, we're just Egyptians.
By the way, Zahi Hawass is an Arab, but go ahead.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Do
you
you
just
agree?
saying that because he a Muslim. You a hater.
Yeah, but
No.
Yeah,
He's an Arab.
yeah.
He's an Arab. You can look it up. You can look it up. His family immigrated from Algeria in the 18 and let me say
So he's Amazic. He's Berber.
1800.
He's
No,
Amazic.
well, his family he can't claim an ancient Egyptian ancestry.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's just
Let me
put it
ask you.
that
Let
way.
me let me let me ask you this though, Doc. So even though you don't accept the term African, and I respect that, and people
Mm.
should as well. What about what about for some of the Egyptians who do identify themselves African? Do you have a problem with that for some that do, based off
No,
the
that's fine with them if
Okay, got you.
that's how they identify. But as a
Okay.
Coptic person, we we've always identified as Egyptian first,
But is
not
Egypt
African,
is
not European, not Roman,
do
not
do you
whatever.
agree with continents? Do you agree that Egypt is on the continent of Africa?
Yes, but
Okay, all right, so
the continent of Africa was named by Europeans,
all right,
by the
so
Romans.
on that continent
So
of
who was
Africa,
who?
Hold on, G
hold on,
Khan.
on that
Yo,
continent.
Chief, you was talking in the shut
No, hold
up.
on. We listen. Just let because Chevron got
This
an
nigga
angle.
jump
That's
in
a
and then
funny.
tell me to hold on.
Listen,
Go ahead, Chef. I apologize.
We've been talked about
I,
this previously before. So I'm trying to let you know something. Just let Chevron do.
Man,
so
go, Chef. You
on
talking.
on the continent of Africa, right? We agree that that continent, you
Yeah.
know,
Do
convention.
Americans say they're North Americans? No, they say they're Americans.
Oh, no, that's not even the point. The point is that on the
Mm,
continent of Africa, that you just you
mm.
acknowledge that that continent is called Africa, right? Now,
Right. Recently termed Africa, yes.
all right, so
Into our history, very recent,
Yo,
yes.
I
Just
agree
the
with
other
this
day.
guy, man.
right, so
I just thought about that.
hold
Oh
on.
my God.
This nigga.
If Chad is in Africa, right,
Mhm,
and
mhm,
Algeria is in Africa,
mm,
and you admitted that Egypt is on the continent of Africa, then why
mhm.
wouldn't Egypt be African also?
Okay, I'm
Take the
talking
He
about
said.
culture.
cultural thing out of it.
No,
We're
yeah.
just talking
Well,
about purely
we
geography.
pre-existed. We pre-existed the term Africa.
Okay, great.
So
He answered the
he's.
question.
I think what he's coming from, Chef, is he understands where Egypt is. He knows Egypt is in Africa. He's saying
Right.
as him personally, what he is. He knows Egypt
Yo,
is in
I
Africa.
agree with him. Because if you say where Chile at, Argentina or
Mm,
Brazil, they call the country on the news. They don't say in South America, Chile.
exactly.
They don't do
Yes.
that shit. Only in
No, they
Africa,
don't.
sub-Saharan Africa, they be like,
You
in
got it.
Africa, Ghana. In
Man,
Africa,
y'all sound
Liberia.
crazy as shit.
No, I swear to God. You
But
would never hear
you
that
know
shit.
what, you know what, do brother Chef, you do have. I have met people from like Ghana who would say things like, "I'm not African." They just say they're Ghanaian.
Right.
We
They identify
identify by nationality.
by their
Yes.
country and their ethnic group. I've met Ghanaians that said that. They say they don't like the term. I mean, I classify them and
It's
call
so
it African.
diluted and generic to say African. There's so many
That's
different
true. I
cultures.
agree with him. I
So
agree with him.
so you would agree that y'all are not indigenous Africans.
That's a good one.
We're indigenous Egyptians.
Okay.
No, Shepard, can I just ask my follow-up question to
Go
Ngozi
ahead.
just to finish off, bro?
Go ahead.
Ngozi,
Yes, sir, bro.
as E1B first, E1B1B, where did it develop, and what would have been the skin tone? Like, what would have they looked like?
Well, E1B1B is 40,000 years old. It developed in Ethiopia. Um, Under, you got EM96, EP177, and EP2, which is E1B1. And then under E1B1, you form into EM215, which is E1B1B, and you have EV38. So that arose around 70,000 years ago. And
It
then
was
after
still
that,
Neanderthals then, right?
no,
No, nigga.
Neanderthal ceased to exist. The last Neanderthal was found 50 to 40,000 years ago. They
Okay, that's what I'm
disappeared.
saying. You said 70,000. I said that's
Yeah,
still Neanderthal.
Neanderthal. Yeah, Neanderthal was still lingering around. Yes,
Yeah.
you're correct. And then as they and E1B1B, I'm sorry, EM96 is 70,000 years old. E1B1B and E1B1A is
Came from the
42,000
same
years
place,
old.
right? Yeah.
Well, yeah, it developed in a red hill. I mean, in a
But
red
they
sea.
just went separate direction, right?
They went into
Separate.
separate. Yeah, they went into separate
Yeah,
directions, and the people were called the Cormarusian culture, and
right.
they kind of merged from Eritrea area after
Mm-hmm.
populations left out of Africa. Because the man
Right.
that left out of Africa, the groups that left out of Africa was CTM168, what they classify as Eurasian Atom. And that was like shit 70 to 80,000 years ago. So by the
Yeah,
time we
none of them
developed,
look like none of us on Earth now.
no, they look very close to Aborigines. Homo sapiens didn't even look the way we think they did. Like the
Yeah.
earliest, if you look at Jabella Hood or the oldest Assyrian reconstruction or Omo Man 1 reconstruction, they did not
And
look like
Ghost is right.
that you see today. They look
Hey,
very.
Ngozi, let me ask you a question. The ancient Egyptian, right, from your study, right? They kind of Mr. Dr. Benab, whatever, they would kind of disagree with Dr. Benab a test his breakdown about how they not closer related to the sub-Saharan, like the culturally, religiously.
Culturally, historically,
So you got
religiously,
I mean, this.
unrelated.
I
Yes.
mean, let me just say this. This is the doctor's view, and you got to
No, I'm
understand.
talking about no, I'm talking about
So
your
so
study.
so my
Oh,
stand my stance is from me studying the Egyptian culture is African culture. It's a Northeast
thank you.
African culture. But
Right.
here's the thing. Here's the
Uh,
thing. All human beings at one time practiced animism. They had animistic systems. They
right.
venerated range,
That's right.
sun elements. So when you deal with
Right.
the people of Egypt, their culture and customs was very animistic. They venerated their ancestors. They venerated nature,
So the
Ra.
Right.
East Asians, and they're not
Right,
African.
right. This is what I'm trying to say. So the customs that they had, just like every culture, you got to understand the stories of the forces, but back then the gods was based off their environment. So, for example, the Egyptians, their principles was based off their environment, and their
Right.
environment, they had a desert. You had the term desert, which meant
Deseret.
and you had the term, desert,
Kemet.
which
Kumat.
meant,
We say Kumat.
and,
We don't say
yeah,
Kemet.
and Kumat means the
Afrocentrics say Kemet.
yeah. So you had Kumat, and as they say in Coptic, which means the black soil or the black soot. So the thing is that these were agricultural civilization, and earlier you had pastoralists. So
Got
Egypt's
you.
story was based around their environment. Even when you study
Right.
Atum, and he created the mound, Gab, and Nut, it's based off their environment. But when you go
By the
into
way, Atum built the first humans on a wheel.
on the wheel,
So
that's
a
Mm-hmm.
lot of
Canaan.
people want to credit Mesopotamians with a wheel, but we also had the wheel.
And he's absolutely right
No
because
problem. I got no issue with that.
Canaan created man from the potter's wheel, and he's right. And then
Yes, the potter's wheel.
and then Nigeria and Ile Ife or the land of Oyo, the Yoruba stories is based off their environment. When you talk about Oludumare and Shango and Obatala, or even the pre-Fulani who were pastoralists, we venerated Jinno, which was a pastoralist god. So everybody, you got multiple countries in Africa, or the continent that we classify as Africa. So there's a lot of distinction that's far off, but there's also a lot of similarity because remember, the oldest systems that human practice was animism, and animism was based off venerating nature. So the Egyptians told the story based off their environment and their world, and it's unique to them. And so he
Yep.
has and the Nigerians had their own stories that's unique to them. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. No problem. But
So
but 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 it was more at that time. You agree, right? They were practicing similar type of religion or belief system to their brothers down south, though, right?
no. That's a miss. That's what an Afrocent. I'm not saying you, but Afrocentrics try to merge that because if you understand ancient Nubia, you had different groups of people in northern Sudan. Every part of Sudan wasn't classified as Nubia. So the thing is that Egyptians assimilated a lot of people in North Sudan into their culture and identity because Egyptians
Okay.
expanded their territory. So
Okay. So
Sure
so
did.
the Valley of the King is located where? Is it located by the Mediterranean Sea? Where is
Luxor.
that located at?
it's in Upper Egypt and Luxor.
It doesn't matter. It's still Egypt.
It's still
So why
Egypt
would
though.
it put their
North of the
kings to the
north of the
south?
first
But here,
cataract.
hold on,
Is
Huh?
but let
Egypt.
me hold on, let me
Dr.
say something.
Bam,
Let me
why would it
hold on,
put the king down south?
I'm gonna answer your question about something though. They did it in Upper Egypt because the base of the Nile to the Egyptian. I'm not talking about, and I'm not listen. I want you to just hear me out. Dr. Ben had a pseudo narrative when he said the mountains of the moon at the base of the Nile in Tanzania and Uganda. But to the
Yeah, that was
Egyptians,
total bullshit.
yeah, the base of the Nile to the Egyptians actually was Aswan. So Upper Egypt, all the way to Aswan, even though you have people,
Isonic is correct. I'm not Isonic, but I'm sorry, you're correct.
so all the way to Aswan was also Upper Egypt was always an important base for the Egyptians. So that's why they put up. They didn't bury their ancestors in Sudan. They didn't bury them in Ghana. I'm not saying you saying that they didn't bury them in the Levant. They were very obsessed and in love with their country, even in the afterlife. Remember, you know what the Egyptian real hell was? The Egyptian real hell was to cease to exist, and you couldn't work in the afterlife on the field again.
You're
once
right.
you
That's
passed
why
away.
we knocked off
Oh,
the noses off of the statues,
because it represents
because
taking life to
it
cease to
would
exist.
represent them not living in the afterlife. Yes.
That's it. So to cease to exist was hell to the Egyptians. The Egyptians' whole goal, they were so in love with their country that they believe when they continue in the afterlife after the dua, they can still work in the fields of their own land. You see what I'm saying?
Sophie, you know more than I think you know, man.
So
Sophie
so
knows his stuff, man. You need to get it.
Sufi
The
knows his
maniacs know.
shit.
so yo
Been holding back.
Absolutely.
so doctor the Hamadryas what's it called, the Hamadryas baboon.
Hey, Chief Excellent Chef, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
what
get off.
about
I'll
them?
be right back. Okay, guys. I'm sorry to
That
cut
means
you off.
30
Yeah.
minutes.
You're gonna talk about the letter punch. Go ahead.
Yeah, what's that called, the Hamadryas
You got
baboon?
it. It's close enough. Yeah.
Well, how you pronounce
They're
it?
indigenous to Yemen and the Horn of Africa. So go ahead.
Okay, so so in ancient time, what would that baboon
The
represent?
baboon represents the worship of the sun, because to Egyptians they believed that the baboons would raise their hands and worship the sun when the sun rose. So it
Okay,
was Amun Ra or Ra.
so it represent Ra.
Well, it represented the respected Ra rising from the east.
Okay, so can you find those baboons in Egypt?
They're non-indigenous. They imported them, and we still don't know where. We
Uh-huh.
think either the Horn of Africa or Yemen, because they're indigenous to both regions.
Eritrea. That's where the
Eritrea,
consensus
right?
is. Yes, sir.
About
Eritrea
Eritrea.
or Yemen, which is
Why
can-
you want to go to
we
Yemen?
still
You
don't
can push
know.
it to Yemen. It's
Why
Eritrea
would you
mostly.
want?
No,
It's
no, it's
mostly, say it
both.
again, sir. What you say, Asani?
The consensus says Eritrea. The reason why he's saying Yemen is that he's against that black African
Yes,
thing.
exactly,
Yeah, and
It doesn't
exactly.
matter,
I
black
It
Africans
does
or
matter.
whatever.
It does
We
matter.
imported them
It
because
does matter.
we built sailing ships to go and import
Whatever.
them.
Whatever. But hey, another thing, doctor. Now
Yes, sir.
you say
Mm.
it's not pronounced Kemet.
Kumat in
It's
Coptic.
pronounced
You
Komat.
Afrocentrics like to say Kemet.
Okay,
Yeah,
no,
you took
I
over the word
understand. I
Kemet to
understand.
mean
No,
black
you are
people's land.
educating me
Yes.
now. So it's pronounced Kumat, right?
Kumat.
And what does
Correct.
that mean?
It means the black soil land,
Okay, no
the
problem.
fertile soil which gave birth to Egypt.
So
Without
that was
the
the
black
name.
land, there would be no Egypt.
Okay, so but was that the name of the land called
The
Kamat?
name of the soil, the silt, the fertile
So
silt.
it
You
wasn't
guys
really
want to say it's the black people?
No, I'm not saying no. Just say it. Nah,
Okay.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it meaning black people.
Okay, go ahead.
So
Sorry.
was that the name of? Is that what they call the land of that place
Yes,
we
sir.
call Egypt?
Yes,
Was
sir.
they called Kamat? Right.
Correct. You're right.
Okay. So
Yes.
my question is to you is, since you don't like being called African, why you call yourself Egyptian? Why not
Because we
Kamat?
pre-existed. We
Huh?
we do. We call ourselves Kemi.
No, you say but you calling
No, we call
yourself
ourselves
Egyptian.
Kemi. No,
Nah,
no.
nigga, you just say you
Egyptian is
call
a common
yourself
term.
Egypt.
Let him talk. I can't hear.
No, I ain't gonna
Egyptian
let
is a
him talk.
common
He
term.
caught. He got
Egyptian
beat
is a
up.
common
Not
term.
called.
You
He's
know,
not
we love
explaining
the
can I
word
himself.
please
Egyptian. We
say
love the
something?
word Coptic.
Yes, sir.
We
Go
love
ahead.
the word Kemi. So there's no distinguish.
Now
We don't distinguish between
go
them.
ahead, sir. I
We're proud of either
apologize,
name.
Hassan.
No, no worries. Yo, Dr. Benab, can I
Yes,
speak
sir.
to you out of respect for once?
Of course.
Okay. The reason why I go hard at you sometimes is you do go a little bit racist against Somalis and black people in chat, and you already said yes to that, right? I'm not
it sounds like you come across as that. I can see your perspective. Yes,
okay. But then you also do agree that I'm one of the people in chat that always tries to fight for Egypt and your people being you, right?
you do.
Okay. Um, my question to you is this: when there is certain nuanced differences,
Mm.
why do you always seem to want to fight me when right now when we spoke to Ngozi, you were agreeing with him when he
Mm.
discussed the genetics of E1B1B, which is both EV12, which would be, and the offshoot, which I am EV32. But you're agreeing with him when he breaks it down and you're showing respect to him. But me, who's in chat, who's always trying to also fight for you guys, you have a problem with me and you always try to start a fight.
I don't mean to have a problem with you. I'm just telling you culturally and linguistically, we're different.
We can be different, but linguistically also, when he spoke of it, you had no problem. You didn't argue with him. Where did he say the language originally, the proto-language comes from?
Afro-Asiatic, Proto-Afro-Asiatic.
Yeah, where did Proto-Afro-Asiatic come from?
Okay, well, from my studies, from the Levant. From your
Well,
studies, East Africa. But you know what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Neither one of those are what you call sub-Saharan Black Africans.
you can say
They're
that because
still
right now
they're still
you're taking a dig out of black people. When I just asked you a question between you and I, you went to
no
go against
no.
sub-Saharan
I'm
black
just saying
Africans
we have a more ancient language
and
than the
sub-Saharan
rest
black
of Africa.
Africans.
No, what he's
I
trying to
don't
say
need you,
in
Chief X.
no, just want
Let him
Bro,
talk,
I don't
Chief.
want to argue with
Chief,
you.
let him
Chef,
talk.
no, I want to clarify.
Stefan,
Just
bro, why do
I
I
don't
have
want
Chief
to.
X
Let
always
him talk.
interrupt
They're
him?
Let Chief
talking.
I
talk.
don't want to interrupt. I just want to interject so you guys
Why
can
do you have to
continue.
interject every
Yes,
time I
Chief.
speak? With
Let
all due
him
respect,
talk.
Let him talk,
You're
Chief.
Let
over
Chief talk.
G-La,
Doctor,
you're
I
making
want
it
to build with
worse.
you, bro.
Stay
I
out of
All
it.
apologize. This is
y'all is
happening.
if
I'm
them
sorry.
two
Jesus
is talk,
Christ.
if them
You
two
gotta
is
let him talk.
talking, let them two talk.
I
Go
want to
ahead,
hear Chief's
Asana.
perspective.
What you say, Dr. Bernard?
I'd like to hear Chief's perspective.
No, don't let him
I
say.
forgot what it was. Now.
Stefan,
It was just an interjection because I wanted you guys to continue. I just wanted you to clarify something you said because there was some noise and somebody overtalked.
So
There,
Somebody
yeah, I
You
hear
misunderstood.
a
know
lot
what
of
you're
Somebody
talking,
noise.
was
dummy.
hold on. All I'm saying is somebody misunderstood each other, but I was just going to
What the
interject.
hell?
But never
Wow,
mind.
man.
People be overreacting. Go ahead, y'all talk.
so
I'm not gonna say anything else. Chief X, bro, go ahead, speak your piece. The
I'm
thing
not
is,
speaking. It's you guys are
hey,
talking, not
don't
me.
you want to ask
argue.
questions, go ahead.
If y'all ain't gonna talk, don't talk. But don't argue over not talking.
Right. I'm not talking. This is between Dr. Brown and I Sonic. Don't talk to me, I Sonic.
Go ahead,
Go ahead,
Asana.
y'all.
So,
Um, Dr. Benham, I want to say this. Thank you for responding, and I do appreciate it. I think
I appreciate you.
we have a better conversation when it's voiced and when it comes to chat. I hope you understand that I am one, I try to defend you, but at the same time, I do fight for Black Africans or diaspora people when it comes to it. So I'm trying to be objective. I'm not asking any questions right now or anything because the thing is, I don't want this to get any I don't want to get any worse. I think I'm gonna leave it at that. Shefren, on the second round that I came on, I try to be a little bit more direct and be respectful. Um, what I try to ask is, where does the language come from? There was no contention unless I say something, but when other people break it down with sources, nobody contends with it. When I ask where does the DNA genetics come from originally,
Well, you do
nobody
know that
contends with
Egyptian
it.
is older than any other Afro-Asiatic
you
language.
keep
Do you hear
saying
that?
Right?
Egyptian.
Do you hear that?
Yes,
Dr.
Egyptian is a
Bunab?
language. It's older
It's
than any
Kamat.
other
Remember?
I'm not
Afro-Asiatic
talking, I'm not
language.
Gila Khan, Dr. Bunab. I'm not talking about Egyptian. Right now, I'm talking about Proto-Afro-Asiatic, and that's not
Yeah,
Egyptian.
we're the next level down after Proto-Asiatic is Egyptian.
The languages break apart, so therefore you would not be older than your sibling.
We are.
Okay.
That's you can be proud of your culture. Right now, the reason why
Yeah,
I'm not
we have
thinking
a
like
written
you,
we have
no, I have no problem with that, Dr. Bunab.
a
Can you
written
please let me
record
speak?
of our language.
Can you let
We
me
are the
speak?
only ones that have a written record of our language. Go ahead.
Can you let me speak?
Go ahead.
The reason why I'm not gonna go speak like you do about my own culture is this. I'm not here to shit on other people's culture, even if it's not written. I want to respect everyone's diversity. I don't
Thank
care
you.
if their language was written. I don't care if it was oral. I want to respect it and say, hey, written or not, I respect you. Okay? I think I asked you in
Cool.
I'm not saying this for you to answer this because I think you need to go research it before you respond to me. The La Scale Mountains in Somalia. If you go research the writings on that, they're pretty damn old. Just because a certain people switched their language and their writing systems at some point doesn't mean they didn't have a writing system.
They didn't.
Scale.
No one had a writing system in Africa outside of Egyptian.
LASGAAL.
No one had a writing system without
You,
Egyptian.
you can say that.
No, it's true.
LASGAAL.
It's true. There's
LASGAAL.
no written hieroglyph is the oldest
You-
writing system in the continent,
You can
and we're
speak from a superior
about the
point of view.
same as the Sumerian
Doctor,
cuneiform.
I'm
So
not
there's
arguing
no
with
one
you. I'm
as a
not
written
arguing with you. I try to tell you right now, I wanted to end us on being on a more positive note than we normally
Okay.
are. But
Okay.
I want to show you that even if somebody doesn't have a writing system, I'm not here to disrespect them and say they are primitive compared to another group. The thing is, each had their own, and I want to respect the diversity of the planet. I want to respect
That's
the
what's
diversity
up.
of Africa.
Okay,
Thank you.
kumbaya.
You can say kumbaya, but
Okay,
that's
thank
on
He
you.
disrespectful. He is.
Yeah, I said this before. I asked you certain things, but then you didn't want to say it. When I told you, when we speak of a man, we say ninki, ninkas. When we speak of a woman, we say nakti, naktas. But then if I type that in chat, you quickly go to your own language, the definition of your own language, without recognizing that the Cushitic language is a part of the Afro-Asiatic language, and we do
It
have
is.
more of it. We
It's
do
just
have
not
some.
a written language
Yeah, we
as
do
old
have.
as Egyptian.
You
So,
interrupted me. We do have we still speak it. We do have an ancient form
so
of
do
some of
we.
the words. We have an ancient form of
But you
words. Okay,
okay?
that at the same time, the T, the ka is still in that language. When you
Yeah,
say,
the ka means
can you let me
completely
speak?
different.
Let me
Its
speak, my brother.
consonants completely
Exactly. But then when you come in
different from
chat,
your
you want to be
language. In
subjective.
our
You want to
language, it
come in
means
chat.
spirit and
Let me
energy.
speak.
Jesus
Let me speak.
Christ.
When you come in chat, you want to be subjective. And I'm not trying to be subjective. I don't try to disrespect your culture and your language. And Chief X, this is above your pay grade when it comes to this languages right now. Sit
Goddamn
back.
right.
Okay?
Allahu
So then
Akbar.
you can say that because the thing is, I understand my ancient religion and my modern religion. Don't make me be
Thank you.
disrespectful towards you when I'm the one who always says I
Allahu
respect
Akbar.
African Americans a lot.
Thank
God
you.
is great. God is great.
Hey, Dr. Bennett, you can't speak your ancient language and you picking up
You
your
know
ancient
why?
language.
Do you know why?
We Black American like smash
Okay,
can
listen.
speak your
You know
English
why we
language.
can't speak our
Can
ancient
read
language?
it.
Do you know why?
Why? Why, sir?
Because Muslims cut out our tongues 1000 AD under their Islamic law because we were not allowed to. But we
Okay, who fault
preserved
was
it in
that?
our church and our monastery walls.
I
What
apologize,
about it?
Dr. Brennan. That doesn't have anything to do with someone who's Somali, who's African. At the same time, I understand history happens. So then if you have that frustrations, I can sympathize with you as my African brother and history, what had happened. But I also try to recognize, I tried to tell someone in chat before, the Battle of Dongola, the Treaty of Buck. Christians who are Sudanese beat the Arabs and they made an agreement to trade slaves for gold. Before
And
that,
then they turned to
it was
Muslim,
internal.
Islam. They
Before that, it
abandoned
was internal.
Christianity. Go ahead.
And those were Christians.
They abandoned Christianity.
Hey, doctor, I got a question. If you had two babies, right, that's in the sea, one was from Greece, one was from Europe, and one from
We
sub-Saharan
had what?
Africa.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
If you if you had to save two babies, right, from in the water, right? One was from Greece, one was from Europe, and one from sub-Saharan Africa. Which baby you gonna save first?
Oh Lord, spare me that crap.
That was dumb.
So
Can I
What a
just say,
silly
let
question.
me just say before are you leaving right
Dr.
now?
Benoit, thank you for
What a
heading the
silly
link, bro.
question.
Okay.
Dr. Benoit, thank you for heading the link tonight. I'm gonna be
All right,
honest with you.
thank you too. I appreciate you.
No problem. Likewise, I appreciate the fact that you hit the link tonight and you made the show like a lot better. I really hope that you hit the link in the future because as an Egyptian, I think people appreciate hearing from you but at the
Well,
same
thank
time,
you for finally telling me I'm Egyptian, because you would
no,
always comment that I'm Arab. So thank you. I
no,
appreciate that.
no. The thing is, I'm gonna comment you're an Arab when you show that you have racist views against black people.
I'm sorry that I show racist views. I am just pro Coptic.
You can do that, but I do have Coptic friends from the continent. I'm born in the continent. I have
I
family
was
that live
born on
in
the
Egypt.
continent too, in
Yeah,
Alexandria, which is older than any place in Somalia,
if
and
you
it
want
was a
to,
Greek city.
if you want to believe that, you can believe that.
I
Like I
can
said,
believe. I know it.
La Scale, La
Mogadishu
Scale Mountains. People
is a
Google
Persian city, correct?
LASGAAL.
Mogadishu is a Persian city named after Persian in Persian, Iranian.
What? Well, the thing is, I think you come from a very biased point of view that you forgot the objective history. Well, right now, I'm going to compare this to you. At some point, you are comparable to the black Abos and the black Hebrew Israelites with your biasness.
Believe what you want to believe. That's cool with me.
Shefrin, I hope you see. I asked a question about the genetics. I asked a question about linguistics. He only disagrees when I say it, but when Ngozi drops it with sources, yes, I agree. Ngozi, you're dropping amazing facts. Great job. He starts clapping.
Bro, we're
think
different culture. Our culture is older than yours.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to make.
That. Just know that.
I think he's trying to make a distinction between people saying that the Egyptians come from the south, and that implies that y'all people like Somalis and other sub-Saharan Africans are the progenitors of the ancient Egyptians, and they're not the original Egyptians. So I think Afrocentrics have played a game where they always try to connect those people south of Egypt as the original Egyptians. So I think most of his pushback probably would come from that place, not trying to blur the line or whatever. So, I think Dr. Benob should do a better job at really trying to understand what our Sonic is saying instead of just attacking everything that he say. But that's between y'all two. Y'all to work it out. Y'all both Africans, so
Shefrin,
Yeah,
I agree with you 100%.
We never like to be called Africans.
No,
We're not Africans. We're Egyptians.
Y'all Africans.
Everyone else can call themselves African, but we're older than everyone else in Africa.
Fine. Is Egypt on the continent of Africa?
It don't matter if Egypt's on the continent of Africa.
Yes, it does.
The term Africa.
Yes, it does.
Culturally, we're absolutely different from the rest of Africa.
I don't care.
Okay, that's fine.
But that still doesn't take you out of Africa. Does it?
You're trying to dilute my history.
I'm not trying to dilute nothing. I'm just speaking a fact. That is a fact. Like, I'm sorry you have a problem with facts. Is China in Asia? Yes, it is.
Are Persians Asians?
Yes.
Do they identify as Chinese?
No, but they are Asian. But they're still Asian.
Ask an Iranian if he's Asian. They're gonna say no, we're Persian. They won't even say Iranian. They say Persian.
It doesn't matter what they say. They still are Asian.
That's their people.
The country is on the continent of Asia.
Our people.
Did I ever say you
identify as Egyptian?
Dr. Benob, did I ever say you wasn't Egyptian?
Yes,
no.
But we're not. We don't identify with Africa. Africa is different to us.
I don't get what. Listen, a lot of shit happened to African Americans in their history. But the fact that we are here in America, we don't have no control over that. So the fact that Egypt is on the continent of Africa, y'all do not have no control over that. It's just a geographical fact.
It's also a geographical fact that Egypt is a transcontinental nation.
That is a fact
you can
also.
Say we're Asian too.
That is
whatever.
Listen, it is definitely transcontinental. I totally agree.
Stop calling us African. Don't call us Asian. Don't call us Middle Eastern. Call us Egyptian.
But is on the continent of Africa. If I look up African nations I bet you Egypt is on there.
I don't care.
So
It's
you
He's not
don't.
saying it's not though. He
still-
agrees it is. He agrees it is, Chef Ron.
I do agree that's in Africa.
He's just trying to
We're
hold
not
with his belief, his personal belief.
That's it.
Right.
Listen.
So we're
So
gonna have a word with you, bro.
Either one of you guys are wrong, Chef Ron. That's what we're saying.
no, he wrong. If he say
No,
not
he's not
African,
he's
if
not
he
dis- not
say is
disagreeing.
not African, he's wrong.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No,
I'm
but that's
saying-
what he's saying.
Okay, I hear you. I understand. Let me just interject my opinion. So,
Like I went to school too. Like what the fuck? Like
I got you. I just want to give my
I
opinion.
look at a map and this brother telling me
Right.
that it ain't what it is.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Listen.
Are Americans? Do
Hold-
Americans call themselves North Americans?
No, but they are North
Do
American.
Canadians
But
call themselves
it don't.
North
They don't
Americans?
have to call. But
No.
they
Do Mexicans call
are.
themselves North
So
Americans?
listen, let me just
But
let me
we
just state this real
are.
quick. Let me just state this. Chef.
If somebody was to say, hold on, if somebody was to say you North American, I'm not gonna deny it. It's a geographical fact.
We're more than
Period.
geography.
Nobody never said you wasn't. But it's a geographical fact that Egypt is on the continent of Africa. That makes it an African country. What is the problem with that?
Africa is a new term just the other day invented by Europeans compared to us.
Jesus Christ.
Chef,
So
let me
is
just-
water,
let me
but
just
you
inter-
still
Chef-
drink
Chef,
it.
Let me just interject.
Go ahead.
He just has his personal stance. Just let me just say this. Okay.
I don't have a personal stance.
No, he's not in denial because his answer has been twice. That's what I'm saying. He said Egypt is on the continent of Africa. He keeps saying I don't care. He's not denying it's not on the continent. Let's just.
So then we wouldn't be arguing.
Let me just be clear. No, I'm gonna tell you what the argument is. Just literally, we're all in agreement that it is actually literally on the geography in the continent of Africa. He's
Yes,
not
it is.
denying. Right. That's what I'm saying, Jeff. He's not denying that. You got to listen to what he's saying. He's just saying his stance of what he is, and he wants to distinguish himself from the Greeks, the Romans, the Asians, the everybody, and he's just Egyptian.
And Pan-African who thinks he's Egyptian who's not.
So I'm saying he's going to stand on that.
Chef, let me
We're
speak
not
to you,
going
bro.
to get past that. So I don't know. He just wants to distinguish himself, Chef. We just have to respect that. And he's saying he's Egyptian. He said, I don't know, Chef.
Shepard, can I please
That's
speak to you for a
still.
sec?
Go ahead.
Shepard, you've had conversations with people who are from my country in the past, and you argue with them in chat saying they're not black, they're not African, there's pure Somali, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is coming from a hatred for the dark-skinned African.
That's what I believe, but I wouldn't put that on somebody else.
No, you don't have to. I am from the continent. I'm telling you straight up.
So
When we
am I
say-
from the continent? What makes you superior to me from being from the
I'm not
continent?
speaking about you right now. I'm speaking about my country. Why do you feel like you have to
Yeah, what are you
interrupt?
speaking about that I'm not from the continent?
I'm not
My
talking about you right
country
now.
is older than yours.
I'm
But
not
you're not
talking
from
about it right now.
Africa, though. Let the African speak. You're not African. Let the African tell me what it is.
Yeah, I be a
Whatever.
little arrogant, bro. I have a home there. I built a fucking school there. My parents are there. My grandma's there. I can go back there and people welcome me. I can go to the airport and people give me hugs and pay back my freaking trip. What's up? Like, I can be arrogant. But the thing is, I'm going to be honest. I'm speaking to Chef right now. So then why do you feel like you need to jump in when I'm speaking to Sheffrin about my own culture, my own people? You become defensive.
What do Somalis do to gay people in Somalia?
Exactly. Why are you defensive right now when I'm speaking about Somalis to Sheffrin?
No, I'm just wondering.
I'm wondering.
How many churches and synagogues are in Somalia?
Are we speaking about religion?
No, it's because you guys are not apartheid like you like.
Dr. Benham, you want to speak religion right now with me, bro? How are you, my Christian friend? Let's discuss the philosophy of religion, Mr. Doctor. Oh, quiet. Doctor. Okay, got you.
Quiet about what? Go ahead.
Let me speak to Sheffrin.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Go
We
ahead.
want to discuss religion, we can go to the philosophy of religion. If you want to speak about culture, and I'm speaking about my culture, you don't need to feel defensive. Okay, Sheffrin, I'm just being honest with you. You've had argument with people in chat from my country, and I've sided with you. The reason why I've sided with you is I see the nuances and I see why they're saying what they're saying, and I disagree with it. I don't care how they feel at the end of the day. What I'm gonna say to you is, when I as a Somali, if I say to you, hey, I am not black, Somalis do kind of believe that, but it's their way to separate themselves from the rest of Africa. They
Thank you.
okay, and the thing is, bro, why do you have to interject? I'm trying to share facts with Shefrin.
No, I'm just agreeing with you.
Okay, when I say we're Somali, we're not African. That's our way of trying to separate ourselves from the rest of Africa. But the facts are this: we are dark skinned, so therefore we're in the black family. We are in the continent of Africa, even though we identify as Somalis who are Somali, we are Africans. So therefore, we don't have to say we're Africans. Just the fact that we say we're Somali puts us in the continent, so we're Africans. But if we
Facts.
want to push that, that means that, hey, the colonization that has happened to us affected us to a certain extent that we want to separate ourselves from you. So therefore, if we want to separate ourselves from you in the continent of Africa, who are dark skinned from sub-Saharan or West Central Africa, that means
Dude, I'm dark skinned too, but
I'm
we're
not
all.
speaking about
I
you.
don't
Like,
care.
come on,
You
bro.
keep
Can we
trying to
please
say
not
that
delete
dark
this?
skin is
Can we
something
not
different.
delete this?
We're dark
Dr.
skin
Benham,
also,
you
but
can be
we're
dark
we're
skinned. I'm not
different.
speaking.
We're so
Dr.
different
Benham,
people.
bro, I'm not speaking about you. I'm speaking about my culture to show the nuances from my end, bro. I do not want this show deleted. I don't want to argue with you. I'm trying to show respect to you. Why do you have to feel like you have to interrupt me? Like, with all due respect, I'm really happy that you clicked on the show. Please don't let the show be deleted so that we can have you
I
on this.
signed it with the histrionics. Come on, man. Just come on.
Chief X,
It's just so
this is above your pay
dramatic.
grade. I'm being real with you.
So dramatic.
This is above your pay grade. Step back.
What's your pay grades, Mohammed?
The thing is, one thing I'll say is this: I do have a degree or two, and I can share that with Chef and show it to him in real life at one point. But the thing is, this is not a pissing contest because if somebody has a degree or not, which I have some who don't, it doesn't make you smarter. I have a brother that doesn't have any degrees, and he's way smarter than I am. So therefore, I'm not for that pissing contest.
Hey,
You have
Chef,
a
I'm gonna check
you have
out.
a doctorate in the 80s.
All right, Chief.
Yeah,
I just want to say one thing
No,
though.
I got yeah, whatever. So
Before I leave,
actually, it's
Doctor.
the 1990s, so whatever.
Okay, hold
then
on real
I'm
quick. Let me
proud of
just
you.
say. Let me just say this before I
Respect.
leave. I sign
I
up.
respect that.
Just so you guys can hold it for a second.
Yes, Chief X.
Just before I go, Chef Ram, just about the language, because people always argue with the Afro-Asiatic language. If we're just being honest, the experts forget us and our feelings, because some people wanted to be in Levant, like Dr. Banoob. People wanted to be in Africa, down in Ethiopia, next to Yemen. The experts say they're not totally sure. So for us to make, sound claims is erroneous to me a little bit, but people have their heart in it. So when you ask most of the experts in it, they'll about 30% will say the Levant, and then 70% will say around Yemen and Ethiopia. This is just what the experts say, just to give the audience clearance. So, but 100% of African Americans or Egyptomaniacs, or what do we call it, wanted to be in Ethiopia. But that's what the experts say in academia. That's all I want to say. I'm out.
Thank you, Chief X.
All right. Yeah. Yep. That's a fact.
Shepard, I'm not going to take out too long. All I'm going to say is Yemen is not in the conversation. He's right. Levant, you can say 30%, 70% you can say the Red Sea Hill area. And if you don't, the thing is, Ngozi and Gullah can show you the fact at the end of the day. Same as the genetics. And when I was speaking to you right now, all I was trying to do is show from my own people's errors why we are divided and why a small European continent is dominating us globally till this date. And I keep having somebody interrupt, feeling like I'm attacking them.
No one's dominating you. You wouldn't be
You see
anywhere
that?
without Europeans, Egyptians, or other Middle Easterners.
So the thing is, I do understand systemic racism. I understand the nuances that comes with the transatlantic slave trade, and I understand the remnants of that has an effect today. When a specific country wants to go to war, they dominate the country. When a specific dollar is dominating the globe, then I understand there's one group that at one point enslaved a group in Africa that is dominating today in America and Europe. I try to understand those nuances. And I'm not gonna.
You
That's
follow
it. I'm gonna end on
Islam,
that.
which is from the Arabs.
I was speaking about religion, Doctor Banub.
No,
All I'm
no,
gonna
it's
say
not
is much
religion. It's
love for you.
culture. Your
Uh,
culture and
sure,
your script
sure,
comes from the Arabs.
sure. If you
That's a
want to say
fact.
that, you can say that. This was a great show, my brother. And if you want to go ahead and keep speaking out of term and stuff like that, I would say to you, if you ever want to discuss religion, we can get into
I'm
the
not
philosophy of
discussing
science.
religion. I'm
So
discussing
let
the
me.
fact that your language and your written system comes from the Arabs.
So
And you
My
keep
language is Somali. It's Afro-Asiatic. It
it doesn't
predates
matter.
Arabic.
Your
It
written
predates
script is
Arabic.
from the Arabs.
My
You
written
didn't have a
script is
written script
Latin.
before the Arabs
My
or
written
the
script modern
Persians.
day is Latin, and before that, Lasgal, Lasgaal. People, go look at the date. I'm giving you facts.
so
My
let me.
written script is Latin.
Every alphabetic system that's not Korean is derived from ancient Egyptian alphabetic hieroglyphs.
Sheffin,
Is he right? I think he's right.
he's right on that point, but the thing is, he doesn't understand the nuances. People do have writing systems that are also around that might have died out and then adapted other writing systems. People didn't go without writing all along.
You guys did not have writing before Egyptian hieroglyphs.
Lasgaal.
What's that?
You can Google it. It's the mountains in Somalia do have writing systems in it, and people lost that writing system a long time ago. He thinks
Oh,
that
so you lost it. Oh, okay. Got it.
people can lose it. And the thing is, and you just said it right now, or the writing, this is what I'm trying to say. You're trying to be argumentative and be winning an argument. You just said to me that my writing system comes from the Arabics. And I
It
told
comes from us originally. Everyone that doesn't have a Korean alphabet comes from Egyptian hieroglyphs.
pay attention to what he's saying.
Latin, Greek, Arabic, Aramaic, Armenian, Cyrillic, Hindustani. They all come from us.
I can't argue with a supremacist who once said that
No, it's true.
writing. Can I
You
please
can look
speak?
it up.
Okay, I'll be quiet. Are you done?
Look it up.
Are you done right now?
It's
I'm done, but
crazy.
you can
It's
look it up.
crazy how
Yes.
we play fast and loose with facts, right?
Yeah.
See, Dr. Beno, it's easy for you to say that, all writing systems that's not Korean comes out of Egypt, right?
Yes.
That's a fact. See how you didn't have no problems with that fact? But the moment we say Egypt is African, facts go out the window for you.
Our culture is not African. We have no connection to African culture.
If Egypt is in Africa and that culture started in Egypt, then it is African. Period. Go to a museum.
We don't follow voodoo, for example.
That's West African.
Just off the top of my head.
That's West African.
Our God, we're completely whatever. We're not African. We don't have any connections to sub-Saharan African religion.
If that's what you mean,
any of that.
if you mean sub-Saharan African, fine.
Okay, that's what I meant.
I know that's what you meant. And that's because you trying to push the hard line that we don't got nothing to do with black people. Period. I get it.
Well.
I get that, but don't deny that if you're talking about a continent who has many different people, phenotypes, languages, and cultures, to take one out of there and say it's not
we're
of
older
that.
than all those cultures.
You can be older. Okay.
All those
okay.
languages,
Listen.
we're older than all.
Guess what? Well, then Egypt is the oldest culture and people in Africa. But guess what? It's still fucking
world.
African.
The world.
All right. Well, guess what? The oldest people in the world come from where? What continent? Africa. And the oldest culture come from what continent? Africa. Why? Listen, I have no problem.
Africa, we did not know Africa, and Africans did not know Egypt.
So where does the oldest people come from?
What are you talking about, people? Are you talking about
humans? Homo sapiens sapiens.
Are you talking about Homo sapiens?
Yes.
Okay, Homo sapiens came from East Africa.
Okay, East Africa. Africa,
yeah,
right?
And exactly, and they weren't either Caucasian and they weren't.
I'm not saying what they listen. You have a problem with race, right? I don't. I'm saying
no, I don't.
Oh, okay. So if you can
I don't have a problem with race.
Listen,
I have a problem with Africans considering dumping us into the same bucket with everybody else.
As
We are
African?
unique. We're different from everyone.
As African? No, you are unique. I totally agree. But you can't say that you're not African at the same time. Just because you unique.
When did the term Africa come into existence? We didn't know the term Africa.
Who
when
didn't know the
was
term
in
Africa?
ancient Egypt. When?
Who didn't?
When was the term? Before it was termed Africa, we were called Libyans. And we don't like that either.
Okay, fine. It ain't about what you like. Listen, but the Native Americans, Native Americans existed.
Libyans were enemies of Egypt.
Fine.
They were the Meshwesh. They were the Berbers, barbarians from the west.
Listen, you right.
Go ahead.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. You can be on the continent of Africa. You can have the oldest culture in Africa, and all of this stuff. You could be human beings come from Africa, right? The oldest, but somehow, mysteriously, you not African and nuts.
Somehow, nobody outside of the borders of Egypt speak Coptic or communicate in Coptic or ancient Egyptian ever.
That's good. That means that we can isolate Egyptian culture. I'm not denying anything that you're saying about Egypt.
Thank you.
I'm not denying it. You feel me? Just like I wouldn't deny Isonic telling me anything about the country of Somalia. And I would accept the uniqueness of Somalia. And all of the cultural...
Somalians are an ethno-religious people just like the Copts, the Christians of Egypt.
Exactly. But why is the goddamn Somalis can recognize it? Well, I'm not going to put that on everybody in Egypt just because you disagree that Egypt is African. That's your personal...
Yeah, fair enough. I know.
That's your personal scruple, right?
It is.
Yeah, that's a scruple. All right, so now we agree. See, I like you, Dr. Bernard. So you agree that that's a scruple. But it was one thing that you said. Yeah, it's a scruple. Now, the chat, did y'all hear that? He acknowledged that was a scruple. If y'all don't know what that means, Pan-African James, because I know you're going to run over on Smash Show and talk mad crap tomorrow. You know what I mean? You understand that this Egyptian said he was interjecting his scruple. That's it. You know what I mean? So, but Dr. Bernard, one thing that you said that what did you say? You said that Kumat, you say Kumat. Kumat.
In our
right?
language, yes.
You said Kumat is in reference...
the Old Kingdom.
In the Old Kingdom. It is in reference to what?
Afrocentrics love saying Kemet. But we've always pronounced it Kumat. Because we didn't have vowels. But our language...
No, y'all didn't write y'all vowels.
We didn't write our own vowels. You got it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But at least for 2,000 years, we've always said Kumat. And then for the people, the Egyptian people in plural, Egyptians, Kemi. We don't say Kemetians. I guess after the Kemetians and Kemetics. That's something they made up. If you want to say the plural form of Egyptian, it's Kemi.
Kemi. Okay.
Kemi. Kemi. Kemi.
Okay. Kemi. Or is it Khemi?
That's fine.
I seen that in Coptic also.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
That's fine.
All right. Cool. Yes. So that's good. Kemi. So and that's in reference. What you say?
Kemi.
Kemi. Yeah. So and that's
the word chemistry. The word chemistry is from it's an amalgamation of ancient Chionic Greek. I guess that was it. Chionic Greek and Egypt and Coptic, which means the knowledge of the Egyptians. The word chemistry. History is the second part of the word, means knowledge of, and Kemi is Egyptian.
All right, so
it's a fun fact.
That's dope. So another question. So on the word Kemi or Kumat,
yes,
what is that denoting?
It just means the land of the fertile black soil.
Okay. Okay, and how sure are you that that's what is in
100% because there
reference?
would be no Egypt without the fertile black soil and the inundation, the Nile floods inundation, which didn't happen in the Mesopotamia. They didn't have they didn't have a calendar because they didn't know when their rivers would flood and so forth. Egypt was the only civilization at the time that can count on an inundation and know when to plant their crops and when to reap the benefits of their crops.
That's awesome. All right, everybody close. Hey, Cuban, where you been at? You all right? You ain't want to add on?
Nah, I've been listening, man. I didn't want to interrupt.
Nah, man, you on the panel. You interrupt. You a part of the show tonight. The hell?
Nah, it's just I wanted to hear, man. There's things I disagree with, there's things I do agree with, but I just wanted to hear what had to be said.
Give me one disagreement, one strong disagreement that you had. Where did we
Well,
mess up at? Go ahead.
I disagree with Dr. Banu on a few things. I get in the sense of what the name Africa being European. Okay, I agree. But in the sense of it just being like we're Egyptian, we're not Africa. Like that's what makes Africa. There would be no Tanzania. I mean, Africa would be Africa without a Tanzania. You know what I mean? Like these.
There would be no world without Egypt. There's no nations without Egypt.
Yeah, can I finish? I've been
Yeah, I'm just
really
telling you,
quiet.
there's no nations without Egypt.
I've heard you say that many times. When you do that, and I could be wrong, but to me, when you do that, the emphasis of we're the first, if it wasn't for Egypt, Egypt was this, uh, um, kind of sounds like arrogance. That's what
Well,
I,
yeah, we're proud of our being elitist because we invented
but
nationhood. So
it's
everyone should bend the knee to
it's not a
Egypt.
thing. Yeah. So that sounds like supremacist talking points. I'm
No,
not.
we're just nationalists and we know where our culture comes from
Yeah.
and how
So
old we
all
are.
right. So Pip, can I finish what I'm trying to say? Like I've
Sorry, dude, go
literally
ahead.
heard you talk for hours. Okay. So um, with you emphasizing what I'm saying, my thing is in this, it's information, it's history. Um, but what is this doing for Egypt? The state of Egypt, the state of any nation, any country, when people become national supremacists, is not doing anything for the country. It's not doing anything for the betterment. It's bettering people's egos. So
All we have is our history. We've been suppressed for 2,000 years
I've heard,
under Islam since 700 AD. So
yeah. So I understand, every country, every civilization has had oppression. Some more than others, some harsh than others. Um,
probably
that's just
2,000 years since the Byzantines, since the Romans with Egypt.
yeah.
Only the Jews have the same type of
Mhm.
you know.
Okay. So again, what I'm saying is this is good as far as history, but when it becomes a thing of ego, it's just stroking your ego. It's not doing anything. It's not changing the political affairs of Egypt. It's not fixing the religious tensions. It's not doing anything in any country. It's not doing anything. Okay, I'm Cuban. All right, and what's it doing for Cuba? It's not doing anything. I know my history. All right, that's cool. But to be proud. But when you have ego with it, like you know, you're number one. Uh,
Well, technically, we're the first nation state in history, so yes.
all right.
Mesopotamia not older?
Mesopotamia was not a nation. It was. It was. It
But
was.
but this is the thing.
They were not a nation. We
You being
invented
college,
nationhood.
you being
Sumerians were
college,
city states,
mhm.
warring city states.
You
We're the
being
first
college,
nation ever.
you being college educated. You said you're a pharmacist.
Yes, I am.
Okay, that's great. Now, did any of this get you into pharmacy? Does this
Yes,
pay?
the fact that
Is
pharmacy has to
it,
do with chemistry, which means the
in
knowledge of the
in the
Egyptians,
sense
yeah.
of in the sense of um your food, clothing, and shelter? All this information that you're so boastful about and haughty about. Again, what is it doing for Egypt?
It's not doing anything for Egypt. You got a good point. But the
That's
fact is
that
that the
is the point.
Copts have been repressed and oppressed
Mhm.
since the Arab invasion, and actually since the Romans, because we were Christians. It's a
Mhm.
big deal to us, especially when Afrocentrics try to steal our history after 2,000 years of being bullied and oppressed and martyred. We got a good point to defend our culture.
Okay. You're anti-Islam?
Well, yeah, I love Muslims, but I hate Islam.
You sure it's not the other way around? That it's Muslims
No,
versus like
Muslims are most
let me ask
Muslims
let me
are
ask you
great
this.
people,
You
but the
do you
religion of Islam,
Mhm.
the religion of Islam is a cult, and they hate, they hate Christians and they hate Jews. They hate anyone who's not Muslim. The religion teaches that.
All right, so what if the religion doesn't teach that, but it's just people in scholarship who push that agenda to people?
I'm
And
sorry, push what agenda?
the agenda of what you're talking, it's an agenda. It's a political agenda. It's a religious, quote unquote, religious agenda.
Let me ask you a
Is
question.
is
Let
is
me ask you a
guns
question.
is
Let me ask
guns
you a
the,
question.
hold on. Is guns the problem or people the problem?
Guns.
Really? I own a
Yes,
gun.
of course.
Can,
The
can you
only nation on earth that has the most guns is the United States,
okay,
right?
but
Who has the most deaths by guns in the world?
are guns growing legs with arms, with fingers and hands and pulling the own trigger? Or is it people who don't have self-restraint or no type of discipline
Yeah, you got that right. Americans don't have
abusing
self-restraint
guns?
and discipline because they have lots of guns.
Okay. You own a gun? Hmm?
You speaking to bro?
I don't know. He's not answering. I'm wondering if he has a gun.
Oh,
I don't have a gun. I'm a Democrat. But it's okay. I it's okay. You
What
can
does
own
that
your
have to what
guns.
does that have
But
to
the
do with
fact that it's
anything
easy
though?
to own guns is the fact that the United States leads the world in gun deaths.
The point that I'm
Am I
getting
right
at
or
with
wrong?
the point that I'm yes it does, but the point that I'm getting at with the gun scenario on a person, the point that I'm
Mm.
getting at is it a book or is it people who abuse the book? Is it the
It's the
gun
book.
or is it the people? Is it?
It's the book of Islam. Look up what they think about Jews. What do you think? What do
Okay.
you think
even can
Is
do
it
on
Palestinians
this,
so
want?
bro.
when you have people that abuse science, okay, you as a pharmacist, okay,
Mm,
you have narcotics that people have to be prescribed for.
right?
Oxycontin is one of those narcotics. Is
Yes.
Oxycontin the problem or are people the problem?
Good question. I would say the
It's
doctors
when it,
that are prescribing OxyContin are the problem.
it's when it's abused by either the person who's prescribing it or the person who's using it. It's
But the person
abused.
who's prescribing it and should know better.
All right. Okay.
Mm.
We're just gonna agree to disagree. It is what it is.
Mm. This was this was very informative. We have a lot of people who claim that the modern Egyptians are not descendant from the ancient Egyptians. Two key points. I don't know why I never looked at what Coptic meant, but when you first came on and you said Coptic comes from Hikupata, which the word Egypt comes from, you know, that was dope. Like I like that. That was yeah. And then when you say even your name, means of Anubis, right? Because a lot of, people in this community swear that the modern day Egyptians don't have no connection to ancient Egypt, right? But right there in the name of your people, the Coptics, goes back to ancient Egypt. And also even your personal family name goes back to ancient Egypt. I think, if anything, that I'm glad you came on, because that was a dagger, right? And this show was recorded. So yeah, that was dope right there, because I seen a couple things, a couple videos where Egyptians, just because they speak Arabic and different languages, just because they speak Arabic and practice Islam, I was watching some videos where they were showing that a lot of their festivals and different things that they do culturally goes back to ancient Egypt. So they didn't completely lose their culture and everything, like Afrocentrics say. A lot of the things is still in their culture. And the way that you came on and displayed how the name Coptic goes back to the ancient culture, and also your family name, I appreciated that. I might disagree with you on Africa, but like you said, that was your personal scruple. Sonic, do you got any last words? And then you, Dr. Beno, and we're going to get out of here. Hold on. Oh, Smash want to come on. I'm going to give him the link real quick.
Let's Smash, come on.
And see see if he want to ask the Netta a couple questions before we go ahead and get on about a year.
That's fair. As it comes on, can I just say a quick thing for you?
Go ahead.
I honestly try to show to be objective, where I try not to say the modern Egyptians are not the ancient ones, and I try to back that up. But I also do my best not to take Egypt out of Africa. That's me showing my objective and trying to be a uniting factor.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Yeah, you're very consistent, Sonic. I give you that. You definitely consistent. I ain't saying you jump out the window yet. You feel me?
One day I hope to, so I can make it laugh.
Yeah, I ain't saying you jump out the window yet. Mr. Smash Rockwell, you can come off of you can unmute your mic and come off and go ahead and shoot your arrows. What's up with you?
No, I just got a few questions. I was listening to the show. It's a good show. Didn't want to interrupt. But I heard Dr. Bonobo make a few claims I wanted to see, particularly for his claim that ancient Egypt was called Kumat. Do you have a source for that claim?
Look up Wikipedia if you want, but that's how the Copts say the name for our country.
No, that's not.
That's the Old Kingdom.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. That's not how
That's
you say
fine, Smash. You're still not Egyptian, so whatever.
So your source was Wiki, Doctor. Your source was
Wiki. Wiki is what? Does Wiki have Afrocentric?
No, I'm just trying to see if you spewing good information on the show or bad information.
Okay,
I simply don't look.
That's what.
Am I
Hey, let me finish.
Am I doing this? Because every time you ask people for sources, they start turning up, acting like you did something wrong.
Afrocentric hoteps. The first thing you do,
and now you're going to attack. So you don't have a source on the Kumat thing, because you just got exposed, right?
Right?
And you're going to start talking about Afrocentric hoteps. I just asked you for a source.
You're a hotep, yeah, exactly.
so you got a fraud on your show, Seth, because Coptic does not say Kumat. He's fronting like Coptic does not say Kumat for Kemet. It says Kemi.
Kopta, and that's our language.
Should we pull up a dictionary?
Your language.
Should we pull up a dictionary?
Yeah, that's our language.
Let's pull up a Coptic dictionary and see if you're telling the truth or lying.
That's our language.
Should I pull it up? I can pull it up.
Your language is English, actually.
Well,
right?
I know my language.
Your language is English.
You're not acting like a doctor.
English. Our language is Egyptian.
You see how easy you tear these people apart? Don't let them just talk on your show, Seth. Ask for a
Your
source.
language is English.
All I did was
You
ask for a
didn't have
source.
a
He
written
fell
language until
apart.
Egyptian.
He don't
You
even
did
got nothing to
not.
say. Listen to him. Seriously, though.
Your
This was
language
the
is
dude you've been
English.
championing for the last 2 hours I've been listening. I asked one simple question. We learn these questions on the Amin Ra Squad. What is your
Amin-Ra
source?
bullshit.
What is your
You
source?
don't know
He said
anything about us.
wiki. I'm done. Magi archers, arrows.
Bye. Yeah, Magi. Right. You're part Magi.
So hold on. So you're saying Smash that is not Kuma is
Of course not. He made that up.
Of course not, because he knows more than
But do
the
you have a
Egyptians.
source or
That's
not?
our
Do you know that the
culture, that's our
Coptic language is 50% Greek or 30%
No,
Greek?
no.
How could this be
You're
an
lying.
ancient language
You're
if the
lying. It's an
Coptic
Afro-Asiatic
language
language.
is
It's an
30% Greek?
Afro-Asiatic language. It's as different as Chinese is from English.
Oh my God, this dude
Yeah,
is a pimp. So you got a
Chinese
dude
to
fronting on your
Egyptian.
show like he knows
Absolute.
something, Chef. His source was wiki to say that
It doesn't. That's
Afrocentrist
not
is
wiki.
wrong about saying Kemet.
English is as
But if you
connected
go into
to
the Coptic
Chinese
dictionary,
as
you'll see
Egyptian
that Cops
Coptic
say
is
Kimi
related to
to
Greek.
say Egypt.
It's the same difference. It's the same difference.
This is a
So we
shame.
use the
It's a
script.
shame how bad they get. You
Yeah,
see?
the script we
You
use.
couldn't even
The script we
maintain
use. We
your
invented.
little fake
The
persona
Greek
with
script.
one
The Greek
question.
script.
What
The
is
Greek
your source?
alphabet is from our hieroglyphs.
What are you? Why,
So
you,
we
why you
own every
cackling now?
alphabet
You wasn't
except
cackling all show.
Korean.
Come on, bro, bring it back. Come on, for real. Give us a source on what you said.
Look it up. I don't need a source.
You don't
Every
need a
single
source.
alphabetic
He don't
system
need a source,
that's
Chef.
not Korean is from our hieroglyphs.
What are
So
you
if it's
talking
Greek,
about now?
Russian, Latin, it's from ours. We invented the alphabet.
You don't need a source.
Look it up.
Coptic
Look
ain't
it
the
up.
original
Don't be
language of the
silly.
ancient
Look it up.
Egyptians. You know that,
Look
right?
it up.
I'm looking
Look
it up
up.
right now. Let me share the
Look it
screen
up.
since he want me to look it up, Chef. You
Share the
don't know who you
screen.
messing
Look
with.
it up.
This is a
Look it up.
clown you got on your show.
You're the
Look, he said
clown.
look it up. Can
You're
y'all
the
see
clown
this?
that's butthurt
Can you see the
because
screen?
you have no
Oh,
ancient history.
oh,
You have
why
no
your
idea. You're
voice
not
start
connected to
sounding
us
like
at
that
all.
when you
You're
banging?
not connected to us.
Hey, you gotta fix your voice when you banging, family. Seriously, you can't start going like this. That shit
You're not
don't.
connected to us.
Listen,
You're
what
the
are
one
you
that thinks
doing?
that the gnomes
I'm
of
not
Egypt are
trying to
tribes.
say I'm connected to you. I'm
Smash,
asking you a
Smash
question about
thinks
a
that the
word,
gnomes of Egypt are
and
tribes,
you
and we're
can't
proud never to
handle
have
the
had
truth.
tribes.
Now, here's your source that you told me to look it up. Now, where does it say Kumat? This is the Coptic dictionary. Can y'all see that? Yes or no? Can y'all see?
Yes, sir.
Do y'all see it say Kame, Kame? Then it says Kim, Kem, Kem. What
We
is he
pronounce
talking
it
about?
Kumat. We did not write down the vowels, and you know that.
What are you? Coptic did write the vowels.
No, we did. The ancient Egyptians.
Coptic did. How
The
do you
ancient
say it in
Egyptians
Coptic?
are
How
our
do you say
ancestors.
Egypt in
So
Coptic?
we kept it. No, we
If
transliterated.
you don't got a
into
source
Coptic.
on the vowels. What's your source on the vowels to say it was Kumat?
Dude, what's your source on being
It's
Egyptian?
on the screen.
You're
My
not
source is on
Egyptian.
the screen.
You've never
My
been
source is
Egyptian.
Crumb.
Look up
Crumb's Coptic
Nehesu.
Dictionary.
Look up Hissi Nehesu.
Bro, you a
What does that
clown. I
mean
knew
in
you was
ancient
ever
Egyptian
since I
and
seen
Coptic?
you in the chat.
Hissi
You ain't
Nehesu.
had shit
Look
right
it
to
up.
say tonight,
Hissi,
and it's still the
H-S-Y,
same
Nehesu.
thing. It's
That's
still
what
the
you
same
are.
thing. You didn't have no. You didn't have you. As soon as
Hissi
I asked you
Nehesu.
for a source, you started attacking me. You're a
No,
clown.
look up Hissi Nehesu. What
You're
does
a clown.
Hissi
It
Nehesu
say it
mean?
right on the screen. Kame.
Hissi
Where is
Nehesu.
Kumat? Where is Kumat?
That's how we pronounce it. You got to
How
respect
you know
us.
that? What is your source on
We're
that?
older than you are.
What is your
You
source
didn't
on
learn.
that?
You didn't learn Metter
You know
Netter.
what? With all
You
that,
didn't learn
with
Metter
all that
Netter
your
or
Asian
anything
DNA, you
without
gotta be
us.
crazy
You
talking about
couldn't
you
learn.
older
You
than
didn't
me.
know anything
You would
about
have
Egypt.
to be
You
crazy.
West
You don't
Africans
even
didn't
know
know anything
nothing
about
about
Egypt.
Egypt. As a matter of fact, I would doubt that you even there. You so fake. The Coptic. What's the
Keep
ancient
line
name of
smash.
Coptic? How do you
Keep
say
line
Coptic in
smash.
the ancient Egyptian language?
Hukapsa.
How do you say
Hukapsa.
Coptic
The
in the ancient
enclosure.
Egyptian language?
The
You don't even
enclosure.
know.
The enclosure
Fake than a
of the
motherfucker. I came on
spirit
here
of
to bust up
Ptah.
your whole fake
And
parade. He's
Kapsa,
always over here
the spirit, the
pom-pomming for the
energy
sucker like
of
he's saying
Ptah.
something.
which
It's
you
the
have
same
nothing
shit,
to
and I'm
do
popping
with.
up every time you got one of these frauds on
You're a
and
fool,
busting them out
Smash.
just like this.
Yeah,
Now, that's
you're a
what's up. Now let
fool.
me go back to chilling in my shit. Peace.
Peace. Peace.
Peace.
Dr. Bonob, you get the last
Yo, peace,
word.
Smash.
No, he ain't got no sources. The last word. Peace.
Oh, look, I don't need no sources. I'm Egyptian. You aren't. Smash. I have thousands of years of pride and history. You have nothing. You have nothing. You've got nothing. You learned whatever you learned from the Copts.
Doctor, you can go last. Can I just say a few words? And I think you deserve to be last tonight, bro. You came on the show. Much, much respect to you.
What happened?
I just want to say much respect to Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
I want to
Thank you. I
say
appreciate you.
no problem, bro. I want to say thank you for coming on the show tonight. You did make it interesting, and the fact that you shared your own point of view is appreciated.
I appreciate you too.
No problem, bro. I
And
appreciate
so,
that.
and I'm sorry about whatever I said about Somalis, but Somalis are a proud ethno-religious group, and so are the Copts.
I have no problem with that. Um, all I'll say is this: I can say whatever I want about my country, and sometimes I have to understand that it can be subjective. If I don't come in objectively with the actual research and information, anybody can come and dismantle me and make me look crazy. So earlier today, when I was speaking about Somalis to Shefren, all I was trying to show him was a point of view because he'd done amazing shows in the past and he's always trying to be respectful. So I was trying to show from my point of view to kind of agree with him and kind
Mm-hmm.
of back him up on that. So then when he
Jeffrey is very respectful. I agree too.
yeah, so that when I was saying about the Somalis, we don't identify against as African because of this reason. We don't identify with this because of this reason. I was just backing him because of shows he's done in the past and things that he's tried to tiptoe around to be very respectful. And
Yes.
he should be.
No, like, listen,
God
everybody.
bless you, Jeffrey. You're good, and so is I have no convictions with the Somalis. Somalis are great people, and I'm glad they're ethno-religious, just like Copts.
Okay. Do you speak Coptic or you never
I wish I did. I
uh,
wish I did because it's kept in the church.
okay. Oh, okay.
Okay,
Is y'all
I'm gonna admit that I
okay.
don't. I don't. I have to look things up.
Okay.
It's because we were repressed as a people. Even in Egypt today, you can't learn Coptic in school. You can learn German, you can learn English, you can learn French, but Coptic, no. So that's only taught in church.
Mm.
I
Okay.
think to each his own history. We can't blame somebody for not being able to speak their language. You can just respect for what they accomplish individually. However, I will say this, bro. When I do say I speak my own language, I do speak my own language. I also understand the history of it. I understand the divergence of it. So sometimes when I was saying the key, I was trying to show you the nuances of things so that if I say something in chat, I don't want you to go to your own language and think that your view is objective truth. That you need to understand there's nuances, that language broke away at a certain point. And an example is this. You can say Ra and you can say Yah for sun.
Ra means sun in
Yeah,
ancient Egyptian
I got you.
hieroglyphs.
I got you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just trying to show you a point, and you're already
Yeah,
disagreeing with me, okay? In
right.
Somali, when we say sun, we say Qorah. The reason why we say that is we say the pinhole of Ra. So I'm
Mm.
trying to show you nuances matter. So I don't want you coming into chat disagreeing with people without understanding the nuances of things.
Do
Smash
you know
is
what Ra?
very
I'm sorry. Do
well
you know what
versed.
Ramesses means in
I,
ancient Egyptian?
I don't need to because I'm just trying to show you Somali right now. I don't
Okay,
care what Ramesses
Ramesses.
means.
Let me just say, Ra is the sun, and Mesis means the son of,
I have no
derived from
I have no
Ra.
problem with that. But when you
The
say
word
Ra,
Moses, same where Moses comes from.
I have no problem with that. I'm just trying to show you the nuances that if you're not on point about the history and where the language comes from, you are studied on certain words. I speak my language. Ko Ra means the pinhole of Ra, and that means sun in Somali. The Yah means moon. You guys will be Yah. Nuances matter. Language break away at some point, connect to it at a earlier point. And if you don't recognize those things and you come in with a subjective view, someone like Smash will come in and literally dismantle you, even
He didn't
if you are
dismantle
from the
shit.
region. Even if you're from the region.
Smashing is an idiot. He didn't dismantle shit.
You could say I disagree with Smash a lot, but when he comes in with his natural what he studied,
Netter is
I respect
bullshit
that.
because he got that from Coptic.
I don't care. I respect the
Got that from
fact that he.
Coptic.
The thing is, he could have gotten her Coptic, but the thing is, okay, if Smash comes in and destroys me with my own language, I'm gonna sit back and say, let me pick up a book and study so that next time we have a conversation, I can defend myself. It's my own language. I can't have a foreigner coming in and dismantling me
That's
like
okay
that.
because the Arabs didn't cut out your tongues like they did to us. So good for you.
Bro, the thing is, I sympathize with you. If the Arabs did that to you in your history,
It's not just the
as my
Arabs;
African
it's the
brother,
Islam. Islam. Let me
uh,
just be specific.
uh,
Islam, but Islam for
your
some reason liked the Somalis.
your
They didn't
frustra
like the Egyptians.
your frustrations, I can understand, and I'm not gonna go against that. Like I said, if you're my African brother, you have to understand that I'm trying to bring the olive branch to you, but also show you that I disagree with you at some point. Because the thing is, we can have our differences and still call each other brothers. I'm not here to divide the greater African community and the diaspora. I'm here to unite, but show we are different and show the nuances.
Yeah,
That's it. So
good point.
I want to say is amazing having you on tonight. Peace to you, Chef. Amazing show. Thank you for
Awesome.
allowing us to come on and have this
Assalamu alaikum.
conversation. If you truly mean that with all due
Habibi.
respect, I don't know if you're trolling or not, but I'm going to say this to you in English. Peace to you, my brother.
Inta Habibi. Shukran.
Man, peace.
Hey, Hal, my brother.
I appreciate both of y'all. That was dope. Dr. Bano, we gonna have to get you back on and you gonna have to debate.
Yeah, I'll try.
You
Now
gonna
that
have
I
to
know how to
debate one
use
of these guys.
Yeah, now that I know how to use the
Zoom.
what is it?
Zoom.
Zoom. Thank you.
You gonna have to get in the ring with one of these guys. They want you.
Okay.
All right, bro.
I appreciate you, Chefrin.
I appreciate y'all. Boom. Oh, damn, yo, y'all see that? That was crazy. That was crazy. That was crazy. We had an Egyptian on. Look, it's the first show in the conscious community that then brought on a real Egyptian and he lost. Yeah, I can't even make this shit. I can't even make this shit up. Look, I'm sick of y'all. I'm sick of y'all. I'm sick of y'all. Y'all niggas did. Y'all niggas didn't beat a real Egyptian up. Yo, y'all too much. Y'all take this shit too serious. All right. Damn. Man, look. Look, we gonna man, we might do something tomorrow, man, but I done had enough of y'all. You feel me? I done had enough of y'all for 1 week, man. This shit take a lot out of me. But yeah, y'all, we gonna go ahead and get out of here. I appreciate everybody for coming on the panel. I appreciate everybody for keeping the chat live and pumping. I know it's late, you feel me? But we gonna keep it pumping. Hopefully Smash go live tomorrow and talk about his first victory over the Egyptian. So it is what it is. We're holler, y'all. I had a ball. Y'all are shit, as always. Peace.